Hey. Happy Friday, everybody, and welcome back. Great to see you guys tonight, everybody. It looks like we are having an open discussion, open panel, as long as we want, for whatever we want to talk about. So, thank you all for being here once again. And once again, happy Friday night. Let's get this show on the road. Here we What up? What's going on, everybody? Hope you're all having a great night tonight. Welcome back. Great to see ya. Great to be here with ya. And I hope everybody had a great day today. Sorry, it's a late one tonight, folks. Had a lot of stuff going on today I had to accomplish, and I did. And the boss of the house is happy, and that's all that matters. So here we are tonight. Either way, I still get to hang with you guys, and I am ecstatic about that. Of course. And like I said, like it says, it's Friday night, folks, so you never know. And it is open discussion, open panel. So whatever the conversation ends up being is what ends up being. Now I will say this. I'm trying to stay away from Idaho to give everybody a break on that. So I think we can try to do that the best we can. Uh-oh. What is that? 12 is 50 years old today. Congratulations and happy birthday, 12. That is super awesome. Super awesome. Love it. And of course, you know how that works here in this house here. You absolutely know how this works. So, before we do anything else, here we go. Happy birthday, 12. I hope you've had an amazing day, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your night as well. And God bless you. Let's see what we got here. Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Make sure it works right. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Now, make a big wish and blow out them candles, 12. I hope it's the best year you've had yet. Blow them out. All right. There we go. Happy birthday, 12. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night and had an amazing day today because you know you deserve it. Absolutely. And thank you all for the happy birthday wishes towards 12 for 12. It is so very much appreciated. That's why I love this community, guys. Yes, it is. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. We're going to be here for a while. Like I said, open discussion, open panel. The topic is what it is, guys. We are talking about it. Looking for anybody that's going to join us tonight to join us tonight. It is Friday night as well, so don't forget about that. And we will be doing it. That's for dang sure. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to get something else loaded in over here. Sorry. By the way, I want to thank you all once again. Not only have we broken the 7,000 subscriber, like we're up at 7,067 already, you guys, in like 3 days. Like, damn. Thank you all so very much for that. You guys are amazing. God bless. You just don't get it. I am super appreciative. Super appreciative. So, um, all right, all right, all right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, hey. So let's see who we got joining us tonight on this awesome Friday night. Looks like Carolyn Miller's back in the house. Welcome back, Carolyn. Eve Lucky, welcome. Great to see you again. Doodlebug, what's going on, sis? One of my amazing mods in the house. Thank you for being here. Brandy B, another one. What's going on, sis? SRB, another one. Hey, hey. My buddy and yours, one made nut. Good to see Eddie. Mama Five, welcome from over the pond. Good to see ya. Jaylet's in the house. What's going on? What's happening tonight with you? Miss Robin and Gizmo, always happy to see you. She's from way back in the beginning of my time. Robin's a sweet lady and Gizmo's awesome. I love it, love it, love it. Bianca K, great to see you. Great to have you here. The Richards in the house. What is going on, Mr. Talented? Good to see you, sir. Good to have you here. Miss Shelley in the house. Good to see you, Groot. What's going down? Iris Hewlett, welcome back to you. Hashcats, what's happening, bro? Good to see you tonight. 12, once again, always a pleasure to have you here, especially on the day of your birth. Congrats, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Charlotte Gross, good to see you tonight again. As always, Julianne, welcome to you, and thank you for that. Rowena Moses, great to see you. Vicky Sipple, welcome back to you. All right, all right. The sorceress is in the house, guys. Better behave. You don't want no spells cast over you. Come on now. Come on now. Come on in, everybody. Legendary CEO, what is happening, brother? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. BZ Collected in the house. Great to see you, BZ. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. Let me see. Making sure I'm not missing nothing. North Carolina Mountain Man in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Happy New Year to you. I haven't seen you in a minute. And that goes to all of you guys, especially Robin. I haven't seen you either. For everybody out there that I have not seen, Happy New Year. And I hope this year coming is the best year possible for you guys. I hope it really is. Let's get out of that nasty 2023 and move on to something new and better. Taxi Slut 61, great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Miss Shelley, great to see you. I think we're almost at the top there. Almost. Yeah. Anybody at the bottom down here? Live, love, and sail. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. Robin and B, thank you for joining us. Jackie Bushable, thank you for being here. Cat K, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Of course, the awesome Miss Sherry Wisdom speaks in the house. Never fails. Good to see you tonight. I think I got everybody. Frankie Frankenstein, what's going on? Good to see you. I love the name. I think I got everybody. And if I didn't, oh, we got the Lumooks in the house. The Lumooks in the house. I love it. I love it. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. I don't know where you're at or what you're doing, but good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you guys because it's good for me to be here with you guys. This is, as I always tell you, the highlight of my day. I absolutely adore you all and enjoy doing this so very much. That's not a lie, guys. I'm telling you, this makes my day every day. Sarah with an H, great to see you. Good to have you here. Lumook in the house. Yes. Never going to leave now. Never. Michelle E., good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. No, we have not. I want to get Bob on as a guest. I would love to have Bob come on and talk with us. I love Bob. And he's great. He is great. He's very good at what he does. And I absolutely adore Bob too. I'd love to get him on here. CZ, what's going on? Happy New Year to you. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Hold up here. Check something, guys. Please and thank you. 1 second here. Oh, one moment. Stupid phone is not cooperating with me ever. We even do. I might even open up the phone lines tonight. And for those of you that don't do the panel, allow you to do, we're going to have some call-ins tonight. Because a lot of people are a little shy with that. So. Let me see. Okay. All right. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, please. Cryptic Conversions, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting hit by some crazy storm tonight. I don't know for sure because it's Ohio and you never know. It could be 90 degrees and sunny tomorrow based on what the weather report gives us, but who knows? Oh, yeah. Bob is amazing. I love Bob. He's diving into the old Gacy stuff. That his father covered that case. That's why. I have 150. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bob's father is the one that covered that case. It was pretty wild, guys. Pretty wild. Bob's great at what he does. If you have not checked him out, guys, please check out Bob Motto's channel. If we can drop that link, please, guys, you got to check it out. If you like anything true crime, you'll love this channel. Oh yeah, yeah, he was his lawyer. That's right, SRB. Yeah, I always thought that was cool. Listen to his stories, what Bob had talked about with his father, covering the Gacy case. And he's got all them files and everything, you guys. So it's kind of like, whoa, you know what I mean? Watching from the French West Indies. Wow, that is cool as hell. That is awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate you tuning in. Seriously, that's awesome. Gray Pearl's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Always a pleasure. Oh, and look who is here now. The Clue. The Cluminati. Clue and Cletus in the house, everybody. What is going on? No snow in Youngstown. Not yet. Yeah, I know, Shelly. Hopefully we don't get it. I hope to God we don't get it. But they're calling for some kind of a crazy storm tonight, so we shall see. We shall. I hope to God it doesn't affect my internet. That's all I care about. Honest to God. That's it. So, like I said, guys, welcome to all of you. Grab a chair somewhere in here and get comfy. We're going to be here for a while. It is an open panel, open discussion tonight, guys. Whatever topic you guys choose is what we're doing. And we're going to talk. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk. Welcome. Welcome. And there's the link for Bob Motto's channel, The Defense Diaries, guys. Please check it out. Bob is awesome. One of these days, I don't know if I'm going to have to pay the man or what I'll have to do to get him over here because he deserves it, that's for sure. But his time is money. That's fact, guys. He's definitely worth it. He is awesome. And I would love to have him join us one day. What I would like to get him over here for would be to talk about the Delphi case. Bob knows a lot about that case. He goes to the trial, the hearings, I'm sorry, and he's into it. He's in there, guys, and he knows what he's saying. He knows what he's talking about. So I got to get in there, find a way to invite him and get him here because he's a very down to earth. That's what I love about him. He's so down to earth. It's not even funny. Him and his wife, they do a great job, guys, and I would love him to be here. So I'm gonna have to get in touch with him and get him over here, and we're gonna do that. If he'll do it, I'm down. Eddie says you're a couple degrees colder than we are here in Minnesota. Marion, North Carolina is even a degree. Yeah, it's chilly here, bud. It's a little bit chilly. I'm waiting to see if this cold front's supposed to be busting through here tonight. I don't know. I hope to God not. Thank you guys, though, all of you for jumping in and joining me. We got 89 amazingly beautiful people in here and 66 likes. And you know what that means. Guys, you know what that means. One more time. We got to make it match, guys. Come on. Let's do it and get it out in that algorithm. If we can, please. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop this little paste this little thing here. And then I'm going to pin it in the chat. And that gives everybody access to come up here and join me. Walt Harris in the house. Sharpsville beats Kennedy Catholic tonight in basketball. Hey, hey. Hell, I didn't think Sharpsville had a basketball team still, bro. I'm sorry. It'd be amazing to hear that. That's great. Rogue or Rouge. Wait a minute. Rogue BRBK. Okay, welcome. Good to have you here. Tina B, welcome. Teresa, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. It was a good day. Good to hear that, Gray. Good to hear that. Thank you, Sherry. If you guys have not yet done this, which I'm pretty sure you have, please like, subscribe, share, and hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do here, because it's usually a good time, folks, or at least something interesting. Not a good one. I played. Oh, I'm sure it wasn't bad. Well, I didn't play basketball. I was a hell of a football player, though. I played for the Warren G. Harding Raiders. We won our state championship in 1991. Hell yeah. I didn't play as much as others because I was kind of I played outside linebacker. I was a little guy, but I got in and I got to play. With the ocean wind, 60 is cold out here. I bet anything ocean. Yeah, I agree with that one. Guys, please make sure you let me know if there's any audio issues tonight, please. I've been fighting with this stupid soundboard and everything, and it's just not been working well. But hopefully, we won't have any. I hope. I hope. So, you know how it goes. Where's my sound over here? I don't hear it. And oh, there she is. Clue and Cletus in the house. What's going on?
Hello.
What's happening?
Hello. What's up? What's up? And where's my boy Cletus at?
What's happening, Dago?
There he is. What's up, brother? You didn't forget to say hi to me that time.
No, I said it. You didn't hear me.
Yeah.
You was talking.
I'm just teasing with you. I know. So what's going on with you all tonight?
Nothing. Oh gosh, I got immersed in this Savannah Soto case.
Yeah, you said something to me earlier, and I said something back. I don't know. I've been running back and forth between my phone and life all day long, so I'm sorry if I couldn't get to you. But
Yeah, I'm gonna get to my notes. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you very much, Miss Brandy. Guys, if you are interested, real quick, while she's checking her notes there, we do have a TikTok. We're working on Instagram. We have a Facebook. Check out all these other social media apps over here, if you will. There's the link to the TikTok. It's pretty cool. Miss Brandy takes care of most of that for me. In fact, all of it. She does a great job over there. So if you will, please go check out the TikTok if you have not yet, and like it or whatever you got to do to TikTok, because I really don't know. Sign up, hook up with it, whatever it is. What's up, Val? Hope floats in the house. Good to see you, and thank you, Brady, for that once again. Off topic, but since you're in Ohio, do you know the boys from Columbus who call themselves? Yes, I do. I don't know them personally, but I know of them very well. Oh yeah, they are a good band. Good band for sure. Good band. Absolutely. So what do you got going on here, Clue?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I agree with you on that. SRB Brady does a great job with the TikTok. Absolutely a great job. All right. Dreamer. Welcome. New name.
Okay.
New
So
name.
hear me out.
Absolutely.
All right. So I went to the Bexar County Jail
Uh-huh.
inmate roster, right?
Okay.
So I have the SID numbers, right? Which is like the inmate numbers for the people.
Uh-huh.
And when I go to this inmate list, right, it's really weird because the dad, Ramon,
Right.
he's on the list.
Okay.
What is it? Ramon Preciado. Okay.
Ramon, how they say it? Ramon Preciado. Yes.
Yeah, it's really weird sounding, right?
Right.
The son is not listed.
Oh, he's not there?
Well, I called the lady. Okay, I called the jail today.
Okay.
And the woman was like, I gave her his ID or whatever, and she was like, "Oh, Christopher Preciado," and I'm like, "Yeah." She said, "I think he's still there."
What do you mean still? Where would he go?
I don't know, but what does he? What do you mean think? You're looking at a computer that should tell you something, right?
Right.
And I'm like, and I
can't.
told her, I said, "Well, I went to the inmate list and I see he's not there." And she was like, "Well, that's only 24 hours after their." What does it say? I just read it.
There couldn't have been a bond.
Well, they only supposed to like who have been arrested for an offense of Class B or higher and were processed by the Central Magistrate Office within the last 24 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, if you look at, like, if you click on the dad.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess that would be right.
I just can't imagine. What's up, Dan?
No, that's already passed. Yeah. So his dad is on there, and she told me, she said it's only for people that have come in the last 24 hours. Well, his process date, right, is January 3rd, 2024.
That's 48 hours.
Thank you. So why is he still on the list? You know what I mean? Unless the only thing I can think is because they added another charge, but you wouldn't think that that would matter.
Well, okay, that's what I was going to ask you. If they added a third charge for the baby, maybe they have to reprocess with that charge, and it wouldn't come through the computer. Maybe.
I don't know, but see, this wouldn't be for the baby, right? They did add a charge to him,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was like alter, destruct, or conceal.
Yeah, I saw that. I read that yesterday off him when I did it. Right.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they did that yesterday, like, he shouldn't still be on the list if it's supposed to be within the last 24 hours. Okay. Does that make any sense?
I mean, I guess Carolyn says there's a 72-hour rule, so I can't imagine that they could not have had. First of all, it's capital murder, multiple capital murder. Is there going to be a bond hearing at all?
They set bond. That's why I was like, did this dude bond out? Because the dad's bond was 600,000. However,
wasn't his $1 million?
Yeah, they gave Christopher a bond of $1 million.
Or 10%. So that's what, 100,000 or no.
Yeah, that's right.
100,000. So if this dude popped off with $100,000, what?
It's the C word. If he's out, it's the C word, in my opinion.
Oh, I got you there. But I mean, like, whoa. I hope he's not. Well, how are they going to get his ass out and not? How's he going to get his ass out and leave dad in there when dad's only got? I mean, his charges are bad too, but that ain't cool. That's a lot of money. I don't know for a fact.
Like, I don't know for a fact he's out, but it was just super. Like, the whole conversation was super weird with that lady, because she literally was like, "I think he's still there, or I think he's back there locked up." I don't know. She was basically saying, "I think he's still in the jail," and I'm like, "You think?"
That's crazy. That is crazy.
But anyway, I'm going to call tomorrow and see if I get the same answer. I might call in the middle of the night tonight.
Yeah, to see if don't catch him off guard, right? Bias accused of 4 victims into the DP. I mean, this has got to be a DP case, in my opinion. I mean, capital murder, multiple. I mean,
I say that, but I would think that somebody like that, you wouldn't even give them a dang bond.
That's what I said, but I saw you were right. I did see the bond yesterday when I was reading the affidavit, and then the latest charge was added to that one too. So I was like, okay.
If he bonded out, it's because they're going for somebody higher.
I mean, something. Hold on a minute here. Somebody's got something going on with their microphone.
That might be me.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm gonna mute for a couple minutes because I'm in the middle of doing something. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Thanks for jumping up here too, by the way. All right, so let me see here. Ramon Preciado, abuse of corpse. Fine amount, court costs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's the father. 12/21, date of offense. You see a fine amount. There's nothing else on there about that. Thank you, Sherry. Missy Moo, what's going on? Good to see you. All right, let me see. Is there another one for... Okay, hold on. And then this one, says case events. Pre-hearing set for February 6th of 2024. Co-defendant number January 4th booked. 1-4 bond set at okay. Magistrate warrant executed. Indictment 1-4.
Is that say 100,000? I can't.
Yeah,
it is. So this charge is 100,000, and the second one that they put is 500,000.
Right. Do full case. Okay, we can do that too. Currently viewing. Okay. Interesting. AWTG indictment. 1-4 of 2024. Full house arrest. Order, no contact order. Special warrant returned. Everything. I mean.
Did you say house arrest?
It says full house arrest. I don't know what the hell that means. That's on 1-4 of 2024. That's
today, isn't it?
Yesterday.
Full house. God bless. I choked myself.
Full. I don't think they. No way.
You see that up there, babe? Walk up there, because you know I'm too lazy to get out this chair right now. Full house arrest. Do you see where it says that?
Yeah.
As of yesterday. I don't know what that means. Thank you, Doodle, very much.
Oh, now I can see it.
I blew it up a little bit for you. I'm sorry.
Is this for Christopher?
This is for the father.
No contact order.
Random drug testing, no alcohol consumption, no firearms. Warrant issued. Pre-indictment fugitive. Is that what that stands for? As of 1-3.
Yeah.
Why
would you be putting something on there about house arrest? Maybe if he bonds out.
If he bonds out, and he's on full home. Yeah, probably on full house arrest, but I don't know. Hold
on, let me screenshot this. 215955. Okay. I just needed that Vine number.
No problem, Popper. Take your time, brother. I'll be here for quite a while. Take your time. What did you say, Clue?
I just wanted that Vine number.
Right there, yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Yes. 215-955-3001. Charge record sent to Vine. So, yeah.
Offender record.
And let me know when you got everything off this, and I'll drop
No,
this.
I'm good.
Okay, hold on then. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see what else I got coming. 1 second. Okay, that's for Ramon. Let me see. I don't think I got anything else on Christopher. I don't know, Sherry, if we have anything on Christopher, throw it out there, and I'll throw that up too, if you can, please, and thank you. Golf inspector says house arrest is a sentence in which offenders are ordered by the court to remain confined in their residences, usually allowed to leave only for medical. Right. It's just weird to see that listed on this indictment because, what's up, Richard? Because of the case and the stance of the case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think it's simply just the conditions of his bond. Like,
I think that's. I agree.
He bond out, right?
Right.
However, what's weird is they would typically issue a no contact order irregardless.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't they?
I would imagine, considering the situation, yeah. And that's weird to me too. I think it varies by the case itself, Teresa, because she's saying abuse of corpse is misdemeanor. In this scenario, it's a capital murder case. Yeah, it's a. Go ahead, Ann.
There's 2 felonies. That one is listed as a felony. I thought the same thing, but in Texas, apparently it's a felony.
Yeah. With this case, like I said, based on the scenario, that's crazy. It is.
That's
crazy.
really a misdemeanor, places?
Yeah, right. Isn't that nuts?
You wouldn't think that. Like, good God.
Yeah, exactly. Terry, what's going on? Good to see ya. Thank you, Iris Hewlett. Good to see you. Thank you, Teresa. Again, Salty Grace. Good to see you tonight. Terry Martin. Good to see you. Tamara. Good to see you. I think I got everybody. Thank you again, Doodle, for that. Appreciate that. Dreamer. And again, anybody that donated towards that to support this channel to keep the bills paid in here. YouTube premium, StreamYard and the internet running. That definitely helps keep me coming to you guys. So I appreciate you all so very much that have done that or will do that. It's definitely not something expected. It is more than appreciated, though. And thank you for that, Doodle, again. What is happening with you, Mr. Richard? How are you this evening?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know. You guys can go ahead and have your show. Great seeing you, by the way. Take care.
You too, sir. You too. Always. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Happy New Year.
Haole makahiki ho, motherfucker. Happy New Year, Hawaiian.
Absolutely. What he just said.
There's a song. Hey, Cletus and Clue, aloha. I had something to say. I'm finally on the big boys table now. So cool. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
What's going on?
I don't know if you guys have ever met the Richard. He's quite the eccentric friend of ours here. We love him on this channel. He's very, very talented artist. Miss Lily's in the house. Good to see you.
I'm just curious. Is he in Hawaii? He says aloha.
Well, I'm from Hawaii. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say he was from Hawaii. Yeah. Who can talk tonight? Not me. Hawaii. Sorry.
Hey, Clue and Cletus, I've actually followed your show. By the way, yeah, I'm an artist, this and that, though. I've been studying the Idaho case.
Okay.
Is studying. I study, yeah. I'm one of the individuals who has figured out a few things. I like your channel. I like your relationship, and I love how you present yourself. So I did want to say that.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate
Absolutely. I think that's why everybody is attracted to your guys' channel, because of their interactions between the two of you. That's what brought me to you guys, honestly.
It's her channel, not mine. I'm just a sidekick.
But that's what I think drug us all over there, guys. I'll be honest with you. Is the first time I watched it, I was just drawn in by the two of you, the interactions, the way you two go back and forth, and it's definitely a unique channel. There's not many any channels that do that like you guys do. It's really good. And everybody that I've sent to you has said the same thing. Everybody that has come to you or come and spoke to me about you has said the same thing too. So you guys do a great thing over there. I love it.
Well, thank you. It's all him. It's all him.
No.
And he says it's all you. That's how that works, guys. We know.
You know, I think it's a whole lot of both of you.
That's what I was gonna say. Thank
They're
you.
piled on there, and then we got a Cletus and we got a Clue. That's what we got.
I told you he's eccentric, but he's great. I love it.
I love it.
Absolutely, Robin. It's pinned in the chat, hon. If you don't see it, I'll drop it again for you. Don't worry about it. Here we go. And like I said, guys, the topic is whatever you guys choose to talk about throughout. It doesn't have to be crime. We could talk about cooking spaghetti for all I care. It's up to you guys tonight. Tonight is subscriber night. And of course, whoever's on panel, whatever you guys bring up, it's up to you guys. There's a link there for you, Robin and Bobby J. It's welcome. Good to see you tonight. Valerie, good to see you, my dear.
I have a question for our panel for Cletus and Clue. We never get an opportunity to talk about movies, and you know that's something that I'm very, 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 very passionate about. I'm wondering, what are some of your favorite movies and why?
I'm more the action person. Like, I like all the Lethal Weapons, Die Hard. I'm not much of like a sassy, like romantic. Like I'll watch Runaway Bride. You know, if it's like that time of the month and I need to feel like a girl.
Let me interrupt real quick for 1 second. Mods, can you drop Clue's link, please? That's what Robin wanted, was Clue's link to their channel, if you could, please. Sorry, Clue. Go ahead, hon.
But like I just have to be, my hormones got to be acting up for me to want to sit and watch two people cry over each other and one's leaving and blah, blah. Get over it. Life goes on. There's 7 billion people in the world. You'll find another one. But I really do like action. And Disney, like the little cartoon movies. Like Elf is my favorite movie in the world.
It's a great movie. Great movie. I love Will Ferrell. That's why I love it. But
yeah, Clockwork Orange. I like that movie.
Oh.
Haven't seen that in forever.
Dude, that is a killer movie.
Sir, you can't park your car here. I like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see where you're going now. Okay, what about let me see here. I just had it on the tip of my tongue.
Cletus?
What the hell is it called? What is it called? The dude. His name is The Dude.
The Big Lebowski.
Thank you. You tell me you love that movie too.
Oh yeah.
All right. There we go.
Certainly sounds like it.
The Big Lebowski. I love that movie. All right.
In a good Western. A good Western.
Yeah. Westerns are great.
Unforgiven, modern classic, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite actor for Westerns, guys?
Clint Eastwood for me all day. No doubt.
You can't.
I agree though. Lee Van Cleef was really freaking cool though. I really like Lee Van Cleef back in the day.
I saw Pale Rider at a drive-in movie theater, and that was all it took. Like Clint Eastwood was it for me.
That movie, that movie will make you. I mean, I'm a huge John Wayne fan too, but Eastwood, because I like everything Eastwood's ever been in. Yeah, I'm all the way up to Gran Torino. I haven't seen that new movie yet. The one where he's working for the Big C.
That was a good movie. Hey, you got to watch that.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to in a bad way.
Wait, you talking about the one where he's a mule? No, you're not talking about that.
Yeah, the mule.
Yeah.
That's it. The mule.
Really?
That's called actually the mule.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I do a lot of stuff on film, this and that,
Right.
and the thing that I've heard was that movie was bad.
You gotta
liked
be an Eastwood fan, I think, because it's not one of the best, but it's really good.
I thought
liked
it was damn good.
Yeah.
It's got to be good. I mean, even the man is just an amazing actor, in my opinion. All right, whoever we have backstage, unfortunately, you have to show me your face once, and then after that, you don't have to. I just got to make sure it's an actual face and it's not something else. Because it's happened, guys. We know it happens, and I don't want it to happen tonight. That's all I'm saying. So just show me your face once, and you're coming on up. I'm coming aboard.
When we first started one of my film channels, and we were doing this live, I guess it was during the pandemic or whatever, or right before. A lot of penises, shall we say? A lot.
Yes. I've seen my share. I've seen other things too that I didn't want to see. I've seen the reverse. Anyway, I'm just saying I've seen some things. So,
I have a split the room question.
Okay.
Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Wars.
Star Wars all day.
Star Wars, though. See, I've got my Kirk and my Darth Vader right there. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me clarify this. Star Trek. William Shatner or Star Trek?
Shatner.
The newer.
Chris Pine.
Shatner.
Chris Pine.
Well, we're definitely not doing the 2009.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, the series or the movie?
so.
Series or movies?
You have to go classic. You have to though, but
I don't know. Movie?
Star Trek.
Yeah, they have a bunch. The Wrath of Khan. They got a bunch of movies back in the day.
1982 was a big year for movies. Yes.
Yeah.
The Wrath of Khan is probably that's the only thing for me that makes it a tough choice between
Me too.
Star
That was a
Trek
great
and
movie.
oh
Great
my
movie.
god, it was a great movie.
And then
Loved it.
wasn't it Bad Seed? Was the '60s episode that first introduced Khan?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
I tell you a really good movie if you haven't seen it yet. Check out Sisu.
Oh my gosh.
SISU. Oh wow.
That is the best movie I've seen in the last.
I've heard great things about this, and I forgot. So thank you very much for reminding me. I've heard very good things.
It's a great movie. Great movie.
Yeah,
This is the Australian or what language is it? And he barely speaks, right?
Yeah, I don't even know that he does speak, other than maybe 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he might speak like twice, maybe.
And I forget what country he was
But
in.
literally in the last 5 years, I have not seen a movie that held my attention that much. Like, I'm not a big movie person anymore, just because it's like hard for me to stay focused that long.
Right.
But that one, holy crap! Like, you couldn't turn. I mean, our kid was sitting here like just with her mouth open, like.
What movie was that again?
Sisu.
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 You know what? I'm gonna write that down because I've never heard of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's on
Amazon.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me grab a.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you guys mentioned that, because that one did slip through my fingers, even though I have my notebooks. Because, like I said, I work on a lot of these shows, YouTube shows, and everything for movies. Though that one sounded really kick-ass. It sounded.
Creator, I've heard of that too. Sounds good. I'll tell you a movie not to watch. And that goes to everybody. I just watched it the week before Christmas.
Don't say The Monsters, because I love The Monsters.
No. That was okay. I'm a zombie fan, regardless of whether it sucks or not. I watch it either way. So it doesn't matter. Okay. Leave the World Behind. If you don't watch it.
I'm good.
Okay.
Don't watch it. It was done well. Okay. Too well. Because it freaked the shit out of me. And I was like, and I don't get scared by movies and weirded out by movies. That one got me. I'm telling you right now, it got me. So,
like, scared how?
Like, reality scared. Like, this is gonna happen to us one of these days, type scared shit. Okay.
This is the one that was produced by Barack Obama.
Yeah. He had a part in it, yes.
No offense, and in no way am I trying to make this a political conversation, though. I believe the realism has a little bit of factual.
That's a good point.
That's what scared me.
Yeah.
That's why you got to be a prepper, Dago. Like, you don't got 25.
I can't afford to be no damn prepper.
It ain't
It's
expensive.
not that
Hey, you need to know my mom, Dago. You could be a prepper tomorrow. Just know my mom.
It's really not that expensive.
Well, here's another thing, guys. And I guess I have a fear of reality in some senses, but if I believe by prepping, I'm sorry, that you're saying you're giving into it in your reality. I'm realizing
we're not talking about going, off the rails and doing drills every weekend, but you better believe we got like 100-pound bags of rice here and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, along those lines, have a little something for the rainy day.
And it's more about the skills than it is what you have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think I just got a call, but it didn't ring in. So hang on a minute. The phone lines are open as well, guys. So whoever just tried to call, I think I knew who. There it comes. Okay, hang on.
Call from.
Hello, Terry.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Welcome. How are you? Happy New Year.
You too, my friend.
Great to hear from you.
So, I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, so am I on?
Oh, you're live. You are live with the Dago.
We can hear you, darling.
And Cletus and Richard.
Cletus, I don't have much. I thought I was watching another older one of your videos, and I'm like, okay, I'm really confused. First of all, are there 2 Gaylords?
Not that I know of. And you're talking about me or Clue?
Is there? Well, I think there's isn't there a J Lord Point or something that's a man?
Oh, you're talking about J Rod on Point.
Oh, J Rod. Okay,
Yes.
and then there's a J Lord. Okay, I'm very confused on that.
No, it's okay. And by the way, for everybody asking, this is Terry Martin. She's in chat or was in chat. She's calling in from Ohio.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I just have a question because on that chat that I was listening to, J Lord, J Lord, or whoever it is, the guy Point, whatever.
J Rod, yeah.
J Rod, okay. J Rod was saying, okay, so if that's the sorority house they were living in, and you said, yeah. Okay, is that how people are thinking? I mean, is that the thought?
You're saying that I said, yeah, it was a sorority house?
Yeah.
Okay, if I said that, then I was wrong because no, it was not. It was off campus. I think it was mentioned at some point as being a sorority house because most of the girls that lived there were all in a sorority, but as far as a sorority house itself, it's not related. The house itself is not linked directly to any sororities. No.
That's correct.
Okay, because that is what really confused me because I'm like, okay, that can't be right because didn't guys live there like they were? And I mean, also, because then I was like, okay, well, if that's a sorority house, there's no way in hell that a dad should be going in and fixing a lock. They should have had ring cameras. I mean, they didn't have adequate lighting. They didn't have cameras. They didn't have adequate.
Yeah, no,
alarms.
Yeah, Sony's saying that it was part of the Greek system, but
really,
that is wrong.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know the cops. Didn't they tell them at a noise complaint that they were going to call the panel?
Yes, they did.
Yes,
they did say that.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, right, and that's why I don't understand. Okay, so either it is or it isn't. That doesn't make sense because if it was, that's up to the sorority to make sure that place is safe, right?
Yeah, I agree. It should be, yeah.
Okay.
But here's my thought on that. If that's an actual sorority house, don't sorority houses have to have a house mother?
Yeah, they do.
Well, it's kind of funny that you asked that, but that would have been really thought of would more or less have been an annex, a sorority annex, which is you don't have enough room in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So then a lot of times you'll have an annex.
But the problem is the girls weren't in the,
would be in the house.
Okay.
But they weren't all in the same sorority.
Yeah. That's the other thing. That's the other thing, Terry, is they weren't all in the same sorority. They were all in completely different sororities.
Well, yeah, exactly. And if it was a sorority house, there's no way in HELL that a boy would be sleeping in a girl's room.
Right. That's the other thing. Yeah.
Okay.
How can we break the rules without breaking the rules, kind of thing?
I mean, yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
that's something that I think there's like Richard just mentioned the word rules. There's a whole lot of rules that weren't followed at that house if it was a sorority house, in my opinion.
No, exactly. It wasn't a sorority house. Because if it was a sorority house, a lot of the campus donated the house.
Right.
That's it doesn't make sense.
So so let me clarify this right here and now. If that is something I said, it might have been that I was mishearing something or something, but I was wrong for saying that. That's my apologies.
No, it's not a problem. It's just that I wanted to clarify. I want to make sure, there wasn't, why did I have a ring camera? And I was told on another channel, no lie. And I'm like, well, that's great, but you're talking about a college campus. Why wouldn't they have a ring camera?
Yeah.
I mean, it's safety, right? I mean,
Good
they
point.
should have ring cameras. They should have good lighting. They should have locks that work. I mean, let's put it this way. We've been told the back sliding glass door didn't lock, so that's why they put chairs back there. Really?
The schools, yeah.
I kind of vibe with the putting the chairs back there because I've had screen or sliding doors. They are easily manipulated. Kids can mess them up.
I've lived in 2 homes that have had the sliders on them, and I took a 2x4 and stuck it in the trap, even with the lock on it, just to be safe. So
exactly.
He was going on about something that I do agree with, though. But yeah, I'm sorry.
That was odd putting chairs there. I don't even know if that would really work. I mean, you need it in the, like you said,
in the track. Yeah,
part.
in the track, exactly.
You know what I mean? So,
Dan, I don't know. Dan, it sounds like you still have a little bit of background. I backed out your background noise, but it was still picking up something.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm in my car, so
okay. All right, then fine. You're good. You're good.
I mean, I'll jump down. I mean, sorry about that. I was in a little bit of a.
No, you're fine, dude.
For a couple minutes, yeah. Hang out, dude.
Go ahead, Terry. Go ahead.
So that was a question I had because Rod was talking about, well, that was the sorority house, blah, blah, blah. It should have been treated like one and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's no way that was a sorority house.
I don't believe
it was. No freaking way. Because they wouldn't have guys, they wouldn't have alcohol, they wouldn't have parties, they wouldn't have they didn't treat it. And then why was it donated to the campus, not the sorority?
And I honestly, and they were all in different sororities. There was no specific title to the house. There was no name to the house. There was no house mother. I know I guess there's a reason you could do that, but there was nothing that would link it to, and I've never seen a sorority house that has multiple sororities living in it. It doesn't work that way, I don't think. So
it was just off-campus housing is what it was, and it just happened to be that it was sorority girls that lived in it. That's
okay.
Make it a sorority house.
Yeah.
Well, the one odd thing that I'm going to add on, I got my apologies. I got to piggyback on when they jumped in.
Hold on, Richard.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All of a sudden now people are talking about this. Those girls, I mean, the people that lived in that house, especially Kaylee, in my opinion, and I've heard everybody else talk about it now lately too, Kaylee and Maddie, they were into something that probably was bigger than them, and they were scared, and now others are scared, whatever was going on. And in the book, and I haven't read it, but didn't Dylan's, I don't know if it was her dad or stepdad, wrote some book or helped write a book. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Dylan's dad, I don't. Do you know anything about that, Clue? I never heard of that.
Okay, so yeah. Apparently somebody wrote a book.
Dylan's dad gave the interview to the guy that wrote the
book. Yeah. I know what she's talking about.
I think
the guy, that private investigator guy that wrote While Idaho Slept or something, talked to Dylan's dad. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. And Dylan's dad said that the girls always locked their bedroom doors upstairs when they weren't there. Mm-hmm. And I was told on another channel that,
Hello?
Had to have there because they couldn't get into the bars. And so I don't think that the two older ones were always at those parties. And I don't think that they were there. Do you think that the time they had that noise complaint? I know the one where it was the very first one where the blonde girl, and we don't know who it was that answered. It was either Bethany or the girlfriend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she went and got somebody. And remember they talked to Maddie on the phone?
I don't know. Wait, say that one more time. Say that one more time.
If you recall, the police talked to Maddie on the phone.
Oh, yeah. Or her sister or her twin.
I remember that.
Right.
Or her twin.
I was told that they were there. They just didn't want to come to the front door. And I just don't believe that. And I'm just curious, have you heard anything like that?
we actually heard something about that yesterday. Or Davey, the last time I did the Idaho stream, somebody said that they believe that, like, why would you think that they wouldn't be in the house?
That was me.
Okay, yeah,
I personally think that Dylan or Bethany or both were there, but they're not going to come to the door because then they'll be in trouble because they're the ones responsible for the house.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree with you, but I don't think that Kaylee or Maddie were there.
I agree with that. I think they really were at the bar.
I do too, because I don't think they stayed in those parties. I think they left and went to the bars most of the time because their age group would be at the bars,
yeah,
right?
And I can agree. After Clue said that to me, I was like, oh shit, I never thought of that. With Xana and Ethan being underage, and with Dylan and Bethany being underage, I'm sure that they probably were at home quite often and the others were out. So you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yes. And
that makes sense.
That brings me to what I have said from day one, and especially it backs it up now that it's in a book that the dad said Dylan that mentioned it, because that's what how I heard it, is that they locked their bedroom doors before they would go out. And I'm sorry, I was told, well, no, why would they need a camera in their room? Because they trust their friends. I'm like, I don't even know who the heck is going into that house.
That's it right there, in my opinion, because we saw how many people were in and out of that house on a regular basis. That would make sense to me. I would have done it.
Exactly. And I said, are you, well, you know what? I would hope that you would trust your nanny with your baby, but they still put nanny cams in.
Right.
I said, I would trust my nanny more than I would trust people going in and out of that house.
Sure. But yeah.
To speak on what she's saying about the girls staying home, remember all the videos of the guys, there's usually some...
Heidi?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I went to music. I was listening, I think, to somebody else that was saying something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Richard was talking. Go ahead.
Oh, is he still?
Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
Okay, no, just piggybacking on what she was just saying. The both houses are equally, I would imagine, the party houses. If you were to pick two, I would pick that one. I would pick the boys, and the boys always had a guy up on the roof, and the girls always had somebody in the window and somebody answering the door, covering. So it's a system. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't want. So I agree that, yeah, the kids could have been there the whole time, or maybe not. On those rando days.
I definitely think Bethany and Dylan were there. I mean, yeah, I agree. But I don't think that the older girls. I'm not saying that they weren't at some of the parties, but for the most part, I think they hung with a different crowd, an older crowd. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, if they were already, scared, and I'm sorry, but if I lived in a house that people were coming and going all the time, and you didn't know who it was, and they were just locking their bedroom door, I would have some sort of a hidden camera in there, making sure that no one took any of my stuff.
I wouldn't even have hit it. It'd have been right in your face. That way you'd have known when you walked in the door not to walk in the door. That's how I would have had it set up.
That's
exactly.
right.
So if that is the case, what is this whole thing? What is that part of the evidence that they have that those cameras were on and it filmed it?
I mean, that's a good point, but I don't know. I mean, my opinion is that something like that would have been in the PCA. I think.
Agree. But they don't have to list everything in the PCA. Remember, they can keep it really simple. And that's what we've been told.
Like, they don't have to list everything in the PCA, but like, look at this Savannah Soto case, right? You can kind of compare the two PCAs when you think about it. I know for a fact they didn't list everything in that one, but it does give you a good idea that there is enough to point at this person.
And a lot
exactly. And here's the thing, they keep saying they have all, I mean, I don't is it like Trigabytes or whatever, terabyte? That could be a lot of footage in there. And
isn't it the PCA is only needs to be enough to convince a judge, because once the judge agrees, then it's game on. Am I correct?
Yep.
Well, I mean, he's in trial. He didn't get released.
Yeah, true. Hang on one second, Terry. Whoever just tried to call in on the back of that, give it a minute, give it a few more minutes, and then go ahead and try to give a call back. Anyway, go ahead, Terry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just, it's really been bugging me because there was a video, and it was like audio, and I can't remember where I heard it, but it was of Haley's dad and mom were teaching her how to shoot a gun.
I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. So if they were doing that, Haley had left and she really didn't want to go back, right? She was like hemming and hawing about that.
Yeah.
And you saw her with the camera the whole time. And what the hell? We don't know what she told somebody, Maddie told Adam and which Adam she told.
Right. Welcome, Leslie.
There's we don't know what was going on, but something was going on.
Who has said that about Kaylee not wanting to go back? I'm just curious.
It was an interview that I had watched with the Gonsalves family, and it was Christy that I think spoke up and said that oh God, I'm trying to remember which interview it was, but I swear it was her that stated that. Yeah, it was Christy. She said that
she was only going back there because she wanted to spend time, show Maddie her vehicle, the whole the dance that Dylan pulled her into. That was kind of.
See, I don't remember that.
Oh yeah. I watched the interview.
And another one, though, Steve said she had finals to finish, if I'm not mistaken.
I heard that too. I heard that there was one more day, which was really.
So it's like, I don't know if I buy this whole she didn't want to go back or she was scared. Like, if that were the case, she would have literally drove up there Monday morning, taken her final, and went home.
In a world in which we can't believe any narratives, that's a very darn good point, right? Because we don't know what to believe about anything. So was she or was she not scared to go back? That's a good question.
And see, it's also been put out there that Dylan wanted her to be her plus one.
Yeah.
And
that's odd.
And that she was kind of him-hawed. That's what I think I heard Christy talking about, that she was like, well, should I? And Christy said she asked her, should I do it? And Christy said, if you want to do it. That's what was in the interview. I think it was the Chronicles of Olivia's interview. And so
I've seen it. I concur. I've seen it.
Yeah, so she did. So she did it. And then, again, the finals thing. So I think it was a combination. And then on top of that, she took advantage of that situation to go show Maddie the new vehicle she was buying too. So, that was.
I'll have to watch that again because I've watched every interview they've done. And I've never gotten the impression that girl was scared to go back. I've never gotten.
I don't know about scared. I'm not going to say scared, but she kind of like was undecided about it, is what it was.
Hesitant, as if there was something along the lines of she didn't really feel or want to go back. Mom says that.
But that's the thing. It doesn't make sense. She had to go back. She has tests to take. So it's like, whether you want to or not, you have to.
Right.
I think for the dance. I think
Christy said that she was undecided or apprehensive or something like that in those lines.
If you're apprehensive, that to me tells you that you're apprehensive. You're not 100% confident.
Right.
For some reason. Why would she be apprehensive?
I mean, maybe she just was tired of being at school. Or hold on one second, everybody. Leslie Watkins with the first super sticker. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that more than you know, and God bless. But
she could have just not liked Dylan.
Shoot the gun. That was audio, and I don't remember what I heard that on, but
I saw
literally you could hear the three of them.
I saw the video. I saw the video of it. I can't remember where I saw it. Somebody sent it to me. It was definitely Steve, and it was Kaylee when she was younger.
And Christy was there too.
Yeah, and he was showing her how to hold it, how to do this and do that.
So let me explain how I feel about that. Okay, like our kid was shooting a gun at 9 years old. Like when you have that type of mentality, it was a BB gun. Okay, before y'all send the federales over here, but. Like, that's just something that us Southerners do. Like, you want your kids to be able to defend themselves when they're older and should the need arise. You know what I mean? So for me, that's not, I don't look at that like that's suspect at all, because I feel like Steve and Christy align a lot of ways with like me and Cletus. So
that's good parenting. You know what? Teaching your defense. That's good parenting.
Yeah, my son and all of my kids, they've known for a long time. I taught them a long time ago. My son was in the military. It's just one of them things, you know. If you're gonna mess around with it, you need to know the right way. My family, they were hunters and stuff like that, so they've known. You know, it's just I've taught them all, even the youngest one, 17. I live in an area where we shoot guns constantly, so and we all have them, you know.
But that's one of those things that I feel like people hear and they're like, "Oh my gosh, was Kaylee scared of something? Was someone after her?" And it's like, no, I doubt it.
I'm from Missouri.
Yeah,
I'm not. But what I'm saying is, I get it. I grew up in the country,
right?
And you know, I mean, my dad had. I could. So what I'm saying is that there was just a lot of, it's almost too many things. Boom, 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 all of these same time. And then with Maddie telling something, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
It just doesn't feel right.
I get it. And
I don't think that we're going to find out. I just am curious if this is going to come out, any of this comes out, and that's what they're, you know, why they know for sure that they have the right guy. I mean,
right.
I don't know.
Hold on one moment again, if you can. 1 second.
Phantasmic Ether, welcome and thank you.
I have to do it. I have to do it in that voice because she loves it and I love her name. So thank you for that super chat again. So very much appreciated. And God bless. But I have to do it with that voice because she loves it. So sorry about that to scare anybody.
So, Daniel, a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Had this not happened to these girls, this is for the women out here, okay? Sorry, I know I said you, but you don't qualify.
Sorry, needed.
To be fair, had this not happened, would that statement ever be sketchy at all?
No.
What did you say to Adam? No, they're talking. It's girl talk, and I don't think that Jack show up and says they're going to get you. Blah blah. They're talking.
Right.
You're correct. Here's the thing, like I said, if you take each thing and put it by itself, you're right. But when you put it all together, then it starts to get sketchy, and especially when you have 4 massacres. I don't know. So, you know, I don't know. I just think I'm not going to, you know, that I was curious about I wanted to make sure that, you know, it was out. There was no way that was a sorority house. There's just no way. And I don't think, and I personally think that they did have, at least Kaylee had a camera in her room. I don't think
I believe that. I believe that.
It's too weird. Not if you lived in a house that you didn't even know half the people that were in the house, right? So anyway,
I respond.
Enough to say.
Well, it just makes you wonder if Steve, like, if she really thought she was in danger, like Steve's taught her to shoot. Why wasn't she armed? She was old enough.
Maybe she was.
Like carrying it. Who knows if she wasn't? I mean, she didn't have a purse, so that we saw at the grub truck, but. I'd love to know whose jacket that was she had on. I wonder if that was.
That's Maddie. Talking about Maddie, the jacket. Yeah.
Did Maddie take her boyfriend to that ball? Was it the Betty's ball?
No, I think he was in Boise. Boise.
one of the questions I've been asking or wanting to know the answer to is whose jacket? Because it was not hers. It was
No.
3, 4 sizes too large.
Honestly, that jacket, I'll be honest with you. I think that was just a jacket that was left at the house that she just grabbed and threw on.
Ew.
That's my opinion with that, because there were so many people there. Or her
Ew.
boy.
Yeah, but that's a really rando thing, and that's kind of gross. Yeah, I agree with Clue there. Why? She picked it up from a dude at the bar. That's what girls do. They steal things from guys. At the bar.
Had it on.
So let me tell you about this jacket. Like, that is actually no lie how I started my channel, because when I watched that Grub Truck video, I was like, how come nobody is talking about the fact that this girl is in a jacket that is 12 times too big for her? And I'm like, I've been places where I'm cold and some random dude, I would never do it now, but some random guy would be like, here, you can just keep this jacket. Nowadays,
I mean, being that we saw her talking, they were talking to Jack Decor. It could have been his jacket. Who knows?
But nowadays, like, guys can, all you'd have to do is pop open a seam and sew you a little air tag in there, and they know exactly where you're going.
Oh, that's true too.
Hey, you know what? There's one guy in all the Grub Truck videos, and he's the only one wearing a white beater and new jacket. So, and he and Maddie kind of crossed paths, and I was always wondering, was he the guy she got the jacket from?
What kind of, who was that dance for? Was it for Pi-Fi's or what? I know it was called the Betty's Ball.
It was one of the sorority dances. No.
It was Jack. It was Ethan's sister's
Maisie. Yeah.
ball, because Ethan took the sister and Hunter took her friend, I think.
And I think that's the same fraternity that Dylan belonged to, right?
I think so too. Yeah.
Fraternity? Okay.
She was a Pi-Fi, just like Maddie was. So why wouldn't Maddie go ask?
Well, that's a good question too. Welcome, JC Ann. Welcome. Good to have you here tonight.
Aloha, JC Ann.
I'm sorry. I have these horses, and they just like, oh, don't. It's just frustrating because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, why would she go with Dylan? It doesn't. I mean, they're not even.
Some of these questions.
She went out of her way to get Kaylee. Dylan went out of her way to invite her. I mean, like an extra step. Not, hey, will you be my? No, she went her way. Talk to her mom and everything, or something.
So Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that you don't listen, but I think
I don't listen.
No, I know you don't listen to like all my videos, but
I mean, I've tried to catch up on them, but
let me tell you the oddest thing I have ever caught in this entire case outside of the jacket. Number 2.
Okay.
When you listen to the letter that Dylan reads to the roommates, because they didn't go to the memorial or whatever.
Okay.
She says, Dylan states, when I went to see her and her new car, I was like, whoa, Kaylee, that's so good for you. Where would Dylan have to go to see Kaylee's new car if they lived together?
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't hear that.
They didn't live together though. She moved out.
Ew.
But where? Okay, so Kaylee came back.
Yeah,
Kaylee came back to the house. So where did Dylan have to go?
Where did Dylan have to go?
And it would have been way out of her way to have met her like halfway. It just didn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm vibing on that one. I do agree with that. I'm vibing on that.
And you know what? Since you're so you're such a good clue finder, Clue. I'm still saying, did we ever figure out why these cowboy guys caught that? How they walked into the house?
Which ones?
They're law enforcement, in my opinion. That's why.
There's 2 different sets.
Okay, hold on, one at a time. Say that now again, Clue.
So there's 2 different sets of cowboys. The first ones go in there and they're just walking around. The one guy actually has on a cowboy hat.
Yes.
But in the second set, they walk in. One of them is carrying what looks like a briefcase.
Yes.
And then they come out with these gigantic brown paper bags, like they just stopped at the Piggly Wiggly. Like, what did you take out of the house in the middle of the night?
I did not differentiate that there were two different ones. Oh my God, are you serious?
Well, here's the thing, though. First off, real quick, thank you for tuning in, Martin. Have a great night. I know it's late for you over the pond there, and thank you very much again for supporting the channel. And I will be on tomorrow sometime. Thank you again. And the first set, I'm going to guess the ones that went in with the briefcase were some form of a CSI type forensics, I'm guessing, because of the briefcase. Okay. The other set, didn't they have something they carried in with them as well?
I don't think so. I think it was just it was like 4 or 5 of them. They just walked around.
4 of them, and one had something that he was concealing from the camera.
Yeah, I saw that when they came out with one of them had that huge brown bag that was looked like it might have had. See, this is what I think. That's when they were cutting out pieces of the wall and the floor, and that's why they were in the back like that. Because the one bag looked like it had something like flat maybe in it, and it was tall. You know what I mean? That one bag. So it could have been a piece of the wall or the floor or something they were cutting out for testing or whatever.
No, he was. Those guys. I'm just gonna say it's flat out. There's no way that they were involved in cutting out the house. No.
I just.
I can't imagine they walked in the night, didn't say a word, walked in and cut out floor and stuff. But these worse. Is it?
When they left with those bags, like they leave so sketchy. Like the one guy with the heavy bag, he's walking out and he's in such a hurry. He forgot where they parked.
Well, I think he was trying to get.
And remember, the back door couldn't open too.
I think he was trying to get the hell away from the cameras, honestly, because
no. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the ones with the bags. He literally starts walking up the hill, and the guy's like, "Hey, we parked here."
I remember that. You're right.
That's the one I've not seen, and I admit things that I do not know. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And what did you just say, Terry?
Share that link. Oh no. I'm sorry.
Literally, she rolled it back, and it was like, oh my God! I mean, they walked right into the house. I mean, they didn't have time to press any numbers or use a key. Just open the door.
Yeah, it was unlocked.
Yeah, I think it was unlocked at that time because of the security guard being there. Nobody could get in anyway.
Was there a security guard there during that time?
Yeah. They had security there from the beginning. Like very beginning.
To them.
May I present something?
Okay.
The cowboy hats are there's a theory that they're from Texas. Now we know that Kaylee was not just an intern; she had already started her job. She was already working for them because she had the laptop from that company down in Texas, and somebody from Canada had to come down and unlock the laptop for the police. So, perhaps maybe those guys were from Texas. The company that working for.
I don't know. I can't claim any of that because I have no knowledge of any of that stuff, unfortunately.
This is a fact. This is a fact, and I can prove it. Eddie might be able to help me as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I looked into that stuff and couldn't get any kind of concrete info from that situation. Neither one of those situations, actually. I don't know. But
right on.
I don't think any kind of rangers from Texas would have any jurisdiction there. And
that's what is so mystery, right? It's so mystery. Right. So it's so weird.
Welcome, Kath.
Well, I think they were FBI.
That's what I thought was FBI. I just thought one of them chose to wear a cowboy hat because that's his lifestyle, possibly. But
yeah, that's what I thought too.
And they were probably off hours too, you know what I mean. They were out of office hours doing that on their own time, in a sense.
In the middle of the night, yeah.
Well, I would imagine, yeah. They
it was
probably
dark.
The night
to
bug them as much. You know what I'm saying?
And they didn't realize there was going to be a reporter there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that it's just like every day you wake up and there's another question that comes up. None of this makes sense, and it's even making less sense. And I feel like we're all being made to look like fools because it's I feel like we're being thrown tidbits here and there.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what it is, because truly and honestly, we don't deserve any more than we've gotten. It's not really our business because of the situation, but that's why they gave us that PCA, and we're supposed to live with that. Unfortunately, that's all we really get. So until the trial.
And then we were told by that the PCA really was actually even overwritten.
Oh, it
right?
is. It is.
That's what we were.
It's definitely overwritten.
Too much in it.
Yeah, there's way too much in that.
Way too much and not.
Oh, okay. I got you, Cass. Don't forget, I'm still playing, so I got you. A damn game.
Well, anyway, I'll let you guys go.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna go make spinach balls. I'll send you the recipe.
Oh, I already have them. I have that recipe. We had those for Christmas. I
I'm
love
not
them.
talking to you. I'm talking to Clue.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
you eat.
I love those things so very much. Love them so much.
Love
yeah.
spinach balls, yeah.
Yeah.
They're good.
All right.
They're really good. Terry,
Bye, guys.
thank you so much for calling in, Terry. Have a wonderful night, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Love and aloha, Terry.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, Terry, for calling. Yeah, I'm going to, Cass. I'm playing that stupid Monopoly Go game on my phone, and I am now playing against Cassie as well. And I've been bankrupted multiple times by these people. I've had all this money in there, and it's gone. So you're welcome, Cass. Absolutely. I'll get you back there. I promise you.
Funny.
And whoever called in before or tried to call in, please, you're welcome to call back if you'd like to. Trying to find if I can see. Is it there? No, it's not. Hold on a second here. Let me back that up for a second. And again. And again. No. Maybe.
That is such a fun game.
It's addicting as hell. Addicting. So addicting.
You know, talking about that, I avoid. I design games, like mostly tabletop board games and card games and role playing.
Okay.
Though there's one game that I found, and it's a pirate game. It was Wheel of Fortune, though it was like Wheel of Nudity. It was like an adult version of Wheel of Fortune, and I'm trying to find it. I've got all my old computers. It was so genius though, because it was so corny. You could win a mermaid.
Oh wow, gotcha.
I love mermaids.
I know.
This is my granddaughter. My granddaughter loves. In fact, she got a. We have a pool, and for the I think it was end of the summer, my wife found it. It's a whole thing you put on. It's like a swimsuit, and it's like a mermaid fin, and it.
I knew that's what you're going for. I'm like, did you hire a mermaid, dude?
Oh no. Although I'm sure if that was a possibility, my wife would have tried to do that already.
Don't tell her. Don't tell her anything.
Right, exactly. So, but she loves it. She loves the mermaid stuff for real. It's hilarious.
It gets hot enough to swim there.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Wait,
in the summer, of course, it's like 110 degrees this past summer. It's crazy hot here.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm trying. It'll be a lot of murders and stuff that come out of there. I can't do that.
Yeah, no, it definitely gets hot in the summertime. It's crazy hot here sometimes. I hate it. But yeah, and
weather's getting really crappy for us, right, Dago? Because what's hitting you is actually because I'm south of you. Right. I'm in Kentucky, by the way. I'm from Hawaii, but I'm down in Kentucky. Yeah, okay. Dago's hitting me right now.
I'm in Ohio, Northeast Ohio, so it's coming. I've seen it coming.
What's coming?
Some crazy ass winter storm.
Yes.
And Ohio is touch and go with that kind of stuff. Like it'll say, we'll get this whole crazy weather report, and we all get ready for this. You know, we prep for the storm and do this and do that, and then it just blows right past us.
Yeah.
It happens all the
time.
Yep.
He said prep.
Yeah, my son was pissed, actually. He was like, why couldn't this happen on, like, Monday? I said, I don't know. I can't control it, son. He's like, yeah, because then we could get a snow day. And I said, you're not getting no damn snow day. Relax. It's not going to happen. Yes.
Not anymore. There's no such snow days anymore, right? Because
no,
now
because they still get on their laptops and do their schoolwork from home anyway. So it is what it is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it said SRB for where you're at. We're getting the rest of it supposedly, and I'm just praying to God we're not. Just praying we're not. Nebraska. Oh yeah, you get snow in Nebraska all the time, JC. But our weather's bipolar here too. Oh, we got a caller. All right. Hello.
From Heidi.
You are live with Dago Clue Cletus and Mr. The Richard. How are you tonight, Heidi?
Hi, fine. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for calling. What can we do for you?
Well, I was there was a random thing the other day. You were talking to, I think, Eddie.
Uh-huh.
And you were going through the house. Yeah. And it was kind of annoying me. He did make a good point. Where the kitchen didn't actually the schematics of the plot.
Yeah.
Or whatever it's called.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't right. Well, what he forgot to say was the third floor is messed up too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so if you look at like the outside of the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at that floor plan.
Right.
So first what I see is they end the floor plan at the bathroom and they curve in, which would lead you to believe that window in Maddie's room is, I don't know, on the side of the house, which it wouldn't be. It would be in the front.
Right,
so,
right.
And you're going in there and moving through that trajectory and where he's going to go, whoever it is, he, she, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so is that door in the back really where we think it is? You know, what is the real spacious, trajectory of that room? I said that wrong, but whatever.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. That's a good point. That is a good point. Because I think Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that there's been a couple other creators that have done some things in the house, and they've put things in the house where I don't think where they think that they would be there, and it looks like it should be, but they're not there because of the way the house is lined up. Because I noticed that when that addition was put on, it was kind of like just like attached to the one back side of the house and built upward, which is a very strange addition to me. I'm sorry, by the way. But at the same time, I think that it is so offset in different ways that it's really hard to actually tell exactly how everything is set up in there, in my opinion. That one door that they said was a walk-in closet type hidden room or whatever that was. And there's a lot of strange things with that house.
Crap.
Yeah.
Absolute crap. I think that's crawl space, and that was from the house before.
Yes.
Or even multiple re-editions before the house was
I agree.
as it is now.
I agree.
Look how long that house has been there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time. And like I said, for those of you that didn't know, from what we found out, the president of the university, that was where he grew up at.
Exactly. That may have been something that was when he was there.
Right.
We will never figure out what that is. There's no damn tunnels there.
No, I don't. There's not. The tunnels, they run under the over by where the campus to the school is and stuff like that. And they had shown on a schematic that I saw that the tunnels would run out to certain roads. But that's it, guys, that there was no tunnel under that house that I saw. I went looking. A lot of people went looking. There's nothing that ran directly under the house that I saw.
Right. No. I just wish people would stop with the bullshit and the conspiracy woohoos and look at the facts. Even if you want to go with the PCA, first you start with the police incident report. And I know this because for the last 20 years, this is what I've done. I've reviewed these things.
Right.
I'm an analyst and I've worked with these things.
Awesome.
You start with that type of stuff. Okay,
yeah.
What did the police start with? What did they see?
Right.
This one, that one, everybody else. Okay, that compiles into what turns into the PCA.
Right.
Okay, well, in this type of a situation, we've seen that this actual police town, or not police town, but whatever, college.
Freudian slip.
They're very lax on actually writing reports.
Uh-huh.
So when you see this PCA with all this hearsay, all this other stuff, missing this, missing that, whatever, they're not used to writing reports.
Right.
So a lot of this miswording and whatever, regardless if it's him or not, and I'm not sure it's him. Seriously, not even close.
Right.
But they don't know how to write these reports to make them make sense. There is so much shit in there that doesn't belong.
and they're giving him out on every single thing they say. They're like, oh, this he did, but it could be. It was Kaylee, but it could be Xana. I mean,
right.
Come on, dude. You gotta put this back towards training, and then in another bone, it's small town. Give them a little break.
That's what I said that a while ago. I said that a while ago because I said, even as for what I did, okay, you can go through all the training you want to go through. And I'm just saying that I gave this as an excuse to some of the mistakes that were made. You can go through all the training you did, and I did. I went through fire school and EMS classes and all this other stuff. I did all that stuff.
I've been there too. Yeah.
Okay.
I went through the military, but yeah.
Right. So for what we do to go through all that training and practice and all this other stuff until the first time you actually interact in that situation or you have to deal with that situation, you don't know exactly what is going to happen. And I made mistakes the first house fire I was on. I made mistakes the first time I was on an EMS run because you don't know until you
walked into a mass grave. First time I went into a bombed-in zone, I had to walk through the engineer's path to get into and recover my patient.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and I was hoping I was stepping in the right spot. You don't know how you're going to react.
Right. That's fact. And that's what I'm saying. This is a quadruple homicide, you guys. These guys are patrol officers. A lot of them were young and new in some senses. And they come into this situation and they were like, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying? You don't until you
exactly. What do we do?
How often are you going to experience that?
We've never seen this crap before.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
A rookie or such.
What are the odds that they've experienced that ever in their lives before? Probably
not a thing.
Nothing. Okay. Which is why some of the mistakes that were made, in my opinion. Okay. I'm just saying that's my opinion.
Exactly.
Yes, it is, Kat. It's Heidi on the phone. And like I said, that's why I kind of like understand in some senses, but there are still some things, SOP, that I didn't understand, standard operating procedure in a scenario like that, that whether you're new or not, that you should have probably done.
Absolutely. You're supposed to go through that training, but like, you were fire, I guess, or fire paramedic.
Yes.
When you go through those things, the training is wonderful. You think you know it until you get there.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I get that. I mean, it all goes out the window and you go.
You just do what you're supposed to be doing.
How much that training actually got to you and soaked in.
Right.
Right.
I agree. I do agree.
But I'm not saying that Brian did it. I don't know. No one knows.
Right.
We won't know until we know.
Right.
But I do have an odd, maybe it's a little woohoo, but I do have an odd kind of gut feeling that it is not him.
Okay.
Can I go there for a minute?
Sure. That's what it's all about, guys.
Bring it on, darling. We're here for you.
Absolutely. You're right.
Okay. It is not him. What I think it is one or the other. Idaho had a kid. Somebody in Idaho University had a kid who went to WSU, or vice versa, or in the police department. Somebody higher up. Oopsie daisy, or had an interaction with him and knew him in some way, and they're covering up for somebody higher up child.
Okay.
Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah. It sounds like another case that I believed in. Hold on one second. Richard, thank you very much for that, brother. I appreciate that so very much. I love being in the same voice space as Dago and Cletus and Clue. Followed each of you for months. I appreciate you, brother. It does. It actually reminds me of another case that I was covering, a theory that I had about the Kylie Rodney case.
Yeah.
I really feel strongly about that case, that is a scenario.
Oh yeah, I think in that one it was somebody who was involved, whose kid was involved in the police department or someone.
That's exactly what my thoughts were with that one too. So it's not that far fetched to think at all, and you have the right to feel that way because of what you see and hear.
Right.
It could make sense. Definitely could make sense. There's no reason why it couldn't make sense. And the only thing that has grabbed me with this, that I have had struggles after struggles after struggles after struggles with, is trying to differentiate on a way that Brian's DNA ended up on that stupid sheath that ended up in
Right.
the damn house. That is my biggest issue with this whole thing.
Exactly. That's the entire sticking point. That's the only thing they have.
Right.
And you know what?
Right.
Yeah. Could it be him? And this theory that it's more than one person, I honestly have a problem with that. Because the more people are in there, the more problem you have with, like now you have 2, 3, what have you, number of people who could potentially leave DNA.
Yeah.
One is actually easier to get in and out without doing that.
Yeah.
But we have a gag order. We don't know how many people.
Right.
We don't know the real time.
That's right. That's
we
right.
don't know what was left in there. So we can sit here and speculate all we want, but and yeah, that's what they had when they got the PCA.
Well,
but he's not just
right. And you know what?
and
Let me ask you real quick too. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Clue, because I've never asked your hold on, Richard, 1 second.
well, I come in here under my husband's YouTube, so you'll never see my actual name because I'm too lazy to build my own.
That's okay. That's okay. Clue and Cletus, I've never really actually asked you your point of view on that, like what you think about that scenario.
What the sheath?
The Brian, the sheath, and your take on what you think, guilty, innocent, on the fence, whatever. I've never actually listened and heard your side of that for sure.
So I personally am 50-50 because I feel like to make a decision before you have all the info,
yeah,
you could be making yourself a fool, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Yeah.
And personally, like, I am not, like, I'm sorry, I'm eating a cheeseburger, but
you're all right.
You just said that.
Damn, honey.
You can't. It's no bun on it. Thank you, Dago. No bun.
You're good. You're good.
But you said that you can't figure out how his DNA could have got on that sheet, right?
Right.
As hard of a problem as I have doing the same thing, right? Figuring out how his DNA got on the sheet.
Right.
I have as equally of a hard time with the fact that you guys only found 2 other male DNAs in that house, and there are no female DNAs.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right.
There are some times where, unfortunately, the DNA is degraded to the point where they can only do so much with it.
Yeah.
And it does exclude them from doing any further DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there is a valid reason why they did not run that. We do have to consider that.
Right.
Now, I wish they would have gone ahead and said what the problem was, so it would clear it up. That's the problem. Damn.
Yeah, they've not. The state has not addressed that. All they've said is we know that they're male, and we have not pursued it any further.
Right.
Along those lines.
Right.
Right. So they could have easily cleared that up by saying they were a month old, they were this, they were that, they were mixed with something else that we couldn't distinguish between, we couldn't pick them apart. What have you? It does not matter.
Yes.
But if they would have just said that, we wouldn't be sitting here harping on damn 3 other DNAs for I don't know how long.
That's a fact. That is a fact, and that is one of the biggest things that has had people say, oh, "Wait a minute, you got 3 other, you have male DNA in that house that does not belong to the suspect as well. Why is that not being thrown?" And that's what has made people start to go, "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Why is this guy the only guy?" You know what I mean? So that's where the problem came from.
I got a theory that I have to express.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are a million of them. Half of it is I don't go with corruption. I go with inexperience.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't mean that they weren't trained well. They just haven't run across these things like they do in maybe the bigger. I'm from Sheffield, Cleveland. I see this all the time.
Okay, gotcha.
But, and before that, I came from Seattle, and before that, I lived in Chicago.
Okay.
So, I've seen these things where a lot of people don't.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not their fault. It's not.
In a lot of senses, I have to agree with you. That's what I came to that conclusion later on in the investigation when I thought about that. Go ahead, Richard, with what you were going to say real quick.
The thing about okay, there's only 2 options why they did not mention all the girls' DNA that was found. Okay, first of all, they did not mention it at all. They could have said we found all of the girl's DNA and we have excluded them because they live there, we would have said we've found several, including the ones who live there, and we've excluded all of the girls. Now,
right.
one of the questions this whole time,
and that's wrong too, because
there was a freaking girl who did this crime.
We should not exclude it. But
Right.
I mean, it is a.
I agree.
Can I?
There are other reasons why other DNA might be in the app.
I agree. And yes,
The world
Richard, I agree.
drunk,
I agree,
the door
Richard.
doesn't get locked.
Right.
Things happen. People are in your room.
Yeah. And Cletus, go ahead, brother.
So, if I'm not mistaken, the whole thing about the other male DNA was thrown in with a document that Ann Taylor or Jay Loxton filed, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they wouldn't mention I know we had a long conversation about this the other night,
Right.
and we were looking at that after the fact, and I think it kind of makes sense to me why they only point out in that document that about the male DNA. It doesn't. I don't think it necessarily means they didn't collect any female, but I think it points out that there's male because the defense is trying to show that the prosecution they're trying to show that the prosecution targeted Kohberger.
Yeah, in reasonable doubt. Agree. I agree. Yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense.
They saw the easiest point of where it's going. They found DNA on the snap. Boom, it's him. It can't be anybody else.
Right.
I understand where they're going with that. It is tunnel vision, but I do get kind of why they went there, because explain why it's there.
Yeah.
And I can on the flip side see why you can explain it away a million times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That makes sense. It does. And like I said, I agree with you on that too, Richard. But Cletus, that is exactly what, because that's when Ann Taylor dropped the bomb that she dropped. By the way, guys, there's no DNA from the crime scene in the vehicle. Bryan Kohberger in his home, in his parents' home, in his office at all. There's no connection. Bing, bang, boom, slam, and there's that bomb. And then came out with that, with the other DNA, and everybody just kind of stood there and went, okay, now what do we do? You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I mean, you've got to remember that was early on. They may have found more. We don't know. Everyone is sitting there hammering that this is everything they have. That's not exactly the case, because you got to remember they still had DNA rushed here. They still had, warrants there, looking for this, that, whatever, and all the things. But you don't really know. None of us know. The one thing that does bother me is they just all the stuff saying he's this, he's that, he's whatever. We don't know what the hell he is.
Right.
We don't know who this is.
Yeah.
Now, when they start going off saying, some of the people, having some extracurricular thought of, oh, he was an informant for this or that. There is no goddamn way he was an informant.
Right.
If he was an informant and undercover or an FBI or whatever goddamn person, they're not going to trot him in as an FBI or as a defendant in this case as the suspect.
Actually, I will challenge you on that.
As an informant or somebody like that, they've ruined this man's career. He can't go, and so why would you even think that was a thing? They're not doing that.
Yeah, come on up, AR. Come on up. Right. I can understand. And I've always struggled with the informant thing only because on my side of things, the man has been sitting in jail for however long he's been there.
And that's not actually, honestly, that's unfortunately not a long time. So
No. And the thing is I feel.
The question is, how comfortable is he sitting? Because that might tell us a lot more.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like that would have came out a long time ago if there was something that had to do with the informant scenario. I just I don't see them allowing him to sit and not and go through all this.
Why would anybody tell anybody anything? It's like if this is still okay, so I'm still at half volume. I don't know how to. Can you guys hear me better now? I'm at.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Eddie's telling me that I'm only at half. Okay. My theory that I've been working on for a long time was trying to find all the answers to everything that does not make sense, because they're giving us a lot of things that they want us to believe makes sense. Though one thing still is, and I can I've got my notes. Let me just say that. Now I could be wrong. I mean, I design games, though I rarely am the best at playing them. Other people beat my ass when we're playing my own game that I created. All right, so I'm telling you that I could be wrong, though he might. I think Brian was probably FBI before even applying to Washington, whatever police podunk thing.
I don't. Okay.
Well, the reason why is because I think this has to do with the house. The house has been transferred back and forth for next to nothing, less than $100 since 1976, when it was actually sold at market price. Right. House just donated back to the guy who used to live there. I think this is a massive sting on. I think this is a major sting for drugs and stuff. That's what I think.
Hold on one second, guys. Beth D, thank you very much for the $9.99 super sticker. I do appreciate you so very much. Very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you
I follow you. That's super sketchy. And I get it. He started out living there, and now he owned it at the end. He erased the house. Let's be honest. He's the guy who spearheaded erasing the house for whatever reason. And I think it was the perception of the college. However, you are not going to trot an FBI detective, investigator, what have you, whatever his title may have been, in front of the public. Because first of all, he's going to be under an assumed name. He's not going to be under his actual name.
Yeah.
So now you have a family dragged in there. The Kohlberger. Well, if he's not a damn Kohlberger, what the hell was that about? That's not a thing. They're not going to do that.
That's good.
That's a very darn good point, and that's my theory.
You know.
Good point. Very good point. Welcome, AR. Can you hear me, brother?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hey, thanks for allowing me up and in.
Oh, anytime. But yeah, I understand. I can see what your point is, Heidi, 100%. And that's my thoughts have been based on that too. I mean, a lot of people do feel that he's an informant. They feel that he was working with Pullman and or Moscow, so on and so forth. I've just never.
I think he's above that, but yeah,
I've never been able to process that, or even above that.
That all the way through and make that make sense.
I haven't been able to, and now I'm not saying that I'm right or anybody's right about that. We could all be wrong because
I could be completely wrong.
Because I started.
He has informed.
I did.
He could have informed.
Right, and I thought about it in the beginning
as an official capacity.
Right, I thought about it in the beginning because there was talk about parallel investigations going on in Moscow during this situation. Blah blah blah. Like, okay, maybe I don't know. There's just too many things that have happened, in my opinion, that would allow for that not to be what it is now. Did he could he have been trying to do something on his own?
Absolutely.
And that to me is something that's very plausible. Okay.
Exactly. Based on what we know from not the speculation of incel, which I think is bullshit, and all the other crazy bullshit that's come out.
Yeah.
You do actually know of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. That you see something, you report something.
Yes.
And I think that's what he was maybe he got caught up in this,
right, because
he was trying to do.
He wanted if that's the case, and I've thought this theory a long time, that if he knew somebody or knew something, he was kind of straight and narrow, in my opinion, I would imagine, wanted to become part of either Pullman or Moscow or a police force in general or the FBI or whatever. Okay. What's the best way to do something like that is by proving yourself and saying, hey, I've been sniffing around and figured this out, and look what I got for you, and boom, you know what I mean?
Hey, wouldn't that get you a death sentence?
I got a little too close to something, and things happen.
Right. Yeah.
And exactly, and for him driving around.
Snoop around and find out, motherfucker.
here.
Yeah.
My husband and I actually literally got jobs on the same day in different states.
Right.
It's funny. We came so excited to talk.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, darling. Say that again, please.
Hi, I'm going to Ohio. Hi, I'm going to Mississippi. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Did. And so I was literally here with my two boxers and my 2 cats, and I knew nobody except for the people I worked with. And I had no kids, and they all had kids, so we had nothing in common really other than work. So at night I would drive around. Is that really such a bad thing?
No.
And I would take the same route, hell, put my ass in jail because I was driving through freaking, residential areas and checking out.
Right.
40 stuff up here,
Absolutely.
You know, the Lake Road houses, the big McMansions and all that. I just kind of and find my way around. So you can't use that as he's a killer.
Yeah, I got you. Absolutely. Go ahead, AR. Did you have some input on this?
I'm just listening as you guys are speaking. I don't know. I've never gone down the informant lane just because I know kind of, how it works, having informants caught up with us in the jails and the penitentiaries. And I've seen people say, well, if he was an informant, he would never be kept in the jails. Yeah, they are. They're kept in the jails and the penitentiaries. And then miraculously, they're just walked out the back door after they've testified against people.
Right.
So, I can't say whether he is or he isn't just based off the fact nobody has legitimate evidence given by law enforcement that could point either way. I think they've hidden anything that could be possibly deemed as a substantial piece of evidence has been completely hidden and kept from everybody. So
absolutely perfectly said. I agree.
Totally. I see where they do that in the jails and the prisons and what have you. And that makes sense. That you're not being trotted out with your face in the public media for all the nation to see. That's where some of these people who are saying that, it doesn't matter for me.
Right.
Well, the thing, my response to that, because you mentioned that earlier, there's always a first time. And this is the biggest case in social media history, as well as the biggest case in modern DNA technologically speaking. This is a groundbreaking case. This is going to be way
definitely.
Period.
This is going to change the law books, guys. It's going to change.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
The man would literally have to actually be talked into this. He would have to agree to this because essentially after this, his career is over.
And think about it.
There is no career.
He's exactly the type of person
after that
he would agree to that. I would do this if that was my profession. I would die for what I love. He is a diehard criminal investigator.
I mean, he took this from. I mean, he's taken this to the highest, or tried to take this to the highest level you possibly can. Okay, so and that's what my problem with this is why would you go through all these years, a decade's worth of schooling, okay, education, to just turn around and throw it all away?
Right.
I don't understand that.
He can no longer go undercover. He can no longer work in that profession. The best he can do is be an analyst, a consultant, or write a book.
I have no idea.
I must disagree with you, darling. I really appreciate you, though. I do have to disagree. Though we can leave it on that.
Let me say one more thing, though, with that. Let me add one more thing to that real quick, though. Or he is that obsessed with this and he's that good. And if that's the case, damn, is all I can say.
Either way, if this man is guilty,
right?
If he did this the way he did it, he should be like the guy from Leonardo DiCaprio's guy from Catch Me If You Can. Like,
oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
He knows something you don't know. He's the first guy in the room. If he did this.
Yeah, and you're right, Jay. Anybody can snap. It could have been something building. It could have been that, or he is just blatantly obsessed with crime and the fact that he wanted to see if he could get away with this. And
when
yes.
Can I do this? Can I get out of it? Can I circumvent the legal system and with the loopholes and find my way out of it?
Right.
Because everyone wants to go, why would he take his own car? Why would you take somebody else's car? Why would you? That gives you another charge.
The mistakes that we're making.
May I speak?
That's going to be on your credit card because you cannot rent a car without a credit card. So that's
this will be on your permanent record.
Putting it in the area.
Right.
Put it in the area.
Right. No, I agree.
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense with this training.
I agree.
Okay, I've got something to give you a little bit of confidence, caller.
The phone ping doesn't make sense with the training. Could it be that he did this to confuse everyone and get us all saying there's no way he could have done this?
Right. Oh, and it takes me. The reason why I came to that conclusion, honestly, is because of that ad he put out for the
college whatever it was, the college survey.
Yeah, yes, that is what made me go, maybe the survey. Like, why were you asking these kind of questions? I know it was an experiment, but it kind of gives you a walk, like a lead into that scenario, in my opinion.
Let me give you a little bit of a metaphor here. All right, my favorite special effects artist. I'm a film guy. I'm an artist. I paint. I do creepy things. Blah, blah, blah. My favorite special effects artist is Tom Savini. I joined the U.S. Army so that I could I could pay to go to his special effects school. I ended up going into radio, which is another tangent. Though he was in he was in Vietnam, and he saw skulls being crushed and bullet wounds, this and that, and that's why he's a really good special effects artist. And I love him, adore him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't care, though I've never heard anything bad. I'll just go ahead and say that. I've never once heard any controversy with him. So I'm thinking, as passionate as I am, because I've got paintings where I've literally used my own blood to paint. All right. Yeah. All right. So B. Richard, he's a weirdo. Yeah. Get over it. I think Bryan Kohberger is kind of that type of individual who, my very, very, very first introduction, I saw the pop-ups of the Idaho caves and the pretty girls, this and that, but I ignored it because I've studied serial killers. I got all kinds of books on serial killers. Though I'm focused on my own life. This Idaho thing, as soon as I saw Bryan Kohberger, I had two, and I'm a Gemini, and so am I, by the way. I saw two different versions of the same video all at once. Either he did it and his dad is involved, or he's doing this, he's going to orchestrate this for something greater. And this is in January of last year. So what I've gathered from all of this is that, he's definitely orchestrating this thing. Now, he may not have actually done the crime, though he's definitely, he's the fourth member of his law firm. He, and Taylor's team, he's definitely helping. So I don't know if he actually did this. I could flip. I would be impressed either way. Let me just say that. And if he's guilty, fry the motherfucker. Period.
Okay. And I don't.
Right.
You weren't referencing like his father being involved.
Well, right? Exactly. Were you trying to say his father was involved in this? Because no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get some?
Hey, I said the same thing. I said the same thing.
When I was studying this, hey, yo, caller, please, everybody, please listen to me. When I first became aware of Bryan Kohberger, his father, and the fact that the DNA was directly connected to his father, that's the thoughts that popped in my head. I'm not saying anything now. I'm just saying back then, those were my thoughts, period.
Well, I'll be honest, like when the fact that his father rode back early on in the investigation, I did wonder, like, does his father know something? Did they kind of like, did he help him get through the end of it and like help that was something I thought. But I mean, as far as
I'm
actually
just saying.
no, I don't think
All I'm saying is for the people that think that's a crazy thought. Hold on. Let me speak.
Hold on 1 second, Heidi. Go ahead, Clue.
I can't hear on the phone, so it's hard.
That's okay.
For the people that think that that's such a crazy notion, I'm just gonna say 2 words to you: Savannah Soto.
Yeah, right. Good point.
Sorry. You're right.
I'm just saying the father could help get rid of evidence, or he could have driven the car. I mean, there's always a possibility that you just never think of. In the back of my head, I just think if Bryan Kohberger played a part in this, his one lone biggest mistake that got him is he did not know or think about the IGG technology, and that's how they would utilize getting him. I think that there could be something planned that had the car, the cell phone, everything involved. But I think his one mistake, if he's involved, and it turns out that he is, that IGG is the one thing he was not expecting.
I agree on that, because that's what's going to get him.
He never followed the Golden State Killer, trial. So
No, he probably didn't, to be honest with you, because IGG, he would think the only way he could have got caught was through to the poisonous tree back door, and he wouldn't expect a small state like Idaho to put an entire case of this size, this realm, on their whole, this could get thrown out based off of this little IGG. So he pushed it,
Am I wrong in agreeing with you, though? Yeah, this case is going to get thrown out because of that. So did he do this correctly?
Exactly. I'm with AR, because he could have even considered the IGG and known the only way they're going to get to him is that way, and they're probably going to do it illegally. So guess what?
Yeah,
I'm walking.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
So with that, everyone keeps saying it's illegal. It's highly frowned upon. There is nothing that has gone through that has made it law that is not illegal. From what I understand.
No, it's highly illegal. It's stated right in the terminology for the IGG companies. It's 100% illegal. 100%.
Police are not allowed to. They have to stick to certain things. Though we are aware that there are back doors, those back doors are not allowed, or something. There is.
Correct. This whole case should be thrown out. I've made the statement numerous times on my channel. This case should be dismissed and refiled, and they got to rework the process. But it's always going to be the exact same issue. The arrest warrant was issued off of the IGG findings, which makes the arrest warrant null and void, which then knocks out the buccal swab, which takes DNA completely off of the table for the entirety of this case.
Didn't they say something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Didn't they say that we can't use the DNA? It wasn't that actually in a report.
We cannot do that. Because all I've heard and all I could find is you're not supposed to. It's highly frowned upon. You're not supposed to, but I've not seen an official law, and I couldn't find one.
So
because you cannot use them.
It's a legal binding contract.
No. So hold on, guys. So there are companies that allow for law enforcement to access their database. There are companies though that do not allow that. And so
the big ones don't.
That's correct.
I think he was banking on if anyone in his family has done genealogy, they've used the ones that can't be accessed.
And see,
that's what 40 chess.
One of the things was said with the way the FBI threw that out, and the way the FBI said, "Don't use this, please. Don't use this. I'm telling you. I'm asking you." I sat with Sarge one night and had a conversation. It just kind of like clicked. I'm like, I wonder if because they were in such a hurry, because I feel like they had a deadline. I felt like they had to hurry up and get somebody in custody because school was starting in January. And it was just
it all goes back to the school, period.
Money, just my opinion, guys. It's not something I'm saying is fact, but
I'm saying it.
No, I agree with you on that part. What I mean is I felt like there was a hurry to get this done, and how the timing, we saw the experts come on and talk about the timing that it takes to do this and that, everything else, that it's a very good possibility that they used an unsanctioned database to do what they had to do. And in turn, it's going to be a problem if it comes out that it was not done through one of these, like AR was saying, one of these big, companies that does this kind of stuff. And if it's a mom and pa overnight type place that does this, and it's not sanctioned to use that company, that's going to be a problem. Okay, that's why I feel like I said not to use it, possibly.
Like if you went back to how they traced the Golden State Killer, GEDmatch. That's how you
yeah.
GEDmatch. They're the ones. They are official. You can use those.
Right, and that's not who they used.
They're not. Yeah, I don't believe they used them though.
Yeah,
they did not use them.
I don't think the I don't know, Supreme Court.
How do we know?
We don't know.
Laws on these things has actually looked at this and made a concrete law where if they did use these, it can be thrown out because of that. That's what I.
This is what this case is.
No, I can't find if they have or have not.
So at the end of the day, if the IGG is an issue, it's not really an issue with the PCA because it's they purposely excluded it from the PCA,
which is what the FBI says to do.
Yeah. Right. If it's an issue, it's going to be an issue in this appeal that Ann Taylor is going to file, and this hearing on January 26th, I think, is where she'll bring it up, because at the end of the day, I think I'm pretty confident now that what we saw the other day is that the judge has handed the defense the IGG.
Heidi?
Yep.
I have another call coming in, hon. I wanted to thank you for calling in, and I really love your insight into this so very much. And anytime I have the phone lines open, please feel free to call in at any time, okay?
Love and aloha, Heidi.
Thank
you. All right.
Sorry if I ruffled anyone's feathers.
No. It was perfectly fine. You're fine. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. Very cool.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I missed the call. Okay. Whoever was just calling, call back in, please. I'm sorry about that. I need to. There it comes.
I agree with you, Cletus.
Call from Terry Martin.
Hello. You're live again. What's going on?
Hey, so sorry. I just had one other thing. It took too long to write.
Okay.
Have you guys discussed, and maybe you guys have already discussed this, and then I'm done with the phone call, but
okay.
Did anybody watch one of the videos that Get a Clue did about Vanna, the DoorDash, where she had taken that bag into the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you hear? I mean, you already did that?
I didn't do it on my show, but I did watch the video. I've seen it. Yes.
I've watched it.
Okay, so I would love for somebody to explain so apparently, I don't know who would be the person that he trusts so well that would have even known this.
That's a good point. That's a good point, and that was kind of my point too. When I saw that,
I'm like, was somebody hiding in the wall or something? Or this is another camera.
Well, I don't think so. I think I'm not going to comment on what I think about that video at this point.
I can. I'll comment.
Okay, you can go for it then. That's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an artist. I'm not in the true crime community. So I am. No, Get a Clue is a really, really, really intelligent, very, very, very.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree completely.
Very intelligent
guy.
He's just rude.
Well, yeah. He's a mother. Yeah.
You can trust.
No, but listen, he's lummy.
He says this guy is extremely credible.
Hold on.
if she took,
I believe Get a Clue just he's not opposed to creating another personality to add to his drama. That's what I'm saying. All right, I respect him.
But do you understand? He says that this person told him that Xana picked it up. It was dropped off at 4. He took it to the kitchen and noticed the backsliding door was open.
Mhm.
So that's time frame.
So was this creditable person there?
One at a time, because I can't hear nothing. Hold on a second.
I just wondered, was this creditable person there? Because who the heck else could have given this info? Dylan?
And let me tell you,
where does info come from?
Let me tell you what makes me.
All right, hold on. Go ahead.
Speculation.
Go ahead.
Speculation, not YouTube.
Let me tell you what makes me so mad about that.
Go ahead.
This is why I can't watch that boy. Because I literally have had that theory. We have talked about it on the show and literally talked about how do we know that Xana didn't walk in the kitchen, see the back door open, and bolt, right? Like, and then you hit, what is Dylan here? There's someone here. That would make complete sense. But you will put something out there like that in the ether, right? Just on your YouTube, right? I'm allowed to have an opinion, a theory, a speculation, but then he'll talk junk about it. And it's like, but guess what? 3 weeks later, what are you talking about on your channel? Oh, my theory, and you're welcome.
Yeah, no, I got you.
No, and you know what? I agree that that's probably a very realistic thing that possibly happened. I've always thought Xana or Ethan was in the kitchen when it all started.
Yes, sir. A long time ago, I said that I thought that I think I threw a theory at you guys, most of you guys, and said that I think that they were in the kitchen all talking and eating and BSing, and somebody came in the house and kind of rushed them in a sense. And that was one of my theories in the very beginning. Whether or not it's right or wrong, I don't know. Okay.
I don't necessarily think they were in the kitchen, but you got to think about the timing, right? This girl gets an order around 4 o'clock. Well, what are you going to do? How many people eat and then you don't take a pee before you go to bed? Nobody. You always pee. That's the last thing you do before you go to sleep, especially if you just ate some food. You probably had a drink. You got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And I guess Xana seemed to be the cleaner of the house, because when they're making fun of the roommates, Xana's the one in there saying, no one did their chores today. Oh, it's fine. I'll do them. So I think that girl would have probably taken her trash at least to the kitchen. She may not have put it in no bag, but it maybe would have gotten back to the kitchen. And if that back door was open, guess what? She's going to run back to her room and tell her man, there's someone here.
Or why is the door open, or what's going on, or what the hell?
Her woman. Yeah.
Now, and
I mean,
I want to.
If something didn't happen in that kitchen, they would have had forensics all over that kitchen for as long as they did.
No,
you see,
they did. Remember?
That's what I'm saying.
Isn't that where they put the big black tarp?
Yeah, I agree with that, AR. I really do. And I just want to throw this out there. I really, really don't think that the bag that everybody thinks was the DoorDash that we saw so many pictures of had anything to do with DoorDash. I don't think that had nothing to do with what was brought there that night. That's my opinion.
I don't either.
I want to say something real quick about what's on the screen too, if I can.
I was one real quick. I'm going to let Cletus speak here in a second. I just want to speak on this real quick. It says that he said it was from his friend who was friends with Steve G, and Steve G found this out from a grand jury member. I don't know that that's true or not. Salty, I don't know where that came from, but
I think that's in his video, and my thought on that is, and there's two pieces of my thought with that is number one, you're at fourth hand information right there, right? So there's it's the game of telephone. That's one potential problem with it. The other, I completely lost my train of thought. You took it off the screen, and I lost it.
Hold on, I'll put it back. Hold on, 1 second. I'm sorry, 1 second. Let me find it.
Damn it! I pulled a Dago right there.
There it is. Sorry about that.
The other thing was with Steve G. The more I've been thinking about him and the things that he puts out, and I think there is some potential merit to considering that everything he's heard has been from the prosecution. And if he's outspoken and they're smart, they're gonna capitalize on that.
Yes.
If you pick up what I'm laying down, right? They're gonna influence him because they know he's gonna speak out, and they can't.
I agree with you, Cletus, and I'm gonna add to that actually, because Steve made it a point multiple times, but really made it a point to say, one, he definitely wants this to go to trial because he wants the whole world to see the truth about everything. Those were his words. Okay. And two, in another interview, he said that there may be some things that get, or some people per se that get drugged through the mud, and it may be some gross stuff and things like that, but it needs to be seen and heard for this reason.
Yes.
Those statements are very strong to me. Okay. And it says to me that regardless of what the situation is, that I think Steve does know some stuff that he's very, and we've all watched him do his interviews. He's very articulated as to how
he knows stuff.
Yeah, and he's very articulated as to how he explains things. It's kind of
well, he's also physical, and he went down and he's been doing some on the ground work, as well as he's got a private investigator. Excuse me.
Oh, he's had a few PIs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think him and his daughter have been doing it themselves, and they want the whole truth and nothing but the truth, guys. Not just what truth is out there, what narrative is out there. He's been saying from the beginning that he's tired of the secret stuff. He's tired of this. He's tired of that. I think he's highly against the gag order because it's not allowing for certain things to be stated and to be brought out into question and things like that. So,
hey, can we get a sponsor?
I don't want to speak for him, but I'm guessing, and on my opinion, Snapple. Yes,
can
sir.
we get a sponsor for this channel?
I would gladly have a
Snapple.
sponsor. Absolutely.
I vote for Snapple. Snapple Apple.
There you go. And Misty Moose says there were forensics in the kitchen. That's true. But that's my point.
Yeah, they did do that. Yeah, that's absolutely.
I mean, if I could just make a statement about Steve G, like I gotta be completely understanding as a father, and you're gonna dig in deep, and you're gonna find out every piece of information you possibly can.
Yeah.
And I respect it. I've also respected many things that he's talked about, but I only have one actual issue, and it's not with Steve at all. I think Christy, his wife, is so determined that the death penalty has to be given to this individual. She's not willing to allow Steve to actually open up and go look at every possibility that I know Steve in his heart wants to. So I think she's actually holding him back. That's just my feeling.
If I was in that case, I would be Steve in this because I'm former military. I've done security. I've done this. I would. I agree exactly with what you're saying. The mom, she's.
Well, the last interview, I know, to go along with what you're saying, AR, I agree with you in a sense. Okay. The one interview we watched.
That's a damn good point. Look at that, Bobby. You go, Bobby.
If the grand jury,
Bobby.
Steve, it doesn't give credence to the defense for grand jury misconduct dismissal. Amen to that. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we heard an interview that they talked to Steve and Christy at the same time, and they asked Steve, are you open to the fact that somebody else could be involved to this?
100%.
He was like, absolutely 100%. And Christy said, and then they asked Christy, and she said, well, I think they have their guy. And she kind of looked at him. And she goes, based on what we know, like that. And he just kind of was like, I don't think so. You know,
he said that. He said that's okay. Yeah. He told her that's okay.
Right. So
Christy may be holding Steve back from doing it, but I guarantee you, he's not holding.
I don't know that it's holding. I think Christy needs there to be closure with this, and that in itself will give because they have him. That's it. That's
I don't think Steve's getting held back. No. I personally, because I do 100% believe that Steve is an alpha. Yep. And he may go along in presentation to not disrespect his wife.
Yes, sir.
But at the end of the day, I think he will do what he wants to do.
Right. I absolutely disagree with you. Steve is no alpha. He's no alpha. I see him every single day in the penitentiary and on the streets, and Steve is far from an alpha.
Let me tell you
Far from
something.
it.
I think the reason that we identify so much with Steve and Christy, honestly, is because people get the assumption in the presentation that I run things, right? Just like old boy said the other day, right? Cletus walks behind me and whatever, just bows down to me. But guess what? A good man, a good man's job is to make his woman believe she's running things. But guess what?
Yes,
you cannot rule a house without a hammer. My man, whatever he says goes. So
well, it's just like
runs things.
Everybody thinks Jen runs my house too, and that's good. I hope everybody truly believes that, but she'll tell you it's absolutely wrong.
But
whatever.
It takes two to make a thing go right.
Right. Well, I mean, everybody just knows, just like I'm sure you know, Illuminati, and Jennifer will tell you too, we fight heart and soul for our women. We put food on the table. We do whatever it takes to take care of you guys. And we hear every word you say. And we acknowledge it. We respect it. We love it. But guess what? We're still...
Terry, hang on. Terry, hang on.
Okay, you know, but
because she couldn't hear for some reason. She couldn't hear you talking and hear you talking. But I agree with you. I heard what you said, and I feel I'm the same way. You know,
but that's kind of my point, though, right? Because we look at it and people think that Christy is holding Steve back. I don't get that. Steve is going to do what Steve has to do to get justice for his kid.
I'm just making my opinion known. Steve is not close to an alpha. Not close.
What are you defining an alpha as? Because I think that may be where we're different.
I think he's an alpha adjacent, as in he wants to be, and that's why he said you must step up to be the alpha that we need you to be.
You know, when I first knew that he was not an alpha, in my opinion, and remember, I'm just saying my opinion, is when he stepped up in front of national TV and says, "Don't make me do it. I paid for that. Don't make me do it." Well, you don't need you don't need to say you paid for it. Just say, I earned the right as a father that if you're not going to tell the truth, nothing's going to hold me back from doing it. And then he kept going and going. And months later, he's still saying he doesn't have the truth and digging. Why not just come out and say exactly what the hell you got to say? See, I get myself in trouble, and I've really had to monitor my voice and be careful how I say, what I say, and where I say it.
I know that too.
Because I come from a very dominant, I run the show penitentiary lifestyle to now. I'm in real life. I don't run anything. I have no say. I just have to go by how the world goes. And that's a learning lesson for me. That's very important.
Said right there is, you know what he just said is that Steve announced, hey, if you're not going to be the alpha, then I'm going to be. In which we all saw and we all felt it. And coming in, whatever. Though he never became the alpha because, was it the...
Hello?
Hello, Terry.
Hi, I got cut off somehow.
I don't know what happened. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Richard. And I see your side of things as well, AR, at the same time. I can see it both ways. I really can.
I think it's just I don't know really a respect and tough position type of thing.
That's
and I do hear what you're saying, AR, with your definition, the way you envision an alpha, and I get that completely. But the way that I see it, the way I define alpha, I don't see him as anything less than that person.
Please understand, I'm not saying your opinions are wrong. I'm not saying mine are right. I'm just going back and forth with you, just opinion. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I feel the same in my ass, the way I look my ass. That was great.
My ass. You said my ass.
is I think that Steve is really trying to. I've said to you guys this before. I don't think that they have been able to mourn the way that you should be able to mourn in a situation like this because he's been so involved in this. Okay, that's one thing.
Correct.
Now, I feel strongly that I'm not going to say that Christie's holding him back. I'm going to say that I believe that he, like was said, that he is trying to deal with the situation. I think he's trying to deal with the situation, and he's trying to keep her as happy as possible at the same time during this situation, and keep his family together, okay, while dealing with this and with what he's doing. So that's my opinion on it. And Terry, did you have anything else to add? Because there's another call coming in. I need to accept if possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you something.
Okay.
And, just you can read it on, but there's so much symbolism in this thing that it just scares me. I think the church is involved. So,
okay.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Honey. All right. Bye bye.
All right. Thanks, guys.
The church is definitely involved because they run the other half of it.
Where'd it go? Whoever I just dropped. Okay, caller, whoever that was, go ahead and call back in. I'm sorry about that. I don't know.
I'm not being involved. We know that the church runs. In any town, the church runs. What it runs. That is a fact. Though in this case, we've also got the school.
Thank you, Ash.
So, yeah.
And that's a good point too, Sherry. You can't judge another person's position if you're not in their shoes, and I do agree with that as well.
I was going to say you said you don't think that they've had the opportunity or, to properly grieve because they're so involved in the case. But I looking at it from my point of view, if it were my kid, I wouldn't be able to properly grieve because I couldn't do what I would want to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's my thought too. Like I said, I feel like they're not gagged. Okay, the families are not gagged. Their attorney was, but their families are not gagged. But I think they were told in no certain words that you cannot. Well, he said himself that he was. Well, he didn't say, but it was stated that he was told that as he was trying to speak with other people about certain things that he was asked not to. We don't know for a fact if that's true or not, but I have a tendency to believe that I can see him trying to learn some information in certain things and being.
I would be
back down a little bit.
Well.
You need to back,
fishing as well, and I would want to know. I would break down all walls, all barriers, everything. Now I'm starting to talk like Brian. Brian.
Yeah, but hold on, guys. I'm trying to. Okay, but yeah, I think that. Shit, I just pulled a me. See, that's why I talk when I talk because I forget things so quickly. I think that he could have been told to kind of. Well, he said early on that they told him, "Hey, Steve, like you're getting ahead of us here. Like, slow down, calm down." And I think that was a nice way to say it. That they were like, "You need to calm down a little bit here," so on and so forth. That's my opinion. Okay.
It did seem like that, didn't it? It was like a hey, pull back.
And he did kind of calm down quite a bit in his interviews after that, if you notice. So it's like, okay, I get it, but I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't like to say things about people that I don't know for a fact. I really don't. And we don't know for a fact what is going on, but to look at what we've seen in our faces, I feel like if it was me, I'd be the same person, or if not worse. If I have 7 kids, 2 daughters, okay, 5 boys.
Oh, good God, you old grandpa. Jesus Christ.
I would be all over this from the moment go, and I would not stop. I don't care who told me what to do. This is my child, not yours. You're not going to tell me what I can or can't do.
Right.
I'd probably be in trouble.
I'm going to find the answer. Yes.
Exactly, because if I don't feel comfortable that law enforcement is doing what they need to do in the amount of time they should be doing it in, and I'm not getting the answers I want, guess what?
That's exactly it. In the amount of time that they should be legally allowed, right? Legally allowed. You've got a time limit.
Right. That's it. That's me. That's just who I am as a person. I
agree.
Child. This is not your child, my child. And I think he stated that early on when he made that statement. I think you referred to it, AR. where he said that I earned this or whatever it was, and I sent my check to school and she came back.
Paid that bill.
Yeah, I paid that bill, right?
Paid that bill.
That's what I gather, and that's who I am too. I'm the same person. Like, you're not going to tell me what I can or can't do until you show me that you're doing more. That's it. So
I think the difference they are speaking to is probably the other side of me looks at the situation, and I think at one point I've even said this. I probably wouldn't talk to anybody. I would probably just do what I needed to do.
Yeah.
You know, when my daughter was killed, which I haven't spoken a lot about, and that's why a lot of people throw it in my face. Well, you've never been there. You don't know how to, handle it or experience. Well, a lot of people don't know. My 7-year-old daughter was killed by my own affiliation. So I do know what it feels like. I know what it feels like as a father to find out exactly what happened. Now, we all handle it differently. I respect Steve. That's a very big statement I had to make. I respect him because I don't think any man should have to deal with losing their child. I think that is the most painful thing, and he's actually handling it far better than I think many people can or do. All I'm saying is I just had a different opinion on the alpha, and maybe he's a split alpha like other people said. Maybe they've come to an agreement that they're both alpha, and that's fine too. That's fine too. I just feel as though Steve had this barrier. He was going to be direct and he was going to be vocal and he was going to let it fly and people were going to know what happened and he was going to be the one to break it. And then somehow somebody, like you said, got him a little more in check and made it back up. And I see somebody that said, well, they don't want Steve to say something that could jeopardize the trial. He does that just by saying he interacted with a grand jury member. You've already
to be
jeopardized the trial.
That didn't come from him.
Well, if he is willing to stand up at any point and say, yeah, I did hear that. I did get that information. Wherever that came from, because you don't normally hear of a grand jury member releasing information. A jury member is a different story.
Yeah.
An employee of the court.
A crime for a grand jury. Now, I mean, this is where I admit my ignorance. Is it a crime for a grand? I mean, I would think so. For a grand jury member. I mean, grand juries are fucking jerk off anyway. So
it's an immediate mistrial. I mean, it's an immediate mistrial.
I would have to say so.
I'm not saying it's a crime. I don't know if it's an actual crime. It's definitely walking a fine line. If
it's jury member for the grand jury is if they're divulging information from a case that's being investigated at this point, I would imagine that's going to be a problem. I mean, that's me.
Like it. Seems like it.
Well, AR, brother, my condolences to what you just stated. I did not know, and I'm so sorry, brother.
It's not something that I bring out a lot because I'm still to this day, she would be in her early 20s right now, probably just about the same age as these kids, graduating college, going on to a great career.
You could ever get over through. You could never get through.
No, you know what? I'm still shredded.
Right. Yeah, I bet.
I got your
That's
back.
kind of too, like right now I've spun over to this Savannah Soto case now.
Yeah.
Because it's so frustrating.
San Antonio.
It is so frustrating to see these young kids that just don't know what they're getting themselves into. And I remember back in the day when I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And then I just had to learn the lessons and pay the prices. And now I look back, I'm in my mid 40s, I'm getting older, and I look at it and I go, God, what were these kids thinking? And it reflects back. Well, shit, I did the same thing. I walked myself into horrific places. I put my kids at risk. So now I'm looking at the Soto case. This is going to turn out to be a big case too. There's going to be far more than these 2 arrests in this.
I agree.
It's going to come down to some snitching information of people in the jail and the penitentiary.
there's something weird going on with this one. I think I feel that way. I know Clue feels that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we this is odd. This is off too.
There's something, as you guys know, that I'm estranged from my wife and kids for a couple years. My babies are down there, and I kind of still love her, this and that, whatever, in San Antonio. So
right.
I've been avoiding for the last year or so anything to do with Texas or San Antonio. Good luck doing that, especially now.
Right.
There's a lot going on in Texas for sure right now.
Well, one good thing is I did connect with her sister, and I gave her my whole story and a little bit of my bio of the video that I made for my vlog, whatever, to let them know that I'm not a deadbeat dad, that I really am trying to get my life together. And I'm doing it the only way that I know how. So, anywho.
Right. It all comes down to effort, my man. If you're making the effort, I absolutely respect you, because there's a lot of people that don't, and that's sad. That's why I respect everybody right now on this panel, as a matter of fact. I know Diego tries to be the best father he can be. I know Clue and her fiance do all they can for their family, and even the community out here with us. You guys all are amazing at that. I try to, do the same thing with my wife and my little family, but
right.
It's always the effort, my man. It's effort. And that's what it comes down to.
I know small sprinkles, just to say.
Does everybody, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second, Richard. I got to clarify something real quick. Does everybody listening to me think that I'm louder than everybody else? I need to be able to adjust my audio. I have problems with this all the time.
The only one on the panel that I hear quieter than anybody else is the Richard.
Okay, and because he first started off, he was super loud. I turned him down a little, so I'm going to put him back up, and I turned myself down a little bit. So what about everybody else in chat? I'm turning my mic down. I'm trying to. Is that any better?
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Everybody hear me okay?
I can hear you. I'm sorry about your loss.
I hear you all fine.
All right. I think we're all good.
Does my volume sound good? I guess. I mean, I was actually planning on doing a little dance and then jumping off of here pretty soon. I'm looking at the comments. So they're saying that I was a little bit low. All right, well, hi. Do I sound a bit higher now?
Yeah, I can hear you a little better.
I think I liked it the other way.
You know what? I can do. I do a variety show, essentially. I'm creating something that the world has not seen in almost a decade, maybe a tad bit more. I'm developing something because I work at. Oh, hey guys. Hi, this is the Richard. I'm an artist and a filmmaker. Right. I am working with a lot of actual filmmakers, writers, directors, producers, studios. I say studios because somebody just became head of a studio, and I don't know if he's going to be in or not. Though he's a friend of mine, DC. So I am developing a variety show that is art, music, and it's actually kind of a story of my entire life. I used to publish a magazine, a Xerox rag. I used to work at a print shop, and it was called Nymphs and Satyrs for the Modern Bohemian. And we interviewed bands that would come to Hawaii. We interviewed artists. We had like erotica. We had all kinds of stuff in the freaking magazine. Well, now I'm really trying to get on PBS, public broadcasting, because I do believe that my program would fit best there. Though I do have a studio that's behind me, and so everything that I've been working on for the last like freaking 2.5 years. It's about to happen, and I can prove it. So,
congrats to you.
Nice. I've got to say, I've got to say, you said a statement there that intrigues the hell out of me, but it's probably the wildest thing I've heard in a while. Nymphs and satyrs for the modern bohemian. Did I catch that right?
That's my magazine, my man. That
All
is
right.
my magazine, dude. Yeah.
That's funny. That's awesome.
Okay, so, well, I know what I'm sending you for next Christmas. Okay.
There you go.
You know what? I didn't realize until right now, watching this on the TV, how phallic my profile picture looks.
Somebody's got to lick it. I mean, what is that? Oh, that's bananas.
On his feet.
Okay, so yeah. I was totally thinking, oh, somebody's going to be eating some ice cream tonight, but no, that's not. That's bananas. On a.
It looks like it's sitting on top of a sandwich of some kind.
Yeah. It looks like
it is.
My
it's a
mom
cute way to make a snack for your kid.
Okay. Well,
I was gonna
talking about nymphs and satyrs, horror erotica. That is a dirty picture.
What are we talking about? What did you say?
No, I said that's a dirty picture because you know, doesn't mean anything.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what the hell that was. AR, I was trying to ask you, like, what are your thoughts since it was brought up? What are your thoughts on the Soto case? What do you think's going on over there, bro? Or what the whole thing? What do you
I'm going to tell you straight up. I mean, the guy is trying to play a part of a gang member and how he's rolling in the dough, and he got himself caught up with some people that are far above him. And a hit was called, whether it be from the penitentiary of people that have been snitched on in the narcotics ordeal, or even some people higher than them. I'm telling you, he played with the wrong type of people. And they hit back, and when they hit back, Dago, as you know, you've been from the harder parts of life too. They go at family, they go at loved ones. They don't just go at you. You know, people could have easily touched me numerous times in the game, but they went after the ones I cared about, and that's what pained me more. So
that guy, in my opinion, that guy messed up because I saw something in the PCA. I know you read it yesterday, Dago, but a lot of times when I'm like hearing people read stuff, I got to read it myself. You know what I mean? And I went through today and picked it apart.
Sure.
And the girl, they had her phone and she Googled the guy's address. And it's like, it's like I said on my show the other night, right? It's, you got one of two types of these people. I'm only doing this with my circle and people that I know that are good. Or you got the kind like this boy was, anybody who got some money, I'll meet you.
Yep.
Because if they knew him, they wouldn't have had to put his address in her phone.
This is a 19-year-old kid that has no priors at all. Okay. This looks like a new found, like, I want to do this I want to, like I don't want to say this, but I'm going to have to, almost like a fresh situation, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to say the first time he's ever done this, but this was new to him in my opinion, of course. And I just
he got pushed. He got pushed into doing it. There's somebody else involved in this case that's not been brought to the forefront that was right there when this happened and ensured that kid pulled the trigger.
Well,
or he was the one that took care of it after someone else did.
Yeah, or somebody else pulled the trigger, and this kid was left with the, you better clean this shit up now, or else you're next.
That's what I said yesterday, which is why he called his father and said, hey, I got to make this happen. I got to fix this. I got to make this whatever. Can you help me? Because he had no idea. That's why I think he's new, because fresh, because he called his dad to help him. Okay. That's my opinion.
Yeah. You don't ever do that either. Yeah. When you're experienced, you'll bring family in. That's for sure.
And there's still a third person because I'm telling you, watching that video, somebody threw that towel.
Oh, you can see them, Dago. I meant to tell you that. I'm really good at cleaning up a video. You can see somebody moving around in that car. As soon as the dad gets out, you see their hand block out that light on the dashboard, and then while the dad's out of the car, you see the head moving around. There's someone in that car.
My wife thought a second person was climbing out of the car. I said, no, they're just moving around inside it. And that's when you see the towel get tossed up to the dad. There's more than even that person in the car. I guarantee you there's somebody in the passenger side.
I didn't see today's press conference, unfortunately. I didn't get a chance to. So
they found the gun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, they found the gun at the suspect's house, they say.
You
But
know,
we'll see.
Isn't it unfortunate that we can now claim fake news and that immediately causes a question? Like, wait a second, can't we see with our own eyes? Now, and I know from the entertainment industry, we are dealing with VR and alternate realities. Though, from this point, previous though, everything on video should be fact. So if we're looking at a factual video, fake news kind of shouldn't apply. I mean, in my theory.
I think that's one of the biggest statements, and I even did kind of a video about the Soto case where I made the statement. Look at the difference of the way press conferences are handled between the Soto case and then when you go over to the Idaho 4. In the Soto case, you actually feel like they're on track, they're going to solve this, and they have evidence.
Well,
you go
even from the one that was at the jail that night.
Yes.
David is written more professionally. Everything, guys, the whole thing.
The PCA makes sense. It's not it's not complete. You don't have your entire case, but it's completely explainable how you got to both of the people that you arrested. The only thing that's not clear is the time frame, and it implies that the act didn't happen at that house.
Right.
And to me, it implies that kid's not the one that did it because both were behind the right ear.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
I don't even know. And the boy had to be drugged back into the car.
Okay, Terry, I got it. I will do it. I promise.
I don't even know. I can't think of a situation where you can even pull that off with one person, because that girl is going to be freaking the heck out if you're shooting her man. You know what I mean?
No, I see it as more of a execution style thing where it wasn't even in the car. Obviously it wasn't in the car, and I don't think it was at the house. I have no idea where it was, but for both shots to be at the same point, to me, that's just it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, please allow me. Let me do my my plugs. Let me plug you for a little bit. I'm gonna pull out here.
Okay. Draw and try to come backstage again, ma'am. I don't know what happened. It dropped you back off for some reason, but go ahead, Richard.
Well, if Draw was gonna be up here, well, I mean, I would like to talk to her. Though, let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and just say that I've been working on my project, the Richard Traveling Underwater Lounge Variety Show project, for I think 2.5 years. That's the reason why I've actually pulled away from you guys in the true crime, and as well as in my my own art and film. I've been pulling so I could focus on this. The one thing that I did start, I started a little, well, it's called a vlog. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about that. It's a VLOG. It's a video coming into you in 1993 here with my new vlog. All right, so I started a video log of all of the behind the scenes of what I'm doing for my end of my variety show thing. Everything is MTV. Let me just say it right now. Everything is MTV, old school MTV. So what I've been developing, stop motion, animatronics, this and that, everything is MTV. I mean, shit. Are you right now? All right. So my part of my stage is it's covered in well, I've got some old VHS cameras. And my brain's over there. That's not Lana brains. That's D. Richards' brain. And then I've also got a freaking shark. Yeah, everybody knows you gotta have a shark. All right, so anywho, yeah, I just wanted to. I'm D. Richard. I'm an artist. I'm not a true crime guy, though. I've studied serial killers a lot longer than most of you have been alive.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Richard. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Love you guys.
All right, take care, brother. Appreciate you very much.
All right. Have a good night.
Love and aloha. Howley makahiki ho, motherfuckers. Happy New Year.
Same to you, brother. Same to you.
Oh boy.
Thank you. When I come into studio, I can't hear you. Try it again, Draw, because I just went in and adjusted settings with the StreamYard thing. So hopefully it'll work. Richard's Comedy Hour, exactly, Annie. Exactly. Try this again. There.
I'm sorry I dropped out there for a minute, Dave. I gotta learn how the heck to use this stream hard.
Okay.
I think every time I'm on a live, I find a way to get out of it within seconds and have to fight to try to get back in. So
Right. No, it's a thing, dude. It takes a while. I'm still 2 years into this and I'm still learning on it. I'm thinking about switching my hold on. All right. Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. Okay, Terry, no problem. But I'm gonna keep on trying to come in, Draw, and I can probably it should be okay at this point. Just let me know, and I'll pull it back up. And I didn't see this, so I'm gonna play this real quick. This is today's press conference. Talk about this after the fact, but yeah, I'm kind of curious.
District Attorney Joe Gonzalez to be here today and make a few comments at the end of this briefing, and we'll make this short and sweet. I have most of the information I have here. I think you've already been privy to. I do have a little bit of new information. The information I'm going to give you, I will answer questions to clarify, but I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about anything else, simply because this is an open investigation and we still have a lot of work to do. So again, my condolences to the families of Savannah and Matthew. By now, everybody's aware of the incidents, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time rehashing facts that are already known, but I will go over them high level. So on 12/26/23, our officers discovered 2 deceased individuals in a Kia Optima, and our homicide detectives at that point began their investigation right on that scene. Detectives learned that both victims were involved in the sale of narcotics and used their cell phones to conduct much of their business. Detectives collected the victims' phones, and with the help of the United States Secret Service, we were able to extract information that led to the development of a possible location of a suspect vehicle that was seen on the surveillance video. That occurred on Wednesday, 1/3/24. Detectives drove to that location and saw the suspect vehicle. They approached the home where the suspect vehicle was, and they knocked on the door. An individual by the name of Ramon Preciado answered the door and seemed to know why SAPD was there and cooperated with the investigation. Both Ramon and Christopher were home and brought to the SAPD homicide office for questioning. During the interviews, both suspects made enough statements to implicate them in the murder. Detectives walked warrants for their arrests. Christopher was arrested for
No problem.
Was arrested on the charge of capital murder.
Thank you for joining
Ramon
us.
was arrested on the charge of abuse of a corpse. Yesterday, 1/4, more charges were filed. Christopher was also charged with abuse of a corpse. altering, destroying, or concealing evidence of a human corpse. Ramon was also charged with altering, destroying, concealing evidence, human corpse. Detectives also conducted a search warrant at the home of the suspects where evidence was recovered. There is still an active investigation, and I'm not going to go into too much of the details, as I've previously said, because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of the case or make the DA's job any harder once he gets involved in it. The final piece of information I have for you is that the gun believed to be the murder weapon has been recently recovered from the suspect's home. And we'll share that with you. And Joe, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Chief McManus for inviting me to be a part of this press conference. Before I begin, I also want to extend my condolences to the Soto and Guerra families as they are in the midst of mourning. They are in the midst of grieving for the loss of their loved ones. So I think it would be appropriate for us to give them the respect that is due them during this period. But I do want to say that as I mentioned before, arrests were made. I was confident because I knew the kind of work that happens over here. I know the kind of dedication that the San Antonio Police Department has. They would identify suspects and make arrests, and that's exactly what happened. So I want to commend Chief McManus. I want to commend the entire command staff, and I especially want to call out the lead homicide detective for doing an outstanding job. I'm sure it's typical. He may have had others assist him, but I know that his team was working around the clock, and it made a difference because we always want to formulate a suspect as soon as possible. We always want to identify someone who is a perpetrator of a crime as soon as possible, and that happened here. So again, my gratitude to the entire department and specifically to the detectives that were involved in this case. As I have said recently, our job is just beginning, but we have to give SAPD time to complete their investigation. What they do when they, and the term is walking warrant, when they present an affidavit for an arrest warrant, they only need to present probable cause to a magistrate judge, but that's only the beginning. They have the responsibility to complete the investigation, and I know that they will do that. They will do an outstanding job as they've done so far. So let's give them the time to do what they need to do. We have 90 days to indict these cases, and so I am sure that they're going to get a prosecution guide, which is the term that we use for a complete file. I'm sure that they will get it to us in the appropriate time and before that 90-day timeline. So again, I want to commend everyone involved in the San Antonio Police Department for doing an outstanding job in identifying suspects and making arrests. Let's let the detectives complete their job. Let's let them file the cases in our office, and then we'll make the charging decisions, and we'll go from there. And again, I can't overestimate this. In order to bring justice to the memory of these two victims, and in order to bring justice to the survivors and the family members, it's going to be a long road, but we have to take things one step at a time. So let's do that. Let's let SAPD do their job, and then we'll need some time to review the facts and make those charging decisions. And once a case is indicted, then we'll go to the next step. And I'm sure I will have questions about this. Let me get this out there right now. There have been questions about whether or not this will be something that we will seek the death penalty on. It's too early to tell. I don't know whether or not this is something that we will make that decision. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. As in every other case where we have a defendant who is death penalty eligible, we have a capital crimes committee that will meet, that will make, we will hear a presentation from the lead prosecutor in the court where this case ends up, and then we will discuss the facts that go into making a decision to seek the death penalty. But again, it is too early to tell. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. Let's wait till we get an entire case filed in our office. And once that happens, I anticipate that we will have indictments returned, but we have to wait and let a grand jury make that decision. But after that, then we will take it to the next level and make whatever decisions that we need to. Thank you very much.
I'll take a few questions.
And for the gun that was recovered at the suspect's home, have you guys done any tests on ballistics on the gun to see if there's been any other connection to crimes?
I will just say that we believe it's the gun that was used in the murder. As far as
now, the reason this is one of the reasons why I stated that, in my opinion, this kid is very fresh at this. I said something the other day when we talked about this that bugged me. The way that this car was left in this parking lot to be found, hiding the whatever they did, they didn't hide it. The gun is in the home. There's nothing that was done to hide that they did this. Okay, that bothers me. There's something with that tells me something's wrong with that. Okay,
I mean, it could be a message.
I mean, that's what I'm going at. It in some sense, like, almost as if, and I don't know how to maybe not phrase this. Maybe AR, you'll know how to rephrase what I'm trying to say, but it's almost as if, well, AR, you kind of stepped on a little bit of what I'm getting at when you said he was pushed into this. It almost makes me feel like he's forcefully being made to be the one to do this.
Yeah, really what this is going to come down to, first you're going to have to look to see if this kid or his family has any involvement in gang ties at all. Because an initiation or a lower level gang member would typically take the heat, as you know, for the upper level gang members. But also these type of hits and calls come out of the penitentiaries when people get locked up and are known to be snitched on, or then calls get placed and words get sent out. I think this kid is hiding the gun, and his duty was to dump the car and get rid of the bodies. And the people that are literally behind this, they'll find them. They're coming next. Like, the word of more arrests is coming. But this kid had to take the fall, and that's why he didn't get rid of the gun, because they know if he got rid of the gun, then it could implicate other people in the crime. He is meant to be the one that takes the heat for this.
And
he is just set up to go get the downfall of it.
Or to be, and I think the police are using him as a potential snitch.
Well,
it's
it's a game.
That very well could be too. Yeah, I can agree on that. Well, draw.
I think that 100% because of the fact they gave him a bond.
Yeah. You always build your case against the stronger people by utilizing the younger, inexperienced talkers. And when they told me right off the bat, both of these guys were cooperating and talking, I said, oh, yeah, they'll have more arrests here very quickly. They're coming.
The media, AR, did you see that in the first video when he was arrested? How many times have you seen anybody speak to the media, even to say what he said?
Never. They don't never talk.
Me and Clue both agreed, like, what was that? You know what I mean?
Even on top of that, when do the police really ever not bury the head down low and push them into the car as quick as they can? They left these two out there to hang. These two got left out there to hang. I'm telling you.
They announced the purple.
They did not push back the media or anything. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cletus, and welcome, Draw.
No, you're good. I was just saying, I mean, they announced the perp walk on their Facebook like an hour
in
advance.
And let the media inside. They're just waiting.
And you gotta think someone just took the life of a young girl and an unborn baby, and you're not afraid of someone bringing a gun to the scene and ending that person's life? There seemed to be no fear. No fear in that.
Especially knowing this family. Like, I'm not trying to throw shade at them, because I mean, if it were my kids, Lord knows I would show my entire ass. But have you seen the video of the family? Them fighting at the scene of the car?
Right.
Like, they are yelling, they're both dead. That's my son too, bitch. Da 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 da. And then they go to court when the son was killed, and they jump the guy who pled guilty. So it's like, and another thing I was going to say this too. It's another part of that PCA that just made me go, what? So it says in there that your affidavit recognized this female from a previous murder case in 2022.
Yes.
And it's like, how do you remember her?
Well, and that's the thing, is like, why I always, when I was reading that, I was thinking to myself, why would you put that in there as a referral to? I mean, if that's how you're explaining, you knew who this was, okay, but that seemed a bit off to me, to be putting that in their PCA, because it had nothing to do with them, other than the fact that that's how you recognize somebody. It was. Can you hear me, Draw?
Hi there. Yeah. Hi guys.
Okay.
Hey.
Welcome, Willie.
No,
What's up, y'all?
Hi there. I just have a couple of things to say. I mean,
Please do. Please.
impressions or whatever. As far as when I read, I've also been following the Soto case, and I think that when I read the the PCA, if you look at the timeline, there is literally between the apparent murder of these two and them leaving the scene in front of the house is 4 minutes, and then them driving with the father helping getting them around the corner into the parking lot where they were ultimately found several days later was 5 minutes.
Right.
So you're dealing with a freaking 9-minute time. I feel like we're back in Idaho 4. But what that says to me is, even forgetting that this kid looked like he was 13 years old,
right?
Himself, I think he's a patsy. But this, to me, was a mark. Just looking at the timeline, it was the mark of either a cartel hit or something much higher up on the food chain in the drug trade, especially since usually if it's a non-cartel thing in the Latino community, generally women who are pregnant, especially women that are pregnant, are revered. You don't go after them.
Right.
So the fact that they had no problem literally executing this pregnant woman says to me, I don't know if you all agree or not, but that this is higher up on the food chain.
And they couldn't wait like a week.
So that used to be the case. Like, let me explain. So
Okay.
with the C word, that used to be the case. They used to go on like this. It was like an unspoken, unwritten code that women, children, are more times than not off limits.
Yeah.
But now it's kind of come into this like guerrilla type warfare
Yeah.
where it doesn't matter. Also, Dra, I'm glad you're on here because Cletus wanted me to ask you something.
Okay, but can I just say a couple other things? Is that okay first?
Well, it's fast.
Go.
Do you think the dad of the guy that supposedly did this is a victim of feederism?
Oh my god. He's a big boy.
Yeah, touche. That is hilarious. And I don't think that Dago even knows what the hell, or AR or whomever knows what the hell we're talking about.
I love it. I love it. You're a trip, Cletus. I love it.
Oh my god! But I have to say something back at Cletus. Everybody's like, I was gone for a couple of days. Not gone, but off this little circus train of you guys for a couple of days, and then I came back, and suddenly it's Plumati and Cletus. I'm thinking, I'm thinking Cletus. So guess what, guys? For me, in my age, I'm almost 63 next month. And as a practicing Catholic, immediately I want to tell Cletus this. My favorite prayer in the Litany of Saints, right on Good Friday, is this fantastic thing. And they say it. One part of the Litany of the prayers is Saint Cletus, pray for us. Yeah. And then Saint John. And as soon as I heard Cletus, I thought, Saint Cletus. And then of course I had to look up who the hell Cletus is, and it turns out he's some sort of redneck or cartoon dude or something. So I'm thinking, is that why people are calling you Cletus?
Sarge.
Because
Sarge did
that.
Is that because it's on the cartoon thing?
I don't even know where Sarge pulled that from, but it just kind of fit that day, and that was the end of it. So,
well, Cletus, if you look up the cartoon, is some guy from like Hillbilly USA.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what Sarge was pulling for as a joke.
Pull it up on your phone.
He just liked it, so it just stuck. So,
well, guess what, Cletus? Is he still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to know that for me, you are Saint Cletus, and I'll tell you why. Saint Cletus was one of the early popes in the church, in the corrupt world of the Catholic Church, which is horrible, but I still am Catholic.
Yeah.
But he's the patron saint of virtue, of a virtuous person. And ever since I've tuned into Cluminati, excuse me, with fiance, Beyonce, and now his name is Cletus, whatever the iteration of your name is, I have always thought of you as a person that is very virtuous, because you are very measured. You have yes, you're outrageous and you have a funny sense of humor, but you ultimately come back to the center and are very measured in considering everybody's opinion.
I
So
agree.
to me, you are Saint Cletus.
There you go. I love it. I love it.
Well, thank
I
you,
agree
Dra.
with you wholeheartedly. That's the same way I feel about him too, because that's just seems to be what happens every time. So you're right.
Right. But
But
see,
I
so I
will
wanted
say,
to.
I will
Oh, I'm
say
so
this
sorry.
real quick: the cartoon's fitting as well. Especially in the photo I'm looking at, he's in a shirt holding a raccoon.
Right. It is funny. But hey, guys, the other two quick things I wanted to say were, let's see, I wanted to go back to something that Cluminati said last night when I was jumping back and forth between Dago and your Cluminati's channel. And that is that, yes, without victim blaming, what I'm going to say is that, and I know this is going to be very, very provocative. People are going to be unhappy with me saying this, but I'm going to say shame on that young woman that she was 42 weeks pregnant and was out
Amen.
dealing.
Amen.
And, I think if I'm all for choice and this is my body and blah, 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 blah. But when you make that decision that you're going to claim that fetus as a life that you're going to bring to term, what the hell are you doing out? And now we just heard what you just played, Dago, is this updated press conference where they're saying both victims are dealing.
Yep.
Oh shit! I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's on this right here. We're watching it.
You could replay it. I thought that was very compelling and very damning.
I did a video on that earlier.
You
Right
did?
as that broke. Yeah, I did a video on my channel all about that, about how it's pretty disgraceful that both, a young mother and a young father are willing to put their child that's to be born the very next day behind making $1 or, getting another sale, which there's no purpose of that. I mean, it just shows you why the lifestyle of these youngsters nowadays is so different from the way even criminal life in the past was handled differently, where family was always more important than a dollar bill or anything that we had to do. We could handle our criminal lives later. And I mean, I hate to put it that way, but I lived a criminal life. So
But you're
I
totally
do
right.
family.
You're totally right. And it's the depravity. And I have two daughters, 21, 24, and I am a physician and I deal with young people all the time. And most of my life I'd say 99% has been Spanish speaking community, but I also deal with the non-Spanish speaking community. But what I've seen over the past 10 years with young people is just this vortex of depravity where it's like they don't give a shit. I'm not saying my daughters are depraved, but I see that the culture, no matter what I have tried to do as a parent, the culture, the greater culture of the world, I'm just thankful my kids haven't been involved in drugs, arrested, or dead.
There's no fear of consequence, bro. I mean, there's no fear. I have a that has been running in this lifestyle. Two, actually. One ended up in prison for a different scenario, but the other child has been in this world living his life. That's why we don't have a relationship right now, and I've been estranged from him for years. And it started when he was 16 years old, and I have friends that are police officers that I brought to him and said, look, this is what happens. And he laughed and said, no, it doesn't. You can't touch me. There's no fear of consequence. None. Okay.
And that's what I see with a lot of my patients. They literally do laugh at me in the face. And even when police are called in because they've SA'd, let's say, somebody, and I have to call the police, they just think it's hilarious, like they're untouchable. So I just wanted to say, all I wanted to basically say is, I know I've passed judgment, and therefore the grace of God go my children and I, because none of us is above reproach. Any of us can make a freaking mistake and do something horrible in a skinny New York minute. But at the same time, this lifestyle that this young couple obviously was deeply enmeshed in is depraved. And the fact that I think the affiant said he recognized the Savannah, because I don't think it was from 2022. That's when her brother Ethan was murdered, but it was from October of 23, I think, or August or something, when she was in court and that melee thing happened. So I think he had, but from what I know from autopsies and blah 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 and forensic stuff, I think that the affiant had to put in how he identified her, because he did what we call a presumptive ID of the victim, of the deceased. And in order to do that, you have to say in your crime scene or your narrative, and that goes into the PCA, I was able to presumptively identify the deceased, and you have to say how. So I think that's why he had to say how he was able. Do you see what I'm saying? Like earlier, you all were like, "Why would you mention that?" And here's, but I think that's the reason I wanted to explain that.
No, I get that. And another thing to add to that is, if you go back, the first time when I covered this, you were with me that night too, or I was with, either way, I can't remember. But there was an interview that I had put up that I watched that was with Matthew's parents. Okay, and his father was talking, the mother was trying to talk, but and he stated that they tried to reach them, and when he didn't, he flew, his own words, he flew over there and kicked the door in.
Yeah.
Okay? Kicked the door in, not opened it, not knocked, not unlocked it. He kicked the door in and realized something was wrong. He knew something was wrong, which is why he flew over there to kick the door in, which tells me that they've known issues beforehand. Okay, so knowing that that's already something that's in your mind, when you can't reach your child and you're petrified enough to go do that, then there's a lifestyle that's being lived at the same time that would make you do those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's obviously an issue, and it was, and it was ongoing. It wasn't something that, I'm sorry, but if I have to fear that my kids are in that situation to the point where I gotta hurry up and get over, kick their door in to make sure they're okay, something wrong in there, and there was.
Well, that comes all back to, Dago, like I was explaining to you, these kids thought they were somebody's. They were flaunting it on a social media platform. And that will tell you, and you know, Dago, you've grown up in the street, and I know, Clue, you guys know. If you're a somebody, you don't flaunt it.
Or show your money. You don't.
You do not.
No.
Well,
And you know,
I mean, this happens all the time.
I hate to say it, the wad of money that kid is holding in his hand is nothing. That's nothing.
Right.
And that's probably more than their life savings. You know what I mean? That's more than they'll ever see most of the time. And I hate to say it, in their life, because obviously they've now lost their life. But that is, what is that? That's a couple of weeks of paying bills worth of money. Most of us have to go through that all the time.
Right.
So don't act like that's something. But then you got your fake ass gold teeth in your mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. You're an Hispanic. That's not an Hispanic thing.
Well,
Stop it.
Whoever just tried to call in, caller, go ahead and try to call back. I'm sorry, I couldn't get to it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask
Rob.
AR. I'm assuming AR is the guy, is the logo with the green A.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So AR,
that would be me.
what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that would be me. Sorry.
Okay, good. My glasses aren't strong enough to see whose thing is vibrating, when they talk. So AR, what is your opinion then of what was this kid? What is your opinion that, since you've been, I've listened to you for months and months and follow you and everything. What is your opinion of why these kids put themselves out on social media like this? Do you think that people are behind a keyboard and they think nothing's going to happen? I'm curious. What is your opinion as a seasoned person?
Well,
I'll just call you that.
That's an amazing question. Go ahead.
1 second. Caller, are you there? Oh, they're gone. Okay. I tried to answer. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up what you're saying.
And I have kind of a route that I could best answer this by, and it's going to include how we did it when I was locked up in the penitentiary. But the problem that I see in today's day and age is they're not listening to the elders of whatever groups they're affiliating themselves with that are trying to teach them a path to go. And when they get into the penitentiary, and this is kind of how I know how we taught the youngsters how to handle themselves, avoiding putting their, themselves right in front of everybody's eyes, is if you were under the age of 30, you weren't even allowed to dabble in the narcotics or drug trade within the penitentiary. And the reason why we did that is because we knew if you did, you would get somebody more important busted to get yourself out of it. So we trained them and we taught them. What's happening now on the streets is a lot of these young kids, they feel like they have more clout than they actually do. And they're willing to flaunt, hey, look at me. I got a beautiful girl. I got a stack of cash. I got my gold teeth. So you want to buy from me. Don't buy from the next guy. Buy from me. Well, they're putting everybody on blast at that point. They don't realize it. And things like this, unfortunately, at the end of the day, when you act ignorantly within an industry like this, you get treated ignorantly, and it typically costs you your life. It's sad to say that.
It is tragic. So in your opinion, AR, or anybody else, but I'm asking AR, whomever wants to pipe up, where are the parents? Because this mother lost her Ethan not a year ago.
That's what I was gonna say, Draw. I
agree.
I have something to add on to that. It is not just the parents. It is society as a whole, because I'm watching the chat, right? And I know now, and of course I'm always the unpopular opinion, don't care. I have seen 5 comments right now I know go by that say, let's not judge them. No, stop. Be for real. Judge them. You need to judge them.
Well, to be fair, if she wasn't, pregnant, this wouldn't have been as viral as it was.
Well, hold on, because look, in judging things like this is how we teach the youth of America. If you were sitting here watching this story with your daughter, right? And then the next week she goes out and she starts dating a gangbanger, would you think in your head to go, do you remember that little girl we was watching on the TV that got killed when she was 9 months pregnant? That's where you're going to be. You would judge her then.
And I understand did she drop down? I'm sorry. I hope I didn't do that. But
if you want to teach people, you have to show them the bad examples. You remember back in the 70s, our parents, they would watch that like driver's ed video where like people were just demolished by trains and cars.
Yes.
Because that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be an idiot. I don't care. Like it is a judgment, because I'm judging what I saw this person doing. That person was into some negative shit.
Right. And I agree with you on this. And I've seen people say it, and please don't be offended, anybody. Draw's having problems. I've seen people are, there is compassion. I get it, that people lost their lives. It's sad. Everything that happened is horrible. It's bad. It's sad. It's horrible. But it's also a demonstration of how can I say this? A demonstration, in my opinion, of a what not to do situation. It's a learning situation. Right. And to say what has been said, it's not necessarily like talking down about them. It's just a matter of fact situation. It shouldn't have happened that way.
But
You know what I mean?
I agree, but I think that's also
how is that even possible, bro? Is that what you were talking about earlier, Clue? Brian says they're both out on bond. That's not possible.
That can't be possible.
Hey, they both got a bond.
It's capital though. They can't be.
That's what I thought.
AR, I'm
well,
telling
I
you.
could. No, I could see one would get out on bail, but a bail bondsman would. One would. All I'm saying is a bail bondsman would not allow both of them out because they both reside at the same house. They can't both be out unless one of them finds another place to go. And I guarantee you, in this short period of time, they didn't find that. I'm gonna
If
look
they
right
got
now.
enough money to bond out, they got enough money to find somewhere for the other one to sleep. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it has to already be an established place. Your name has to be on it because it has to be put up as collateral to get you out.
If they
That's what I'm
bond-
saying. One can get out, but
Well,
I don't think both.
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, I'm not considering that they had bond posted for both, or listed as a dollar amount for both of them, and bond.
Try it again, draw.
Bond conditions. I'm kind of on the
What's this
mindset
right
that
here? AR, I'm sorry, Cletus, I didn't mean to interrupt. What is all this right here, AR? This is what was written on the father.
Can you read it?
Yeah. So this is just kind of the stages of what they have. They have a pre-hearing, which is just your basic going in front of the judge. That's going to be in February. I don't see anything in here that states that he's been.
What's this down here standing out for then? Where's it at?
No way this
House full house arrest.
House arrest as of 1/4/2024. What's that? That would be
That
based
means
on bond, right?
Yeah, if he was able to bail out, he would be placed on full house arrest with an ankle GPS monitor on his ankle.
Right.
And then he would have a second conditioned, I can't read exactly what that say, bond, which now means that not only does he have to post the original bond, then he has a special conditioned bond.
Special condition bond Brown. Yeah.
Right, which is a status. It's a status of where he would have to check in every single day, numerous times throughout the day, with like a parole officer. It's not really a parole officer; it's a bond officer, but they work within the what is it called? Pre-release probation department. So
Right.
he would not be able to consume any alcohol. No firearms allowed around him. Random drug testing, both for drug and alcohol. They would have an order with a no contact order, probably for the victims' families and anybody around the case. But then they got the warrant issued on the 4th. Yeah,
So then
so
that's
I
what
mean,
the no
it's,
contact is then. Okay, I got you.
yeah. So you see that they got the warrant returned for the first warrant for the arrest. Then it states on there that they got the warrant executed.
Hear
Oh,
this
maybe
too.
that's for the son.
Yeah, but earlier Clue called and talked to the jail. Okay, and go ahead and explain that to him.
Yeah, so I asked the lady, like I could see the father in the system, right? AR, and it does say like they're only listed on there if they've been seen in the last 24 hours, right? Or booked in the last 24 hours. I could see the dad, but I couldn't see the son. So I called and gave him the number for him. And the lady, like her answer was the most ridiculous. I think he's still in the jail.
As if she.
Well, they could.
Yeah, but maybe
in capital cases, they can change your jurisdiction within the housing until they're ready to take you to your arraignment hearings and different things. So because of the severity of his crimes
They're
and the
gonna move
high
him.
risk, they're going to shift him off to another jail. They may even move him farther away to something, that's more desolate and just farther away, a smaller jail, like what they do with Brian Koberger, and throw him in the basement of an itty bitty jail somewhere.
Can I ask
You
a
got real
question
like
about
sure.
that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you were making me
No.
think about something. If they put somebody in protective custody, like let's say this guy decided to roll over,
Yeah.
would it be kind of the same situation, you think?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
absolutely. If this kid spoke and gave up any information in regards to somebody else, they've moved him into a protective custody facility and literally locked him down, and you're not going to know where he's at
That's
because
kind
they're
of
so afraid of the retaliation. Just
Yeah.
like, I
that's
mean,
a
they're already,
great point,
know.
Cletus. Great point. Damn, I never even thought of that.
Because
Why does
they're
it look like
talking so much. I mean, even if you just think about it this way, and it's a great way to look at it, they're talking so much right now with no reasoning to be doing so that anybody that is out there looking at this, they could be gang tied or anything of that nature, are gonna think that they've talked, even if they haven't.
Right.
So they're already at risk
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they showed they're willing to talk the minute they walked him out to the car to put him in the car. The dad stopped and started talking to everybody.
Yep.
Well,
And
and
that's
The kid looked like he was scared to death. He didn't
Right.
speak,
And
blink, breathe, nothing. He's only 19 years old with no priors. That tells me a lot. Okay.
And that's where my mindset comes from, right? Is it's almost like looking at this from the mindset of the cops and seeing the PCA and knowing that the time frame, there's absolutely no way this happened at that house. And
Well, is
knowing,
there a third person or no?
they've already said they're looking for it. Yeah.
Right. But when you
Because
look
somebody
they've
handed
already.
them that towel.
Well,
yeah,
we
when you
saw, and Clue said she could see Willie, somebody moving around, and then I found a video. I went on Facebook, and there's a video of a woman who I believe would be Christopher's mother, possibly, or just the wife to this
That's
guy.
her. That's the mama. I saw her.
Yeah, and they walked into a police car, okay, to take her away, and I'm guessing that's who was in the truck with him and through the town. That's my thought, at least. I'm going to say so.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I.
they've kind of had some rumblings around locally too. I have family that lives in the Texas San Antonio area, and there's rumblings of another gang member guy. They even released his name a couple of days ago as an apparent maybe person of interest, and
Okay.
there's still kind of word coming that there's going to be other arrests involved in this as well. And you're right, with that kid walking out the way he was. I mean, he looked like he was just in the wrong. He had no idea what was going on or why he was where he was. That's my thought process.
It almost made me think that the cops did that on purpose.
Yeah, he was
They did.
terrified.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree.
I'm telling you, I've been through it. I've been through it. I wouldn't talk one time in one of my cases, and I remember the detective looking right at me. He goes, "So you're not going to talk to us and give us, what happened?" I said, "Of course I'm not going to talk to you." "Okay, we'll see what happens to you next." And they paraded me out of the jail into the media with the victim's family waiting outside. And the guy hit me right in the mouth coming out of the jail, and the cops laughed and said, "I guess you should have talked, huh? Guess you should have had something to say before that guy knocked you the F out." And I was like, "Can we just get to the jail now, please?"
Right,
Please.
right.
And they have no issue doing that. They have no issue doing that. They did that to this family on purpose.
Hello, I am back very quickly.
Yes, welcome back,
Good.
Draw. Sorry.
I have a different avatar now. I'm having some technical difficulties.
No problem. Welcome back.
I had to get my kid to help me get back on. All right, so guys, I just wanted to touch back base and I know I feel like I'm echoing, but anyway, I won't be on here long. What Cluminati was saying when I disconnected myself a few minutes ago, that the chat was sort of a bunch of people were saying, don't victim blame and etc. And then Cluminati was saying, well, basically, I believe that I'll just speak for myself. Why do I participate in the true crime community? The only thing I have to offer, I'm not a felon or anything, interesting or helpful. really the only thing I have to offer is my medical expertise and my and being a mom. But I feel very strongly, because of the community that I've lived in and served for 30 years now or more, that my role in coming on to true crime is to shine a light on some of the realities of what not only are the victims of crime, maybe what is the victimology? In other words, yes, these are victims, but it's not enough to go, oh, rest in peace. That's not changing anything. For me, I believe my role is to shine a light on and to say what is going on in my local community, in my larger, Hispanic community, and in the American community, so that we can prevent some of this stuff from going on in the future. So I'm sorry if the chat feels that I have been, victim blaming, but I really see this as trying to shine a light for preventive measures.
Well, I have a question. If there was a case, and this is for everybody, can y'all hear me?
Yes, but did anybody hear me or no?
I did, and it goes with what you're saying.
Okay, because it was all silent suddenly.
I know. We never get quiet either. That was crazy. But I have a question. If we saw a story in this community about a guy who was at home, just him and his kids, his wife went to the Walmarts, okay? And then he is inside, decided to go run inside and get a beer, and his 1-year-old fell into the pool and drowned. Would people be sitting here saying, don't judge him? Or would everybody be like, what were you thinking? What were you thinking?
Exactly.
Because it's really no different. It is no different.
Well, there's always double standard with,
Hold on a second. Whoever the unknown caller is, I'm trying to answer, and every time I answer, it hangs up. Go ahead and try to call back in, and then I'll make sure everybody stops talking for a minute. That way it'll answer, and then I'll be able to let you speak and then go from there. So go ahead and try to call back in one more time. Go ahead, though, with what you were saying, Clue. I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with you. It would be the same thing, same sense. I agree wholeheartedly.
I mean, I just want to say I don't judge people like that. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I do look at people and I can scratch my head and say, look, you're a part of the problem. It's not judging you. It's just being honest. These two young individuals chose a way of living life. And unfortunately, nobody was able to step in and stop them from thinking the way they were. So they continued down their path, and it ended up in a horrific way. Nobody thinks they should lose their life, but a lot of us can understand why they did, and it's the choices they made, and it's unfortunate.
And I have to say, go ahead, AR. Or who
No, I'm done.
Somebody else was getting ready to say something. Cletus?
No, I was just saying I agree. I was saying preach, in other words.
Yeah. Listen, and my mods, in their defense, I have said, about victim shaming, especially with what we've dealt with in Idaho and stuff like that. I get it. This is a little different in that sense because I have compassion for what has happened to them. Don't get me wrong. And we don't even know. Like, the parents to these kids could have begged them to get the hell out of what they were dealing with, what life they were living. You got a baby come. They could have done that, and they don't listen, guys. We know that, okay? They do what they want to do when they want to do it. Considering what had happened with Ethan, as Draw had brought up too, the brother, it's kind of like, you see what happened to your brother. Why are you still dealing with this? Why are you still doing this? Maybe they liked the money they were making, the lifestyle, whatever it was. They couldn't get away from it. And unfortunately, we're sitting here now in this position. And it's like, I'm not trying to victim blame by any means either, but I would just imagine in my mind, AR has touched on it quite a bit. I was doing some bad things back in the day. I was in the bad life back in the day before, but I told you guys the other day, the moment the creature I was married to, the first one, when she first became pregnant, I stepped back from everything and said, I'm out. I'm done.
Right.
I have a baby.
Right.
My life has to change right now. Right this moment, I dropped everything. I was done. Okay. And I have to take accountability for my life, the creature's life, and my unborn child's life. Okay. That was where that stopped. And I was just boom, it happened. And from that day forward, things were different. I built a career for myself. I built a life for my family. I moved away from all of that crazy shit because my brain said, you're responsible for a life you're creating right now and another person. Okay. And being that I was Catholic, I ran off and got married immediately because that's just how it works in my family. But, so I took on all that responsibility at that point and said, I'm done. Leave me alone. Do not contact me. I detached from everybody I was involved with and moved into my new life. That's how that works, guys, in my opinion.
Well, and you want to know what's funny? I was going to do a video on this tomorrow, but the father, so I know what you were talking about, Dago, the mother of the parents, I think, of the woman, they they had, made some comments about the guy, right?
Right.
So it is kind of surprising to me to hear that. Well, it's not surprising to me, but it is a little odd that they would be making statements about him when they were both involved in this business. But what I find even more perplexing, I guess, is the fact that the father of the son, right, he has stated that he wants the death penalty, right? They're going to do what they can to get this. And they were talking about his son. He was like, yeah, he may have been involved in some negative things or whatever, but I don't think anyone ever needs to die for something that they've done or that they were doing. And I'm thinking, but you're asking for this guy to get the death penalty for what? Something that he was doing.
Yeah. I got you.
So it's like it is such a double standard even in that case, right? Like your son was playing the game, he lost, but you want the guy he lost to get the death penalty, which you think your son didn't deserve to get from him. I don't know. It's a
right
circle, but
okay, hold on a second. Unknown caller, just whenever you don't have to say your actual name, just put a name in there, and then I will allow for that to come through when you dial in. Okay, it's the whole Google thing. That's why it's doing that. So just do it that way. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt again.
I mean, and I try to tell people, like, if anybody deserves some judgment on the way they chose to live their life, it was definitely me. Because, like I've stated to so many people, I lived a life of crime for years upon years, and there was no stopping me from doing what I wanted to do. I had a good family. I had a good brother and sister. I had people that wanted for the better of me. And even when I married Jennifer, and I had even told her, I'm going to change my life, I'm going to do the right thing, I still was doing stuff that was worthy of judgment. Like I wasn't even acting appropriately yet. I had to learn. And I get these kids were so young that they possibly could change their life and find for the better. And maybe the birth of that child could be that reasoning. But the day before the birth of that child, they were not acting as if they were ready to make that decision to make change. So
I agree with you, sir. I do.
I'm just not judging them. But what I'm saying is it takes work to change your life. There has to be a reason to do it. Dago, the start of your family was your reasoning. I'm sure Clue, there was a reasoning behind why you. Yeah, there's always something.
Well, and I'll say
in this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, AR.
No, it's just maybe the newborn child should have been exactly what it was supposed to be, a blessing, a dream come true and everything. To us, that's what it seems like. To them, they weren't thinking that way.
And it makes me feel like they felt as if they were untouchable. Like they obviously were living a lifestyle and they felt you're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me. That's not how this works. And they felt indestructible. And at that point is where reality has to come into play. I'm sorry, but it's just, to me, that's how I feel. I'm not trying to damn them or shame them or any of that at all, guys. I'm telling you, I'm not. I am so sick over this. I really am. I told you guys the other day, when I heard them say that they were literally going the next day to induce her, I almost threw up on myself. I'm like, are you kidding me? It was 24 flipping hours and it could have not happened. Okay, at least to the baby. And it's like, no, it's not fair. That is not fair. But at the same time, they drove there. They did what they did, and that was all there was to it, guys. There's nothing else to say about it at that point.
Well, if you told me it happened at the drive-through at Taco Bell, I would think totally differently than, unfortunately, I'm thinking about a deal gone wrong. I'm sorry. It just
look. I'm gonna
sorry.
say it like this, right? Somebody had made the comment of everybody deserves judgment. I saw that in the chat, and I'm gonna say it like this. In my opinion, no matter what game you're in, right, and whatever you could look at this in the aspect of religion, right? No matter what religion you're in, no matter what game you're in, there is a judgment coming. I don't think there's anybody that can really disagree with that. Everybody is in some type of game, and there is a judgment coming at the end of that game. And you either choose to accept that and own that, or you don't. And I think a lot of people miss that aspect of life in today's society.
I agree. I do agree. What's up, Sarge?
Sarge said, "Fuck around and find out."
Well, and I agree with that all day too.
I mean, it's kind of. I'm not like I said. I'm not trying to shame or anything like that, but it's disappointing. Okay, it's disappointing that you didn't stop and think about what. I mean, especially if you're stating, like you brought this up earlier, Clue, where you said that she went into her. They said that she was using her phone to get to this person's house, right?
Yeah.
Which means, to me, they don't know this person. Like, if you're using GPS to find where this person lives, this isn't somebody you regularly deal with. This isn't somebody that you regularly know. As we all have seen on social media, there's a lot of flaunting going on. There's a lot of this going on. There's a lot of that going on, so on and so forth. So you got a perfect stranger that gets in contact with you and says, yo, let's do this, okay? No. To me, the precautions that would need to be taken for that scenario were not taken. You don't know what you're going.
Well, it was either that's the two options, right? They didn't know this person, or this person, they knew them, but they wanted to meet somewhere different, right?
That's the other side of it, which would have immediately made me go, no, I'm not going to do that because I ain't comfortable with that. If you're taking proper precautions.
Well,
and that's also.
Oh, go ahead, AR.
No, I'm just going to say, that's somebody that's actually knowledgeable of the game and higher up in it. When something changes like that, like, hey, we're going to meet over here instead.
Yeah, you
got enough clout behind you to say, nah, the hell I'm not.
Right.
You know, if you want this from me, you come get it from me where I say to get it.
Yes.
Otherwise, the deal's off because I got other places to be and people that want it anyway. So I'll let it go.
Yes, sir. That is a no-no.
That was kind of the scary part, reading that PCA, and it almost kind of like made me, I was going to say this earlier, but it almost made me go, now how in the heck is that even possible? But if you notice, it says the guy was known for selling vitamins through his phone and social media. So they really allude to the fact that he was on like Snapchat talking about, I'm banging, come see me.
Very careless stuff. That's not how it goes. You don't do that. It's dumb. I'm sorry.
With the kid about to be born.
There's rules and risks to any game that you're in, right? And
that
accept them.
Yeah, but even on the other side of that shows you the other kid involves not at all, used to this either. He's new to the whole game either, because his plan, you could tell, backfired on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to call daddy for help.
That's what
So something all the way around is just backwards with all of it. And I hate to say it, the whole reason why there's any emotion being put into this is the baby. If you take that girl being pregnant out of this mix, it's just another gang shooting in San Antonio, Texas.
Yep.
It's another drug deal that went bad.
We said that yesterday. Very bad.
Everybody's emotional because now you're talking about a child that didn't have the choice of life. And I get that. I really, really do. But a parenting situation has to put that child into a good place to begin with. I'm sorry, but I was born to a drug addict that would rather have drugs than me, and I was taken away by the state. Do we need another child to go through that? No, we don't. And maybe it could have been put up for adoption right away. But the whole emotion behind this, to everybody that's looking at it, is that child. And even at the press conferences, you see them talking about that's where the decision on the death penalty is going to come into play with the additional charges.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Welcome, Sarge.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you tonight, sir?
Well, I'm fucking awesome, man. What am I not? I'm always awesome.
Well, good to have you here. Always.
Yeah, I mean, life rocks, man. You don't do stupid things, you don't win stupid prizes.
There you go. I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna hop. I'm like hallucinating here, dude. I'm tired of shit. But you guys have a good night.
Yes, sir. Have a great night, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
See you, Willie.
And you know what, Doodle, what you just said, that's it right there. And a lot of us, that's why I'm in the middle with this. I'm torn.
Can I just say something? I don't mean to be rude, but everybody just sit down for a second. Listen to this.
Okay, but I'm going to step out. Sorry.
Hang on. Before you step out, you should hear this.
Oh, okay.
I just want to repeat.
We all need to stop lying to ourselves, okay? We like cats and dogs more than other people. So stop getting all fake fucked up about some kid being killed in the womb, okay? It ain't worth the trouble. These people are stupid. That child's probably better off the way it ended up than it would be to be in the possession of them fucking people and that family and that group. As bad as that sounds, that's probably more true. And if God has a plan, he did the right thing for that child.
Sarge,
I deserve to be around parents like that.
I agree. Sarge.
I agree with you, Sarge, and I'm going to tell you, having done OB for years and years and years in the past, how many of these babies end up literally within a month of the delivery, and we do everything to try to mitigate all the risks. When the mom is on drugs, we get them clean. Then the baby gets born, and CPS says, well, okay, we're going to give the parents a chance. How many of these babies have ended up dead a month later in the apartment of the same parents? So maybe you're right. Maybe blessing can lead you guys for this poor little child.
What I was going to say before that, what I tried to say was what Doodle had put in the chat, was I think a lot of us are feeling because of the loss. I think that affects people in different ways. Some people it affects in that way, other people it doesn't. That's all I was saying. And I'm not trying to speak for anybody. Okay. Just so you know, I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm speaking for myself, and I was reading a comment. So if that's a problem, I'm sorry. Moving on.
I'm saying they never got a second chance like you, Sarge. Well, so what the fuck? That's not my problem. Should I feel bad I got a second chance, took advantage of it? Should I throw my second chance away? What should I do?
You know, Sarge, I
decide to save idiots like that. I mean,
I got to kind of. Sarge, I got to come at you a little bit here, man.
You just can't change that. When people choose to do these things,
I always
end up with the end up you get.
A bit harsh. I will say that.
I'm gonna.
If we don't hold each other to a higher standard and point out the obvious when it needs to be pointed out, we can all soften and weaken the knees over it.
Thank you.
That's why it keeps happening.
Sarge, let me come at you for a minute, because I was one of those babies that got lucky to even be born because my mother was so high on cocaine and fucking every other type of drug there was.
I'm the
but
same
you know
guy
what?
As you. Same thing happened to me. I was abandoned at birth. I get it.
Good, me too. But you know what? We changed our lives, and we're still here today, making a
That doesn't mean
fucking
other people are going to
difference.
change their lives. We're one out of 100.
We don't ask them to change their lives for us. We make a difference in their lives. We show them why we were worth it, which could maybe help another parent change their mind before the baby was born. You
The only
might
way you're gonna look
disagree
at- the
with
only
me,
way
and
to
that's
hold
fine.
people, you got to hold people to account. You got to have a standard. And when people do something as horrific as this, the standard should be that they're put forward in shame so other people understand. Don't focus on all the poor baby. That's not the problem.
No,
here.
no, no. And
The
that's
problem
where
is
you're going
not that
wrong.
this child's life was lost. The child is that there's groups of idiots like this running around, and your kids could get intermixed with them. You need to be able to spot these idiots and separate yourselves from them.
If we're
Right.
talking about the adults in this situation,
I'm
the
talking
two
about
parents,
all of
I
them.
understand. But I won't talk about the unborn child as if that's something that should have just been discarded at any point anyway, because the parents were pieces of shit. Because my parents were pieces of shit, and I find myself to actually be a success story now. I've learned that.
I do agree with you, but on the hopeless romantic side of me, as as I've been called. But I do agree with Sarge's point that it's a 1 out of 100 situation, right? So I do see where Sarge is coming from, even though I do feel what
Hey, I had my own hell in prisons too. When it came to being molested and beat and abused, I was abandoned at birth, abandoned again at fucking 14, sold drugs. And I did a lot of things I should never have done, but I can't blame it on what people did to me because one day I became an adult and I kept doing it. That makes it my fault, not anybody else's. So let me just say something. Yeah, by whatever reason, by fate, I was able to somehow survive. And other children don't end up with that fate, but it's not the children that we should be focused on here. It's the adults and the adults' decisions to put children in them problems like that. These people made decisions that are just out of fucking normal. Oh my God. And these people need to be held up as losers that they are. A danger to society, to themselves, and to the unborn has been totally proven. And people need to see it for what it is. The whole trouble with the drug scene and getting around people like that is a threat to your life in ways people can't even dream of. And when we see stuff like this and we get all, oh my God, the poor. Look, okay, I have compassion for all life, but sometimes when a life is lost, there needs to be a gain to society as a whole from that loss. And everybody being all sad and tore up about the kid, okay, but how does society learn a lesson from this so it doesn't happen again? And you can't do that by just poor kid, poor kid, poor kid. That just keeps people from talking about what really happened. What happened here? These sycophant, addicted lunatics did what they did. Right.
I think I've come out. I've specified the same thing that the parents. It's unbelievable that they continued their path in life with the baby on the way.
Those people aren't
So
parents,
I mean,
man. Those are people that got pregnant.
exactly. And I think that's right there. We've all been in agreement on that. We've all been.
That's also what to Sarge's point and mine too. I think that's a problem.
Heather needs to calm down with pointing out that I mentioned the word God. I'm not in here preaching the Bible. I'm not being biblical. So chill. And stop trying to change the topic there, Heather. The topic is you got some sick people. Maybe they were born and they were normal and their parents were sick, but this is an epidemic that's crushing this country.
And I agree. And let me say, can I just say, have you guys heard?
Okay, sorry, Heather.
I'm curious. Have you guys heard one news outlet say, like, all it is about this guy that did this, right? But you don't hear any responsibility from a mainstream media outlet put on the girl or the dad.
No,
that's right, and that's something that's a problem. And that, real quick, because I want to say it while I can. This comment that Candy made, I'm sorry, and if anybody disagrees with me, please, don't be offended by what I say. I wholeheartedly am 100% behind this. Part of what is wrong with society right now, you guys, and has been for a while now, and I know you guys know what I'm talking about, is everybody has become so ultra sensitive to everything.
Yes.
And don't listen, when I say this, I'm not saying I don't have compassion for what has happened, because I told you I'm sick over this. Okay. Being an EMS and things like that, I've delivered babies, you guys. This made me sick to my stomach beyond you talking about it now, does it? But the point is, everybody is so stupidly ultra sensitive these days about everything that it has become an epidemic in my mind. Okay. And it has stood in the way of solving the problems that we're trying to deal with on a daily basis because of that. It's a blocker. It's a wall that's been put up to the point where we can't solve problems. We can't solve issues. We can't deal with things because we have to stop and wait. This is going to upset this person. That's going to upset that person. If I say this, I'm in trouble. If I say that, I'm in trouble. It's a problem, guys, and we have to slow down and realize and look at the big picture and see where the problem actually is, instead of dealing with this other bullshit that we have to see in our faces every day. Okay, that's what I'm thank you for saying that, Candy. And I don't mean to upset anybody by saying that, guys. You know how I am, but that's a fact, and it's a problem, and that's where a lot of this is coming from. I'm done.
Go
ahead.
There's a lot. We suffer from a lot of social ills, but I mean, I was saying this the other night. We refuse as en masse to take responsibility and do anything about it. We'll talk about it. We'll feel outraged, and we'll go through the gambit of all the poor kid, and we'll feel the emotions of sadness and loss, but we don't do anything about it but talk. I mean, I don't know, but talk has always been cheap according to what I was taught or what I learned as I grew up. And it's just kind of tragic that the biggest tragedy of all of this is all the talk about the child, but none of the talk about the real issues in society.
I mean, yeah,
that's what I was going to say. I do agree with what you said, with your point of talk is cheap. However, I think when you take emotion out of the conversation and you put some thought into the discussion, that's where the value comes from.
Right.
And I think as long as the conversation is emotionless to a degree and thoughtful, then it's absolutely worthwhile to anybody that cares to hear and listen.
Here's a question. I was asked, what have I done about it? I'm going to give you 2 minutes of what I've done about it. I put myself on local television to raise $50,000, and I had 2 days to do it. And I raised that money to provide a place for people with addiction issues to have a clubhouse to go to. I was fighting against a mayor. I was fighting against a woman that was a senator and in charge of mothers against drunk driving, who refused to contribute to this place, but were willing to contribute to the bar that was trying to take the place away from these people. They had 4,000 people a month go through this place at no cost to the community, and they were getting it ripped out from under their feet by a bar. And I went out in the public and exposed who I am, what I've done, what I experienced, and what I needed to help this group of people. And I was successful. I've done many things for the community to help people at large in groups that my way of giving back was to bring attention. I would go to schools that had problems with drug addiction and gangs, and I would be invited to schools as a representative of this facility and address the parents who thought they needed more police officers and needed more counselors. And I was the guy to stand up in the head of the room and say, no, you need to get more involved with each other. You need to talk to the guy across the street. Yeah, he might be a doctor, but he might be slugging down all kinds of pills you're unaware of, and his kids aren't being attended to.
That's
Community
right.
is the only way to fix this. Not more cops, not more counselors, more people of being people with other people. That's how we fix society. We don't do it because we hire somebody to do the job for us, right? And so, the fact of the matter is, I've done a lot, and I'll show you the paperwork, Dago. I'll show it to you, Clue. I'm not going to put it out in the public so everybody can come knock on my door, but I'll show you the newspaper articles, folks, of when I did this. And I'm not saying it because I'm any better than anybody or I'm some great person. I just try to do what's right when it happens to roll up in front of me.
Right.
And that's the key for my success, right? And so, yeah, I believe that the best thing we can do for each other is try to find solutions and then act with those ideas, not just talk about the loss of life and the problems of the cops and the problems of the politicians and the problems that's what you've heard me say numerous times out here, Dago, since I first came around.
I know.
That's why I got out of politics streaming, because there's never any solutions being offered to the chaos that we suffer from. And we all need to share in that.
And
So
let me throw this at an angle to you guys to see what we're kind of talking about here. And this is off. I get it. And I know, once again, they're gone. They're not with us anymore. They've lost their lives. That's very sad, guys. All of it is. If this would have never happened, okay? If this would have never happened, and we started seeing news coming out of San Antonio about people that are being found overdosed and this and that, losing their lives over this scenario, and he was the one responsible for that because he was the one selling that stuff. How would you have seen that scenario?
He'd be the enemy.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, it goes. He was doing something that was hurting people in a sense too. Okay, not that doesn't make it. Don't take me the wrong way. It doesn't mean he deserved what he got in that sense. But what if there's somebody out there? I can almost positively guarantee you, if he was into that stuff, that very well could have lost their job because of something that he had taken a part in too. Okay, it's happened here. Okay, and that's a crime. It's a crime. Okay, they try you and you can get life for that here in Ohio if you're responsible for somebody ODing and you were the one that sold them the stuff. You guys know this. We've talked about this in other cases. So that's another side to this that you're looking, people aren't thinking about, because what if that would have happened?
Well,
what if that baby, and I hate to say things like this, but what if somebody would have bought something off of him and they had a baby in their home that accidentally grabbed something and we've seen it happen? That's a whole other thing. I mean, it's a whole open fiasco, folks, and it can be a problem in different variations. The biggest thing that I am horrified over is the fact that unborn baby never had a chance to live. But Sarge made a good point, and I think Draw agreed that who knows what kind of a life that baby would have lived. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't know. I hope that they would have, when that baby would be in their faces, they would have went, "Oh my God, things are different now." But
no, because you're a mom when you're pregnant, not when you see that baby.
At the end of the day, look, here's what it is, right? The baby aspect of it is what triggers people's emotions, but what people don't think about are the hundreds of other babies that are also going to suffer the same fate because of the same actions.
That is exactly right. Yes.
And that's why we cannot be afraid or reserved in talking about the truth of the situation, because, I mean, let's face it, if we're going to have these discussions and there be any benefit to them, that would be the benefit, is speaking truthfully and honestly about the situation at hand.
Right. And some people, listen, I'm not dogging you, Sarge. I love you to death. You know that some people put it out a little harsher than others do, but it all has the same meaning, you guys. You know, and that's sometimes that's a problem. You can't put icing on a shit turd, guys, and make it think it's going to taste better, because it doesn't. It's the same thing.
You can put bacon on it. If you put bacon on it, it'll taste like bacon.
I knew you were going to say something like that. I knew it. But it's what I'm trying to say, guys. I mean, it just is what it is. It's a sad truth, and it has to be seen for what it is. Okay, I'm horrified. I'm absolutely horrified. I'm sad. I'm heartbroken that this happened. But at the same time, I'm not surprised because of that situation. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not.
So somebody in chat, I caught her name. Her first name is April. And April, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name.
April Marie. I see it. Yes.
Marie. Yes. The question was, how do we know that Savannah Soto was involved in narcotics?
It was not the press conference.
From the press conference,
yes.
Which maybe you want to replay. This is the most recent press conference, I think.
I can pull that back up. I had it sitting here anyway.
So April, looked into Savannah Soto's cellular, and they were able to see that she was dealing along with the boyfriend, based on the forensic analysis of calls and chats and messages, etc. So right. I not hearsay. This is based, God willing, on the truth. You know, we never know, of LE in the press conference. I just wanted to acknowledge April's question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for that, Draw. Absolutely. It's in here, guys. They said it.
No, I don't doubt it, but how could she not be aware of what her man's doing?
Thank you, Sarge.
I mean,
Well,
birds of a feather flock together. There's all kinds of these statements from decades before we were all ever born, no matter how old you are, and they're true, right?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's a doubt that she knew it. Honestly, I don't at all.
Yeah.
The parents knew, I'm sure. Maybe brother. She lost a brother. This person's family lost a brother to the same kind of nonsense.
Just a year ago.
And they're still out there doing it.
And like Draw had mentioned earlier, when in the PCA they were talking about a presumptive ID, knowing who she was because of a previous situation, it was because they were in court for something related, guys. They know, okay? The police know this family and that those people because of that situation. So
when I saved that place, and they still help thousands. It's still going. This is like 20 years later. The place is still going. But there was this kid that came in. He could have been on Baywatch. That's the amazing thing you'll find with people with addiction. In some cases, they're some of the most stunning individuals you'll ever come across.
Absolutely.
In other cases, they're the most brilliant people you'll ever come across.
Absolutely.
And they're self-medicating themselves to death. And this one gentleman came in he was in, then he was out, he was in, then he went out real bad, ended up in the hospital, he did surgery, all kinds of problems, came back in, and everybody's patting him on the back and consoling him. And when he came up to me, and I was the director of the facility, and when he came up to me, I said, there's only one thing I know for sure about you. He goes, what's that? I go, you'll look fantastic with a silk pillow behind your head. He goes, what are you, a fag? I go, no, bro, that's what they put in caskets. Keep going out there and sticking them fucking needles in your arm. And that's where we're going to see you, with a silk pillow behind your head. Congratulations. Stupid people win stupid prizes, and you're on the list.
It's true.
The whole room shut up. The whole room heard me say this. The whole room got real quiet. And I said, I dare anybody to contradict me or tell me I'm being mean. You're in here acting like everything's okay. He'll be fine. This guy isn't fine. This guy's like he's walking dead.
Yeah.
And you're in here thinking you're going to console him back to health. He's an addict. You can't console the addicts back to health, bro. This dude's killing himself. And you can't be, poor you.
So,
go ahead.
Sarge is like, he's pulling on like my heart right now, right? Because my brother, like, I hate to say this, but the odds of somebody overcoming that stuff is so low that literally when I found out that my brother was on it, he died that day. Now it took a while after for him to actually pass away, but you just have to. And he was coddled, right? Like my parents coddled the shit out of him. Yeah. And it was
enablers.
Right. It was always, oh, you don't have somewhere to stay. It's okay. Come here.
Yeah. Where they are.
I'm like, you guys, you realize that this is gonna kill him, right? Because there are no consequences. He even went to prison.
Yeah.
And guess what? Came out and did it again, and that's when it did him in. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you have to put your foot down.
I've told you how many times do you think I've seen the same person brought back to life because of Narcan? Over and over and over. It's to the point where medics are even like, are you kidding me? We're here again.
Yeah.
What are you going to stop? Okay. I've been in that situation, you guys, and they're okay. Here's number 15. You want me to drive you to get the next dose? They don't care, guys. It's a, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a disease. We know that. Okay. But there are people that really try to get off of this, but they don't. It's so readily easily to these people available that it's here.
I'll tell you where I got this attitude from, folks. I spent 9 months in an inpatient program, not because I had to, but because I chose to.
Right.
And when I went there, they wouldn't let AA in the building. They wouldn't let you talk about God. But yet, the program they ran was exactly the original AA program that you aren't told about.
Right.
The AA program that interviews you, and if you're not ready, they kick you back out and give you $5 for more liquor or dope. That's how AA started out, just so you know. It's not like it is today. And so I understood things. Now, when I was given a choice of counselors, I refused to accept a counselor that was a previous addict. I don't want to be an addict. I don't need you to relate to me. I need you to fix me. You need to help fix me. And somebody that's normal, that came from a normal upbringing, that went to normal schools and did the normal things society people do in a normal society. Those are the people I got counseling from. I didn't want counseling from somebody like me. I already know what it is to be me. I didn't know what it was to be somebody different. And so I do have a completely different opinion and way of doing things when it comes to working with people that are addicts. And I refuse to work with other addicts because I'm an addict. You're not going to get your help specifically from me. You're better off if you really want to learn how to live, learn from someone like Dago that never ever did drugs, but yet faced all those challenges in his life and still didn't do drugs and overcame. Those are the people that inspired me, I think rightfully so. And I was lucky enough that I was smart enough to realize that to break away from people, places, and things also meant the therapy people I dealt with. Right? So I am harsher. When I see something like this happen, and this young kid that's innocent of all life is innocent when it's young. And to me, being an adult means you got to be able to slowly corrupt this person's mind so they can deal with all the lies they're going to get for the next 80 years of their life. That's what being an adult is. It's pretty sad, right?
I agree. Draw, thank you so very much. I tried to catch you before you dropped, but if you can hear me, thank you so very much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you. I think everybody does. I always love your insight and your opinions on everything. It's amazing. So thank you once again, and God bless, and hope to see you soon. No, I agree, Sarge. Listen, and it's true, guys. I did a little bit of drugs in my life, little things that I don't count as drugs, but I stayed away from things that I knew were gonna do damage to me because I just didn't want it. Okay. And then I got involved in life saving because I saw it around me, all around me. People, I told you my story the other night. One of my best friends, I had to ride him to the hospital. And it didn't work. Okay. Because of that situation, I was straddling him doing this for 35 minutes to where I almost passed out, and it didn't work. Okay. And nothing worked. Nothing worked at that point. And I had multiple conversations with him. Why are you doing this? You're better than this. The guy had a college education. What are you doing? Why? What is the gain from this? What's going to happen? And guess what? 3 children later, they have no father.
Right. Nothing a self-loathing person needs worse. The worst thing they need is pity. A pity or someone trying to understand with them emotionally. I mean, you're not going to help somebody usually in that. 99% of the people don't
when he would, I can't handle it, Joe. I don't know. It's not my fault, Joe. It's not bullshit. Bullshit. You have a choice you can make. Either make it or don't. And that's how I was with him, because that's how you have to be in some senses. It's stupid. It is stupid. You have 3 children, 3 little girls that don't have a father and never will because they were so young, they don't even know who he is. Okay?
Yeah. And you know, this case, if there's legal issues or the legal system did something wrong here, or then I think it's a worthwhile topic. But the topic is solely because sadly an unborn child was born. I don't think these people deserve the time of day, unless they're going to be held up as an example for people to know what not to do with your life. In that respect, they're an example beyond examples. But as far as pity and sympathy, and I'm sorry, I believe you're a product of your choices, and when you put yourself in situations like that, then the choices you made should be examples for others not to make those choices. That's the value that I think you give society at this point.
Sarge, that's the same thing. I look at this Gypsy Rose girl. Like, you convinced this man to kill your mom. This man is now doing life, and you are literally out just living it the hell up. Like, this is what women are looking up to. Like, this girl, she posted something the other day, I think, and it was like already at almost 200,000 likes. And there are like millions of people following this girl. And it's like, this is not an example of what a woman is. You know what I mean?
And there's nobody trying to contradict. That's what I'm saying. There's the solution end of this is pretty slim. There's a few assholes like me that are trying to do it, and I'm not the right guy to do it.
I do all the time. Like, I mean, I'm dead serious. Like, I think if you respect that girl, I don't care what she went through. growing up, and like getting, and first off, you are not somebody to look up to as a woman, for me, in my opinion, because you didn't even handle the situation yourself.
Right.
You put it on somebody else. That ain't a woman, that's a bitch.
I think in a healthy society, somebody like that would be shamed or held up for examples of what you're not supposed to do. But I think forgiveness is also key if the girl's doing things that's going to, if she's putting in an effort to change her life, then give her some help, give her some room. But it appears like that's not really where this girl, she's getting attention for being someone that masterminded the murder of her mother.
Right.
Right. And that's just sick. And all of us would agree with that. And we're the ones that should stand up and point that out. It's our job to do that. It really is. Because who's speaking for us? The ones that get up every day and do the right thing. Forget your past. We're all adults now. We all probably have had kids, right? We all know what it is to make good decisions and bad decisions. Right?
Exactly.
And we're supposed to be the ones pushing that message forward.
And then she had the nerve today to say, I feel like I did my time. But no, you didn't. You ought to be sitting in there for the rest of your life, just like your little boyfriend was, because he did it. Like, no, like, you are crazy, lady. I don't care.
Well,
and all these people walking around waiting at the Burger King to get a picture with her and all. If you people look up to this girl, you are the epitome of somebody I don't want to be around. Don't come around me. We're not friends and we're not going to be. Like, for real.
I don't know how long that family's, the family's got a history in there. And now they've lost a son and a daughter and a grandchild. Right?
When is enough enough? When is enough enough? Okay.
When society shuns people like that and says
it's enough.
And that boy's brother, the father, his brother, just as bad out there banging. Everybody says there's something off about him. Like maybe he had something to do with it. But it's like literally all of them are engrossed in this life. That's why when the father, like you said, Dago, went over there and kicked the door down, he already knew.
Right. Exactly. That's what told me that. And I told you that the other day. You know what that means. As soon as he said that, I was like, okay, I got you.
What did he say? I must have missed this.
Matthew's father said that when they couldn't get in contact with either one of them, his words were, I flew over there and kicked the door in and I knew something was wrong because I left the candle burning in the baby's diaper deck. You knew that before you even called to find them, obviously. Or, okay, right. Normal people, if you don't hear from them for 24 hours or even 8 hours, it's like, whatever. They're living their life. When you don't hear from these people for 3, 4, 5 hours, 8 hours a day, there's a big problem and you're scared because you know what lifestyle they're living. And you know that there's people that are going to be coming for them. Okay. Yep. I can guarantee you that father told his son time and time again, you shouldn't be doing this, son. Why are you doing this, son? I can almost guarantee you. And the kid, they don't listen. Okay. And to see his son on Facebook and Instagram and everything else he was doing, flaunting this and flaunting that, I'm sure that father said, you're going to get yourself in some trouble at some point in his life. So
there's a lot of societal issues here that tie into this, and it's chaos. I don't think most parents realize that when a bird kicks the baby out of the nest, it's giving you an example of a period of time that you're supposed to experience with your own kids.
Okay, and I
let them live, man.
Bobby, I want it to be understood. I'm not trying to, nor does anybody on here, I believe, are trying to justify what happened to them. I think
no one's justifying it. We're pointing
the point that it was not a surprise scenario, and it was almost to be expected considering the situation. Because I'm definitely
not. And how not for anything, but how in the hell do you frame that statement like that, Mr. Bobby? No one's up here justifying the deaths of these people.
I'm definitely not. I
don't even know. See, people want to shame you with their questions, and I'm not ashamed for saying a single thing that I said about these people that put themselves in this position. Okay,
hold on.
They're responsible for this.
Not us.
So
I'm going to speak from the other experience, from the other end of the spectrum, from where I think Bobby's probably interpreting where you're coming from, because I've been that big, soft-hearted person for the most.
Don't explain stupidity from.
For a lot of my life, right? And Clue has helped me put a little bit of a shell on it. It isn't quite there yet, but it's growing. And when you don't look at that's where I'm coming from with being take emotion out of the situation and look at the truth of it and speak to the truth of it, and take emotion even out of what you're interpreting statements being made as, and think about the underlying truth of what's being said. That's where the important pieces are at in the discussion, right? And I agree. I don't think anybody's trying to justify anything.
No.
We're just having a discussion about
Not at all.
the problem that ultimately leads to situations like this.
Right. Because there's no justification for this. None whatsoever. I don't care what the reasoning or the basis is. You can't justify this. So
But you know what's crazy though? You want to know what's crazy? I know that people are saying you can't justify this, but let's cut the shit. If this were two dudes thugging and they got caught up in the game and the game won, what would everybody be saying? Well, I mean,
that's exactly it.
That's right. They would be saying you got what you got because you did what you did.
Exactly.
But it's not a justification of the situation, what you're saying. It's an expression of this. These are the rules and consequences of the game that you choose.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I agree with you, and that is the best way to form and to put that. But there's definitely no justification of the situation because there isn't one. But at the same time, it's just the way you take it or you put it. Okay, in my opinion, that's all. It should have never happened. It definitely shouldn't have. But it wouldn't have happened if it was, if it was seen for what it was. That's all.
Let me just say on the softer side of things, I don't think people realize that you're inherently built to be truthful.
Mm-hmm.
By default, human beings tell the truth. But we decide to do things and we start building secrets and doing things we don't think other people will accept us for doing. And we start making secrets and we start making excuses, and it cascades out of control. And that's become almost societal now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of sad because there are a lot of innocents that their lives are ruined for doing absolutely nothing, making the right decisions, and people that don't deserve any harm to come their way. They're not victims of a plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people are victims of drive-by shootings and little kids shot on a porch, and society as a whole, we grieve for the loss of the youth, but grieving for the loss of the youth is wonderful, but not pointing out the ignorance of the adults that were in charge of that youth is tragic.
Good
That's
point.
the tragedy. The real tragedy is not sitting down on people that make decisions like that and pointing out how ridiculous and sickening it is.
Right. Let me go ahead and play this while I still can. I'm gonna speed it up about right there, and that way you guys can hear where he says what he says. Does anybody remember how far back this was?
It was before that guy with the tie on was talking, because it's the cop that says it.
All right, so should I just start? I'll just start it from the beginning here, and then we'll go through the other. Right there. Okay, here we go.
32. I do have a little bit of new information. The information I'm going to give you, I will answer questions to clarify, but I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about anything else, simply because this is an open investigation and we still have a lot of work to do. So again, my condolences to the families of Savannah and Matthew. By now, everybody's aware of the incidents, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time rehashing facts that are already known, but I will go over them high level. So on 12/26/23, our officers discovered 2 deceased individuals in a Kia Optima, and our homicide began their investigation right on that scene.
Kias are killers.
Detectives learned that both victims were involved in the sale of narcotics and used their cell phones to conduct much of their business.
Hold on, I think you spoke right as he said that, Sarge. Hold on a second. All right, here we go.
On that scene, detectives learned that both victims were involved in the sale of narcotics.
Both victims, guys. That's where it was said.
Right.
And used their cell phones to conduct much of their business. Detectives collected the victims' phones, and with the help of the United States Secret Service, we were able to extract information that led to the development of a possible location of a suspect vehicle that was seen on the surveillance video that occurred on Wednesday, 1/3/24. Detectives drove to that location and saw the suspect vehicle. They approached the home where the suspect vehicle was not what it was, and they knocked on the door. An individual by the name of Ramon Preciado answered the door and seemed to know why SAPD was there. and cooperated with the investigation. Both Ramon and Christopher were home and brought to the SAPD homicide office for questioning. During the interviews, both suspects made enough statements to implicate them in the murder. Detectives walked warrants for their arrest. Christopher was arrested on the charge of capital murder. Ramon was arrested on the charge of abuse of a corpse. Yesterday, 1/4, more charges were filed. Christopher was also charged with abuse of a corpse, altering, destroying, or concealing evidence of a human corpse on a human corpse. Ramon was also charged with altering, destroying, concealing evidence of a human corpse. Detectives also conducted a search warrant at the home of the suspects, where evidence was recovered. There is still an active investigation, and I'm not going to go into too much of the details, as I've previously said, because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of the case or make the DA's job any harder once he gets involved in it. The final piece of information I have for you is that the gun, believed to be the murder weapon, has been recently recovered from the suspect's home, and we'll share that with you. And Joe, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Chief McManus for inviting me to be a part of this press conference. Before I begin, I also want to extend my condolences to the Soto and Guerra families, as they are in the midst of mourning. They are in the midst of grieving for the loss of their loved ones. So I think it would be appropriate for us to give them the respect that is due them during this period. But I do want to say that as I mentioned before, arrests were made. I was confident because I knew the kind of work that happens over here. I know the kind of dedication that the San Antonio Police Department has. They would identify suspects and make arrests, and that's exactly what happened. So I want to commend Chief McManus. I want to commend the entire command staff, and I especially want to call out the lead homicide detective for doing an outstanding job. I'm sure it's typical. He may have had others assist him, but I know that his team was working around the clock, and it made a difference because we always want to formulate a suspect as soon as possible. We always want to identify someone who is a perpetrator of a crime as soon as possible, and that happened here. So again, my gratitude to the entire department and specifically to the detectives that were involved in this case. As I have said recently, our job is just beginning, but we have to give SAPD time to complete their investigation. What they do when they, and the term is walking a warrant, when they present an affidavit for an arrest warrant, they only need to present probable cause to a magistrate judge, but that's only the beginning. They have the responsibility to complete the investigation, and I know that they will do that. They will do an outstanding job as they've done so far. So let's give them the time to do what they need to do. We have 90 days to indict these cases, and so I am sure that they're going to get a prosecution guide, which is the term that we use for a complete file. I'm sure that they will get it to us in the appropriate time and before that 90-day timeline. So again, I want to commend everyone involved in the San Antonio Police Department for doing an outstanding job in identifying suspects and making arrests. Let's let the detectives complete their job. Let's let them file the cases in our office, and then we'll make the charging decisions, and we'll go from there. And again, I can't overestimate this. In order to bring justice to the memory of these two victims, and in order to bring justice to the survivors and the family members, it's going to be a long road, but we have to take things one step at a time. So let's do that. Let's let SAPD do their job, and then we'll need some time to review the facts and make those charging decisions. And once a case is indicted, then we'll go to the next step. And I'm sure I will have questions about this. Let me get this out there right now. There have been questions about whether or not this will be something that we will seek the death penalty on. It's too early to tell. I don't know whether or not this is something that we will make that decision. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. As in every other case where we have a defendant who is death penalty eligible, we have a capital crimes committee that will meet, that will make, we will hear a presentation from the lead prosecutor in the court where this case ends up, and then we will discuss the facts that go into making a decision to seek the death penalty. But again, it is too early to tell. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. Let's wait till we get an entire case filed in our office. And once that happens, I anticipate that we will have indictments returned, but we have to wait and let a grand jury make that decision. But after that, then we will take it to the next level and make whatever decisions that we need to. Thank you very much.
I'll take a few questions.
For the gun that was recovered at the suspect's home, have you guys?
Sorry, guys. I sped this up so we could get to it. That's why they're talking so fast. They're not doing it on. I have it sped up. Sorry.
Any tests run ballistics on the gun to see if there's been any other connection to crimes?
I will just say that we believe it's the gun that was used in the murder. As far as the testing and the ballistic results go, I'm not sure what they have yet.
Chief, can you help clear something up on the surveillance video? We've had a lot of people look at. It appears as if someone tosses the towel to Ramon Preciado before he wipes down the door on the sedan. Is that how it played out? What can you tell us about that small part of the scene?
Yeah, that's something we're still looking into. It's something that's been brought up in conversation about this, so we're still looking into that.
So that could potentially be a third suspect or someone that was there while the bodies were dropped off.
As the investigation continues, it could be. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying is possible.
If someone was there, if there was a second person in that truck, could they be charged with the same altering the corpse or, essentially moving the bodies? Is that
They could be, but I mean, that's something that would be determined once the level of that person's involvement is understood, if that is the case at all.
We saw videos of 460 in the house of Seattle. Were you taking mom? Are you questioning her?
I'm going to leave that question unanswered.
That's interesting.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
sorry, can you go over the charges one more time?
What did he say? I couldn't understand him. Oh, the mom.
So
Okay.
the two charges that were filed were for Ramon. Christopher was arrested on a capital murder charge. Ramon was arrested on a charge of abuse of a corpse. Yesterday, Christopher was also charged with abuse of a corpse. And he and Ramon were charged with altering, destroying, or concealing evidence.
As far as the capital murder charges, would it be 1, 2, or 3? Do you know about how many charges that Christopher would face? It involves all of that. Okay.
Okay, and any further questions you have, you might want to just refer to the affidavit, the rest affidavit. Go ahead.
Claro que sí. Pues estamos aquí para hablar con respecto del caso que se trata de las víctimas, la señora Soto y el señor Guerra. Sorana Soto y Matthew Guerra. Quiero decir que le agradezco mucho a los miembros de la policía del departamento de SPD por el trabajo.
Whoa, that's way different coming out so fast.
What the heck, bro?
That's the Spanish side of it. So I don't think we need to hear that because we can all understand English. So
Diego, I have a question.
yes,
This is almost just like the Moscow case. Like, I kind of understand why they got the FBI involved, being such a small, tiny, like, police unit.
Yeah.
But do you not find it a little odd that they brought Secret Service into this? Like, it don't take nothing to break into a phone.
I was wondering.
Secret
I
Service
was
into
wondering
that.
when you were going to ask me that question because yeah, I do. I think it's a little bit. That's a lot. Okay. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, unless they absolutely
Well,
have.
I think if you're going for somebody high up, like in a seat, I think you would involve Secret Service.
I have a feeling that we're going to see a whole lot more of something come from this. Okay.
I think anytime the feds are involved, this stuff becomes national news. And, unfortunately, there's thousands of people that get murdered this way every year because of their connection to drugs and drug trafficking. And it goes untalked about.
Right.
We know it's there, but really it seems like the media and the control they have over the message is when these outrageous cases happen, that's all they pay attention to. But like I said earlier, the young kids that are shot in drive-by shootings in different cities around the country is horrific. And you almost never hear about that. They don't get any news conferences like this.
Right. And I'm going to take this back and roll it back one more time and reintroduce the idea that this 19-year-old kid looked like he was scared to death. They walked him out to that car. He didn't do nothing. He's 19, no priors. I'm gonna almost bet that this is a rollover. Okay. And when he does, they need the higher ups involved to go to the higher up scenarios. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I'm just saying. I may not be right, but I feel pretty strongly that I'm close. I'll just say that much because I'm just guessing that that's what's going to end up happening. And they're going to jump all over this because it's going to lead them to what they're looking for in some senses too. Okay. So Texas is bad for this stuff, guys. It's bad. I've been told that by a lot of people that live down in Texas. It's bad down there because, it is what it is. So I can almost guarantee he's going to do this, that this kid's going to roll. And they're going to have these people standing there ready for this to do what they do with this scenario. That's definitely my opinion. So welcome back, Dan. Good to see you, bud.
What's up? Is my audio better now?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You sound good. So that's what that's my opinion on this. And like I said, I could 100% be wrong. It's okay. That's just my thoughts based on what I've seen so far and who I've seen. And like you said, I was wondering when you were going to bring that up with the Secret Service. You don't bring people in like that just to unlock a phone. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. You don't do that. Great, they can do it, yes, but you're not going to bring them in just for that. I was just talking, Mandy, about Texas with the drug trade and stuff like that down there. I've heard that it's really bad. That's all.
And getting worse.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad everywhere. Don't get me wrong. It's bad here in Ohio too. It's horrible. But I've heard it's really bad down in that region, and I don't know, I don't know the specifics of it because I don't live down there. But Bobby thinks that the DA will not go for DP, that he'll go for a plea, and I can kind of agree with that. And I think they're going to offer something on this, Bobby, and it's going to give him that option, like I'm talking about. That's my thought, but
remember that.
So,
I'm not sure they're going to want to keep this case loud in the public like they have some of the other ones.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to get quieter.
They're going to want this one to go away. So no, but they probably won't go for a death penalty just so that it goes away.
And I think some of the other stuff that's going to go on with this case is not going to be in the news at all.
That kid's going to take a plea deal. They're going to offer him a plea deal, life, multiple life sentences, no possibility of parole. That's
right.
How they end up.
Gotcha. Welcome, Pickle, by the way. I didn't get to say that earlier. I was her a decade ago, so I feel I can understand that relationship and lifestyle, but that was in the Southeast Texas. It was a whole other beast. Gotcha.
I said that yesterday. Like I said that in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I was talking to fiance because he was looking up like when the Secret Service typically gets involved, and then he's looking up the fact that San Antonio is like 150 miles from the border, and it's like it for me, it's the way it was carried out, the actual means of their demise.
Yeah.
And
yeah. We talked about that too. Who dropped off? Where'd they go? There you go.
With that baby seat in her lap, like it is a message. 100%.
Yes, that definitely was a message to me. The way that baby seat was found with her that was weird to me completely. But I get that what you're saying. Yes.
Maybe she was trying to hide behind it. We don't know how the baby seat got there and under what context exactly there.
I think she was put there, Sarge. I don't think that
I do too.
She was put there, but I don't necessarily think that it was a message. I think it was a situation of, in my opinion, it looks more to me like a situation of this went down. This kid, whether he's the one that did it or he's the one that was disposing of them, that's where he placed them. Because, I mean, let's face it, the guy was tall as shit.
Yeah.
Trying to set him
really
up in a car, trying to set a limp person up in a car that's that tall would be fucking impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if you're gonna try, so like here's the way I look at that, right? You're gonna want to touch as few things as possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
Then what kind of attention are you gonna draw to yourself unless you were like she was sitting up and you wanted to make it look like she's tired? You're gonna draw so much attention to you if there's just this random baby seat on this person in the front seat. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's true.
Like, I think it's a staging, right? Like, that's the feeling I get. I'm probably wrong. That happens at least one time a year, maybe. But I feel like it's a staging. It is a clear and direct, like, hey, F with us. This is what you lose. Like, in my gut, that's what I feel.
Yeah, but the perpetrator of this crime seems to have rolled pretty darn quick. So I don't know that he called his dad for help. Is that family a cartel? Because if not, I'm stunned that the father got involved at all.
Oh, me too, honey, because I'd have told
I can't believe
it. Even if it was my kid, I'd have been like, oh, well, sure, I'll be there in a minute. But you'd have met me and the police. Like, I'm not going to prison for you.
But that being said, look at the world we live in and how many parents would not make that same choice.
Right.
So I could see it being the case, right? That it just be in a situation where they aren't involved, and we're like, let's help him out. Maybe.
That's crazy.
He didn't have a prior record, so I mean, it's possible.
And you never know what he told them too.
Right.
Yeah, I'm stunned that the father got involved, and it's the other thing too is the people that put that video out of that pickup truck in that car in that lot said there was a second person in that truck. Everybody that saw that video was saying there was someone else in that truck.
There is,
yeah.
And they asked at the press conference about that, which was interesting.
And they said that it's being investigated. So,
I'm telling you, it had to be the mama. Who else were they going to call?
Well,
like, how many people are you going to get involved?
That's why when I found that earlier today or yesterday, I'm sorry, that Facebook post, and it's a video. You can literally watch her walk from their house to an unmarked police car. They get her into the car and they take off with her. I'm telling you, that's who that is.
Yeah.
The way that they showed up, I just feel like, going back to what we had talked about earlier, that it's a very big possibility this kid was scared to death, was forced into doing this in some sense, and called his dad and said, "I don't know what to do with this. You need to help me." And here they come to save the day. You know what I mean? So, and at this point, maybe that's what he meant by, "You don't know what's going on." Who knows? You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. You never know if this dude, like the 19-year-old, you don't even know like his story. He could have just been calling them over there for somebody else, and then that went down.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I think it was AR saying
he was left holding the bag. He was forced into it, right?
Right, you're gonna handle this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if it was my child that called me with something like that, there's no way my child wouldn't have been locked up the minute they saw me.
I mean,
I'm with you. I'm not justifying the little boy
Listen,
at
you
all.
can love your kids, but you don't gotta agree with what they do, and that's the dividing line between a parent and.
Does this kid look like a cold-blooded killer to you?
Yeah, because he just did it.
I mean, I really can't look. So, like, look, I think everybody looks at him right now, and they're like, his hair is down. He looks like just timid. Like, if you put that dude's hair back in a knot behind his head, and you put some different clothes on him, yes, I can see a thug.
Look,
I mean, maybe I don't know. He just looks young to me. He looks young to me, like mentally too. You know what I mean?
I look like a dumbass, broken down old redneck, but you give me the right motivation and see what I'll do, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's just
like
how it is.
I don't know. He
see,
just looks
like that
weird.
picture. Whoa, go back up.
To which one?
I want him to go back up to the.
What's on, man?
Oh, hold on.
That one, he looks scared right there to me, scared to death.
No, not that one. I want you to go up. Hold on. I'm looking on the screen now. Keep going.
What do you? Who's you want to
This
see the
one
kid's
right
face?
here. That picture right there. To me, he looks like he could be a banger right there. Like, it's a look. You
I
know
know
what
that,
I mean?
like, looks. We can't base it off of looks. I know, but it's just I've been looking at these photos and different things, and it's like something seems off. It just seems off.
Well, I'm trying to tell you right now, unless them two rolled up to him and that boy was holding like an AK or something, I don't know how in the world this little guy right here managed to hold off that great tall boyfriend of hers.
Right
and
there,
her.
that's a big dude. Like, I mean, she
With a
looks like a
gun.
child
With a-
standing next to him.
He had a gun.
He didn't hold off anybody. They were both shot behind the right ear.
That's what I'm saying.
This was an execution.
It was other people. It had to be. That's the only way. That's the only way it works to me.
Listen, if he got in the back seat of their car and the tall guy was driving and the girl was on the passenger side, right? And he offed them from behind like that and then dragged their body into the back seat and then drove the car. That's probably why the trial was given to him to wipe the blood off that was splattered all over from shooting the guy that was in the driver's seat. That's what sounds like happened here.
I have thought that could work, but the problem for me is the minute the dude was shot, that girl would have been losing her mind in that like, how do you get her in the back of the head too?
Yes. And to be
Well,
quick,
you're in the back seat. You're in the back seat. Maybe she turned to try to get out of the car, and the guy then pulled the trigger. She turned her head to get out. Boom.
This crime, I just do not believe this crime happened in that car. I don't think it happened at
I
that
don't
house.
either.
I think it happened.
I don't either. I think they were put in the car after the fact. That's my thought.
Yeah,
that's possible. We're gonna have to wait and see, right? We don't.
Yeah, I mean, we will.
He was wiping the car down, though. Didn't the old man give him a towel to wipe the inside of the car down?
But watch the old man and what he does with the towel. He
wipes the
door.
outside of the
Right.
door. And the
Right.
PCA even says the dude was drugged into the car. So he was absolutely outside of that car.
He may have tried to run. You know what I'm saying? And then they got that and drug him back. So I think there was more than that kid there at the scene itself. I think personally.
I personally think if that girl, if he'd have done that to that girl in that car, it would have been all over the windshield.
See, that was my thought too. That, I mean, you can't see for sure, but I thought about that too. That there would be a little bit more of a mess, but you can't really.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's possible they were shot outside the car and then dragged in. That's where the father got involved.
Right.
Right.
That's very possible too. Very, very possible.
You know, you don't know if it wasn't done at his house, for God's sakes. We don't know.
Well, the time frame,
Right.
the timeline kind of indicates that that's the case because there's like a 9-minute window from the time the car shows up at the house till the time it ends up parked in that parking lot.
Well, Mandy says I'm basing it on facts that we have. Where's Matthew's gun? We don't even know anything yet. Well, they said they found the gun, Mandy, that they believe is used in the commission of the crime. And I'm sure that Matthew had his own too. You know, that's a good point. Did they have that? Did they not have that? I don't know. You know, it's a good point.
They said they recovered the murder weapon. I thought that's what he said in that press conference.
Yeah,
but that's Christopher's gun.
Yeah, Mandy's talking about Matthew, the guy that was unalived, his gun. Like, where's his at? And nobody knows the car for days. The would be covered in blood. And yeah, I mean, a lot of that is weird. I agree. That's very strange. And I just still can't get past. Why did you pull this car into the middle of a damn parking lot in an apartment complex where 3,000 people are going to see it? You're trying to cover up the scene. That doesn't.
They wanted it to be found. Like I'm telling you, they wanted it to be found. If not,
As
they
in-
drove it into a river, a lake, something.
I don't know
like,
that they wanted it to be found, other than they didn't want to have to deal with the bodies. That's what it sounds
I think
like.
it was a message, Sarge. I think that's what it is. Like, here it is. Pay
Yep.
attention. That's my thought. That's my
It wasn't
thought.
even parked in the space right. Like it was parked on purpose to draw attention.
Right. That's my opinion. Wholeheartedly, that I think it was put there on purpose to be seen, and like here it is. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, I mean, I don't know that area. I don't live there, but I would imagine in everything else we've ever looked at and stuff like this, why wouldn't you drive the car into a lake or a pond or something, or light the car on fire, drive it in
the woods?
Here's my only problem with it being
And to
parked.
keep the gun. That's another one.
Here's my only problem with it being parked in there for a message in the place that it was, right? And it being strategic. I think this was a dumbass move by a dumbass person that parked that car there, because you're 3/4 of a mile from your house. You literally drive this car. You pull up to your parents' house and then get your dad in tow behind you and drive 3/4 of a mile away, basically at the end of your street. And you park this car in the nearest public parking lot that you can, and then you drive back home. That's not really sending a message and being careful about it. Now it may have been intended to be a message, but these people were dumb as hell to have done that at the end of the day.
That's my thought completely. I agree.
They didn't want to have to dispose of the bodies, and so they left them in the car. And then the car had to go wherever the car went. What's the difference, right?
Have a good night.
See, do you know how much easier work it would have been to like get you a stick, a good sturdy stick, not a whipping stick, but like a good sturdy stick, jam that thing on the gas pedal and run it into the biggest body of water you could have found.
Right.
Like that would have been so easy.
I mean, and the thing is, I don't know if there's any around that area. Maybe that was a problem, but still, I would have done something different. I don't know. I mean, you see it all the time. They light these cars on fire, you know,
right?
Things like that. I mean, this was like, here you go, here it is.
Trade between Mexico and the U.S.
So I don't know.
But here it is. This kid. Let's say he's a lone perpetrator, right? That's what they're telling us. So
basically,
the father was like, you just got to get rid of that car. You can't leave it here. You got to get rid of that car. And so the 19-year-old kid jumps the car and drops it around the corner, and his dad follows him and brings him home.
Right.
I could see that happening. Right.
I mean, that's very possible too. But like, I mean, you didn't even park it in the space, Sarge. They just left it in the middle of the parking lot. That's just beyond lazy. That's crazy. Very amateur, in my opinion, too.
Yeah, and I would have brought my son right to the police department at that moment. I mean, I would have called the police. Why this father participated at all? It's just
and then they said when they got to the door, the father said, "I know why you're here. You need to talk to my son." Fully cooperated. So it was like he almost knew shit was coming. You know what I mean?
Because I'm telling you, it was done on purpose. Like, you are not answering the door that way unless you did it the way you did it.
They didn't try to hide. They didn't hold nothing back. It's just boom. Here it is. Crazy.
What's Mr. Jackson's thoughts? I see him up.
Yeah, Dan, I was going to ask you next, Dan. What's going on? What do you think of? Have you looked into any of this at all or seen it?
No, I came up because I seen open panel, open discussion. I have no clue what you guys are talking about.
Okay, I got you. I don't know. It's the Savannah Soto case in.
Awesome,
Yeah, I heard you mention it the other night.
Right.
But I heard you say that there was an arrest or something, but I know nothing about it. I mean, I know more about the Idaho case than I do this, and I don't know a whole lot about the Idaho case
I
either.
got you. No problem. I just want to leave you out in case you had anything you wanted to put into it. That's all.
Put something new into it. What's the difference?
Well, you could ask him the same question. What are your thoughts on the Idaho case? Did Brian do it or not?
Yeah, there you go. I've never actually talked to you about that. That's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, so my knowledge on it is limit. I mean, I've heard bits and pieces when I've lurked in Dagos. I haven't seen. I'm surprisingly, because I watch the news a lot, I have seen nothing on the news about it since his arrest.
There hasn't been.
But with my limited knowledge, I think he's guilty. But I haven't, like I said, I don't know all the details. I mean, there's definitely some things. I was up here the night that Dagos, the day that they were tearing the house down. I think that's craziness. That was torn down before the end of the trial. But I know there's a lot of people in here that question his guilt, and I'm sure there's reasons. I don't know them reasons, so I'm just basing it off of what I heard very early on when he was first arrested.
Well, can I ask you to elaborate on that, because that's really an interesting perspective to me personally, because I feel like at times we've all got so much information and we misconstrue it in our own heads sometimes. And I'm curious what information you're basing your opinion off of, because I'm just curious, right?
So the ninth sheath being left at the at the house and it supposedly had his DNA on it. I believe there was a cell phone ping kind of in the area, and then he shut his cell phone off. Am I incorrect on that?
He pinged in the area on like 12 other occasions. He shut his cell phone off about an hour and a half before the time that they've said this happened, and turned it back on about 45 minutes or so later.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've definitely heard that. And I mean, like I said, with my limited knowledge, that seems, if he pinged there 12 times before and he turned it off, an hour and a half before the murders and turned it on 45 minutes after, that seems very suspicious to me. It could be purely coincidental. I mean, I've heard of bigger coincidences that, I'm trying to think of what else I heard.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question then, because I've got a reason I'm asking, right? Because I'm really interested in looking at this situation from the perspective of what a juror should be. And if that's true, if that's the limited information you've got at hand, I think it's a fair question to ask you. What would you need to see in a trial if you were a juror to convict this guy based on the limited information you've had about it?
That's a good question.
Do you have? Yeah, I mean, you know about the transfer DNA on the sheath and all that stuff, right?
All I know is that there was a sheath found, and it had his DNA on it. That's it.
Oh well, that's a good question though. The way Cletus asked that, if you were a juror, like, what would you want to see as a juror that would make you want to convict this guy?
I mean, I'm gonna say this because I know a little bit about what I've heard in here. If there's questions about that DNA, that wouldn't be enough for me.
Right.
It wouldn't be enough for what? For you to convict or for you to doubt it?
To convict him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beyond reasonable doubt, and if there's questions about that DNA, I mean, that's reasonable doubt.
Right. And there's no, I don't know if you saw that, Dan, when I had talked about it, but the defense, the lead attorney on the defense came out in a hearing and said, explained in the hearing that there has been no DNA from the crime scene from any of the victims found in Bryan Kohberger's car, in his apartment, in his office where he worked, in his family's home, or anything that he owned. Nothing about these 4 victims in anything that is his. Nothing. Which is kind of interesting. And they also found 3 other male DNA profiles on the same crime scene. Okay. And that is kind of like where everybody went stalemate with this. Like, what the hell? Right. Everybody kind of expected, especially the car, to be like a petri dish, So
was his blood found at the crime scene?
No.
Not that anybody knows of.
Okay,
no blood, no
the
hair.
other,
it was skin cells, touch DNA,
Yeah, the DNA was just like a very, 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 very minuscule amount of skin cells on the snap of the sheath.
I mean, has it been proven that sheath belonged to?
No.
Doesn't
have been proven yet that the weapon used would have been held by that sheath. We don't even know that.
Yeah, they don't even know that yet because there's no weapon either.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw another piece of information at you from the prosecution side.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting conversation because to hear it from somebody that doesn't have the information we have and know as much is very interesting to me. So go ahead, Cletus.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot there, Mr. Jackson, but
oh, you're fine.
So they also have his car in the area from about 3:20. They think that the crime happened between 4 o'clock and 4:20 a.m. They have his car entering the area, or a car that is a 2015 white Elantra, which he owns, in the area starting at about 3:26 in the morning. And from it makes 3 or 4 passes past the house, and I think on the 4th pass, it's trying to turn around or stop or something in front of the house.
Yeah.
And then at 4:20, it's seen leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
Right. Real quick, who was that? Michelle Gervais? I'm sorry if I said it wrong. There's a link there that says HTTPS StreamYard. You click that, and that will take you backstage. Show me your face once, and then I'll bring you up here with the rest of us. That's all you got.
That probably wouldn't be enough for me. I mean, because a white Hyundai Elantra isn't the most uncommon vehicle.
20,000 of them in that area, Dan.
I mean, unless they had a plate.
It's more chaotic than that, but I'm glad you say what you say because that's being fair-minded.
Yes.
Well,
and all the information they've given us, nothing can identify that as being Bryan Kohberger or Bryan Kohberger's car. It's simply similar to Bryan Kohberger's car. We don't know for a fact it's a Kia. We don't know for a fact that we do know that they asked for a car that they didn't know a plate number to. They asked for the wrong year. And they had no identifying features of a driver getting in and out of the vehicle. So there's no evidence to show, in other words, that Bryan was the driver of that vehicle in that neighborhood at any time at all.
However, the car that they have, that they're describing, that they've got footage of, has no front plate, and Koberger's car was registered in Pennsylvania, which doesn't require a front plate, but in Idaho they do.
Right.
So you said there was I think you said 3 or 4 other instances of male DNA found.
3, yeah.
Okay, I mean, have they specified what kind of DNA that was?
No, because
okay. I mean, because if it was blood, that would be like, that would give me pause. I mean, but we're talking about a house on a college campus and a bunch of college students. I mean, if it was semen, I'm surprised they only found 3. Hair, same thing.
What we all said too. And there was a party the night before that they said was it like 150 people were involved in the same house. And it just was like, okay. And I'm sure they've eliminated, process of elimination with certain and so on and so forth, but still, like, what? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
Like you said earlier. Go ahead, Dan.
Have there been any theories whatsoever about a motive?
Not.
No, they say he's an incel that stalked them.
Well, that's what the media said in the beginning. But
it's kind of
nobody's presenting an actual fact-based theory, not even the prosecution.
No.
I mean, but is there any proof that he actually stalked them, or is that just...
No, so far it's just a slander at this point.
It's been a smear campaign, basically, against him from the moment he was arrested, period. They even connect him to other crimes. They've connected to him. Anything that they can put out about him is just, it's all negative. Everything. So,
well, can I ask him a question?
Please do.
You said in the very beginning that he had his phone and then he turned it off.
Mm-hmm.
What would you need to be shown to know that he actually turned his phone off?
Or didn't die, or it just whatever.
And, so the story is he left his apartment and his cell phone was reporting to the network. And at 2:47 a.m., it went off network and didn't report to the network until 4:48 a.m. Right. So my question is, if you were on a jury and I told you he turned his phone off because that's what criminals do, right? What would you need to accept that as an explanation that Koberger intentionally turned his phone off to hide his location?
Well, so I went through a period of a couple months where I was watching a lot of like true crime streams. Maybe not necessarily true crime, but a lot of interrogation. That kind of stuff. And I remember hearing that like a cell phone provider can tell like different matter. You know what? It was an AWP video. Matter of fact, that there's like it shows differently if the phone goes off in different ways. I don't know for certain that it shows differently if it's turned off or if it just died. I don't know if there's a difference there.
My question would be then, would you need to know, would you want proof that he actually intentionally took himself and hid from the network? Or them just telling you that's what he did because this happened at such and such a time, and it's it's an hour before and an hour after, or it lasts through the entire period of time and beyond. Would you accept their statement that shows he turned his phone off? In other words, would you have to have proof that someone witnessed him turn the phone off, or that some electronic means could prove he turned the phone off, or would you just accept that statement at face value?
No, I would want to see some kind of proof that it was actually powered off and not
it was an intentional act. You'd want to know he did it intentionally.
Right. I mean, but even if they showed that it was intentional, that really doesn't mean a whole lot. I mean, I turn my phone off all the time. So
and take that into account too. Hold on one second, guys. Whoever's backstage, you got to show me your face once real quick so I can pull you up. That's the only way I can bring you up here, just to be safe for everybody else's sake. And then once you show me back here, you don't even have to show it on screen, just back here, and then I'll pull you up and you can go back to your little icon thing. No problem.
So I'll say this, just based off of what I know previously,
Mm-hmm.
the little bit of knowledge that I have about it, and some of the things you guys have told me tonight, I would not want to be on that jury. I wouldn't want to be on that jury.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I mean, you don't like the alibi, and I mean, there's so many things with it, Dan. It's insane. I mean, you've been in and out listening for over a year with this, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I wish they would show something. Like, I swear to God, you guys, I wish they would just pop off one day with like, okay, guys, here it is. There's a video, and it shows Brian Covert getting out of a white car, walking into this house and walking back out 25, 30 minutes later, or whatever the hell it is, getting in the car and driving away. And I would breathe, be happy, and walk away from the case. End of story.
Well, and from the other side, I'd say this. I mean, if you're the prosecution, I mean, of course, at some point there has to be an exchange of evidence. But at this point, do they even know when the trial's going to start?
No. They're motioning for it to be in, or I believe in the summer sometime is when they want to do this. I think the cast information that was just brought out, the IGG stuff, I believe, is what they were waiting on. Mandy, I know I'm going to bring it up too. Don't worry. And that's what I think is going to set the standard for the trial. And that's one other thing too. I don't know if you heard what the description was, Dan, that was given by one of the surviving roommates. Okay. And it was the statement is what really got me. That's in this right here. Okay. This is the only basis that we have for realistic and factual information. This PCA right here. And they basically stated that it was a white, or I don't even think they did that. A male dressed in black with bushy eyebrows, clad in black with bushy eyebrows is what the statement was, is what she saw.
5'10" or taller.
What'd you say?
5'10" or taller, no ethnicity.
There you go. Yeah. That was the generic statement that was given by her. And she didn't hear anything. Okay, you're good, hon. You can close it down if you want. And I mean, you don't like the alibi, and I mean, there's so many things with it, Dan. It's insane. You gotta take down your YouTube now that you're in here, okay? Because it's gonna echo right through.
So I don't. So what I was getting at is I don't know the rules for discovery. I don't know when that. I mean, I know what has to occur. I don't know exactly. I mean, if I was a prosecutor and I'm not required, if I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate, if I'm a prosecutor and I'm not required at this moment in time to give let the other side know certain evidence that I have, I wouldn't. And my point being is if they're not required, there may be evidence that they have. I mean, there may be evidence they have that just hasn't been put out yet.
Well, and that's what it keeps getting thrown at us. I just to see it the way it is, I can't imagine why they wouldn't have used anything else other than this generic transfer DNA that they found on the sheet to base everything on and move, and the pings. It seems to be very unreliable evidence on my side of my opinion on that side of things.
I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, as a prosecutor, if you have what you consider to be like a smoking gun, you wouldn't want to give that to the defense until the last possible moment because you wouldn't want them to be able to.
You can't do that. No, you can't do that.
I mean, but no, you can't just withhold evidence. I mean, at some point,
you can't drop it like moments. You see, they got a gag order on this. They do have a gag order on the case, and that's one of the reasons why it's still a big conversation, because they're not releasing information so the public can rest at ease that they've got the right man.
Right.
That's the biggest issue.
Okay. So as far as
hold on.
Yeah,
I mean,
feedback.
Okay, there we go.
I kind of look at it as, if there's a case, well, I mean, there is a case, but I kind of look at it like, who gives a shit what the public thinks? I mean, What matters is when the trial has ended.
No, you're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
An interesting point in this case is that they arrested this guy on what they claimed to be DNA that they found, and yet when they searched everything connected to him, there was no connection between him and any of the victims. So none of the victims' DNA. And prior to them even getting to the car, you would have thought that they would have checked his workplace and his car and his parents' home and his apartment. They would have checked that before they ever arrested him. But the irony is, they arrested him using microscopic particles of skin, claiming that showed that it wasn't a complete makeup. They had to make and amplify what they found to come up with him. But the point is, would it have been nice if they would have found no DNA anywhere else? I think they would have then questioned whether they would have arrested this guy. But they only after they arrested him did they do all this searches looking for victim DNA that he trailed out of that home, and they could find none associated with the guy. It just seemed shocking to me. So he did all of this, the 4 things he did in that home and all the chaos. He gets back in his vehicle and flies away. And you mean to tell me that this guy did this so perfectly clean, yet he forgot to leave his phone home?
I mean,
there's things that are just wacky in this case.
To kind of go back to, I think it was Cletus that asked the question initially, what it would take. I mean, I would want to see proof that sheath belonged to him in the first place. I would want to see some kind of connection between him and all them victims. I mean, because that's kind of they can't find anything.
No, so the defense has filed paperwork saying that there's no connection now.
Electronic or otherwise.
That's the defense filing that, saying that. So there's a rebuttal, I'm sure.
And what I was saying before is I don't know the rules of discovery. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know if at this point today the prosecution is required to have given all their evidence over to the defense. I mean, I understand you can't just the first day of trial, you can't go in and say like, we've had this all along. Here you go. This is evidence that we have.
Well,
I'm just saying I don't know.
The evidence collection data is going to be dated. So if discovery, once discovery is open and you start providing discovery, everything you have up until that moment of that day in your possession has to be turned over to the defense. Now, if it's an ongoing investigation, as it was, they may find more evidence outside of the original discovery and continue to send discovery to the defense as the evidence appears. But you can't have evidence collected on January 1st and not send it to them until the next year.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know that. I mean, if discovery has not began yet,
it has. It definitely has. Yep.
Oh, I mean,
real quick, just to interrupt. I'm sorry too. Sunny Spirit, can you hear me? Hello. Maybe not. You're up here. I see you're muted. Not on my end though. I don't think. No, it's on your end. Okay, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I'll tell you one thing I thought from the get-go. Like, I mean, again, with limited knowledge, when they arrested him, I thought, how is it possible that this one guy
did all this in 9 minutes?
I mean, forget the 9 minutes. I mean, was it one male and 3 females, or 2 males and 2 females?
Yes. One male. You've got it right.
1 and 3. Yeah.
I mean,
adults.
So
right.
One guy went in there and murdered 4 people
in 2 separate rooms on opposite sides of the homes on different floors.
And again,
without any like.
There were
nobody fighting back, or no injuries.
There was some fighting back, defensive, but he had. We've looked at pictures. We've looked at everything we can, and have seen no visual evidence that he had any kind of bruising, scratching, anything like that. He went to a damn doctor's appointment after right after this, and then he went to a barber, got a haircut. He went back to work as a teacher's assistant at Washington State University College. All of these things, okay, right after this happened, and nobody saw any kind of like visual damage to him that they reported or anything like that. And I'm sure they interviewed all of those people that, at least I would think, the doctor, the barber, some of the students and stuff like that, and nothing. And then he was pulled over twice in Indiana after the fact, heading home before he got arrested. And okay, I'm sorry, Sonny. And then there was nothing on him there. I mean, it's everything about it is so weird, Dan. It doesn't make any sense. None of it. I don't even know how. Vicky Harrison, I don't know what you mean, hon. Your last comment? Looking now.
Repost it, Vicky.
Yeah, put it back in the chat and I'll pull it up, hon. I don't see it.
Don't I remember when he was like right after he was arrested, wasn't there body cam footage of him and his dad being pulled over? And yeah. I remember hearing somebody say, or maybe they were just saying it kind of looks like, I don't know, but that he had like a wound on his hand.
Yeah, we debunked all that. I actually looked and saw it. I saw on his wrist, but it ends up being a shadow. So
yeah, what they're doing is they're taking images from a body cam that's been uploaded to the internet and they're blowing it up. And as you blow it up, it gets pixelated.
Yeah, and it's screwed up.
So you can see things because you're either being told they're there or you want to see them. But the validity of it is when you see the gentleman, when you see Kohberger in the driver's seat talking to the police, moving his hands, his hands are as normal as they're ever going to be in that image. There's nothing wrong with his hands.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Speaking of that, Dago, can we just talk about for a second how nicely dressed this guy was to drive across country?
Yeah, I know.
Like, did he not have on a suit shirt?
They look like Bible.
It looked like he was wearing like khakis and a button down. I'd have been wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt and ragged out. You know what I mean? It's a
right? Like I was
he's a
sitting
teacher's
here,
assistant.
huh?
He's a teacher's assistant. His whole wardrobe is probably surrounded by that. You know,
Man, you got sweatpants somewhere. Like, come on.
I didn't have sweatpants till last year.
He was a jogger. He used to go running in the middle of the night and stuff like that. I mean, I would imagine he would have some kind of something. I don't know. That was crazy.
Although if your dad's driving, you might want to dress.
I don't even know how.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Can you hear us?
Repost it.
You have to turn your YouTube.
Put it back in the chat and I'll pull it up. I don't see it.
You have to turn your YouTube off in the
Don't
back.
I remember?
Can you hear me?
Right after
I can hear
Turn
you.
down the volume on YouTube.
Body cam footage of him and his dad being pulled over.
Is she there?
Yeah, she's there.
Kind of looks like, I don't know, but that he had like a wound on his hand.
Can you hear me? I saw on his wrist, but it ends up being a shadow.
Someone's YouTube channel is open and it's
Sonny,
coming back into the stream.
It's hers. Sonny, if you can hear me, because you're on a delay too, I could tell. You have to now shut down your YouTube in the background or turn it all the way down because it's connecting back through, and that's all we can hear. We can't hear you. Now that you're in StreamYard, you have to shut that down.
Who's on first?
Almost are ever going to be in that image. There's nothing wrong with it.
Nope, it's not gonna. She's not hearing me.
Hey, can we just talk about for a second how nicely dressed this guy was to drive a car?
Mute her.
I did.
Hey, I was talking.
It'll catch up in a second with her. She's almost to the point where you're telling her. She'll figure it out in just a second.
Right.
Oh, she'll hear what we're saying across their YouTube channel.
Right.
But yeah, Dan, that's why it's like I said, it's kind of refreshing to hear from somebody that doesn't have as much insight into it as a lot of us do, because we've all seen and heard all this stuff, and to get another opinion based on that, it is refreshing in my opinion. And for those of you that don't know who this guy's been around forever. You just don't see him. Like, he was here with me when the first person I ever had in my channel ever in life. 2 years
Oh, I
ago.
must be super delayed. Can you hear me? This
Yeah,
is Spirit, Sunny Spirit.
can you hear us? You're nope.
This is not working.
You can't hear me?
I'm sorry.
It's not working.
That's wild. I've never heard a delay on coming into stream.
I've never either. It's weird. I don't know why it's
So that
not.
delay is because the YouTube is behind StreamYard.
Yeah, she's like way behind. So.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I think I'm a little behind.
Yeah, you are, but you have to shut your YouTube down in the background.
And this is my first time up, so I can't figure this out.
It's okay. It's okay. Did you hear me say that you have to turn your YouTube off in the background and just leave up StreamYards?
Sunny Spirit.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Nope.
I'm sorry. It's not working.
Not your fault. It happens. It's hard to get used
Close the YouTube browser and leave only StreamYard up.
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now close your the YouTube in your browser.
Oh, I don't
and leave
have
up
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Okay, I'm gonna. Can you hear me now? Oh my gosh, I'm delayed.
Hold on.
Do you have your YouTube channel still open on YouTube?
This is ridiculous. I'm delayed.
Type it in chat, Sarge. Maybe she'll see it in.
I did.
Oh, okay. Type it in chat, Sarge. Maybe she'll see it in. I did. I mean, it's not that delayed now. It's coming up. Okay. Sonny, if you can hear me, please mute your YouTube in the background and just leave up StreamYard. That's it. Don't worry about the YouTube now because you're in here, so you can't be in here and out there. Not yet. Don't worry about the YouTube now because you're in here, so you can't be in here and out there. Okay. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
There we go. I think we did it. And it's still on a delay a little bit. Maybe not.
I just think that because I have my TV. Oh shit.
Yeah, you have to turn your TV down.
Not unless it unless she leaves StreamYard on the TV and closes out YouTube. That's what she should be doing.
Yeah, but I don't think she can use StreamYard.
Commercial.
TV.
It's what we're saying is feeding back into her microphone.
That's why you have the delay.
Okay. So I'm watching you on my TV.
That's why you have the delay.
So I'm watching you on my TV. Okay, now I'm still on a little bit of a delay, but I'm here. And if I mute my TV, then I can't hear if you guys say something.
You should be able to
on
hear
my
it through
phone,
StreamYard.
where I'm on in StreamYard, it's I can't hear you, and my volume's turned all the way up. It's just really stupid. I have to figure this out. I'm so sorry.
Listen, if you're on your phone, you're on.
I can't hear you, and my volume's turned all the way up. It's just
Have a good night, Bobby.
stupid. I have to figure this out. I'm so sorry.
If you're on your phone.
Wow. Holy goo.
Have a good night, Bobby.
Echo.
Stop it.
Okay, if you can hear me, Sonny, you should be able to turn the volume all the way up on your phone in the screen and then just watch it on the TV with your volume off. I do that all the time, and that way you will be able to speak and hear at the same time, and you can just watch it visually on the TV if you want to see it.
I think this might be the same problem that some other people have had too.
Yeah.
With it,
I did.
not working on the phone right.
Right.
Now I've got a new motto.
Yeah.
I've got a new motto you all might want to live by. Making everyone happy is impossible. Pissing them off is a piece of cake. I like cake.
Oh, me too.
I can't eat cake anymore.
Why not?
Why
There's
not?
sugar in it.
Huh?
You could have diabetic cake and gag on it.
There ain't no point in eating it if it's diabetic. Forget it.
I'm a diabetic. I still eat cake. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna die of something. Might as well be with chocolate in my fucking mouth.
It's a new motto. Yeah,
Yeah, that's definitely like I was saying, it was definitely refreshing to hear another side to it that way. But does anybody have any other topics they would like to talk about while we're in here?
Yeah, how do you not eat cake? Like, how do you do that? I could not do that. I'd fucking murder someone.
That keto diet, there's no sugar. I don't eat. I mean, I have, but I try not to.
You don't have a recipe for keto cake?
Have you ever had keto cake?
Yeah. Duncan Hines
She's
makes the
hostess
keto
cupcake.
cake.
There you go. She's a hostess cupcake lover. Don't get into it with her.
No. My wife, listen, bro. All right. So my wife went through this whole keto thing. She lost all this weight. It was awesome, right? She started making the keto sweets. Now, listen, guys. I'm all about the good stuff, the being healthy, doing this, doing that. Do you know how many different variations of like sugar-free pudding and Jello and all this other shit that I ate? That like at some point I was just like, what and why? Why even bother to do this at this point? Because I might as well. It's just gross. It was not good. She made, and I love her to death. She's a baker, so she went and got all this crazy shit, almond flour and some other stuff and this special stevia sugar and shit. And she made peanut butter cookies, right? You guys ever, like when we were kids, you remember being in a sandbox and making like sand patty things? Okay, and they look like cookies or whatever. You go to and it just falls apart in your hand, it dissolves.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these were. They tasted the same damn way. They tasted like sand. I'm sorry. There's no point. There's no point. Now, I will say we found after about 355 different variations and concoctions of sugar-free pudding and Jello and stuff, we figured out a couple things that didn't taste too bad. But the aftertaste, it wasn't it. I just don't. It was easier just to not eat the shit. Period.
They
So
will be burping up that keto diet.
You gotta visit that Chalk Zero website. It's like chocolate for the keto diet, and they sell chocolate chips. Like, I mean, and they're good.
And it's expensive as hell. You're right. I've had it.
Yeah, they are expensive, but
everything in there was expensive. We did buy a lot of that shit back in the day. It's just really expensive, and it's such a pain in the ass to do everything. And like I said, the thing that really turned me off is she went and bought some kind of keto noodles. Okay.
Oh yeah,
they came in some kind of a sealed pack, and it was like a bag of worms. First off, it was all gross and slimy and shit. And we opened that shit up, and I washed it all off. And you know when you're like, I'm rinsing this and rinsing this and rinsing this and rinsing this, and it's still slimy as all hell. Rinsing this and rinsing. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? You know? And I took one bite and spit it right back out and said, I don't ever bring that shit home. So then she goes to Aldi's and finds another version of this, and these fuckers were black. They look like black worms. I don't know what the hell texture or whatever this product was. And I said, I'm not even going to look at that. Don't even try. I can't. They're black. They look like black worms. I'm sorry.
I fucking love Cindy. Did you see what she said? Being skinny is expensive as hell.
It is.
That's so true.
It really
don't
is.
cost nothing for my big ass to stay big. Like
Right.
Hostess cupcakes, you can get a 8-pack for like $3.
And the other thing we did try that wasn't bad was she found a recipe for zucchini, or she started making zucchini noodles for pasta. It's still not good, but it's not as bad as that other shit was. I mean, it all in all, guys, I'm basically just a crybaby. Okay, I just don't like the shit. Period. So I'm not gonna lie. But it does work. It worked on her. I mean, I was doing this at first. I was doing it hardcore. Like I was waking up in the morning and putting butter in my damn coffee and all that weird shit. And I mean, it worked.
Wait, what? Did you
butter
say
in the
butter
coffee?
in
Yeah,
your
because
coffee?
you have to drink coffee black. So to sweeten it, you'll add like sweet cream butter.
Can't you use a fake sweetener like a Sweet and Low?
What?
Yeah, but they taste awful.
It's not good. I'm telling you. But the butter thing was not a big deal to me. It really wasn't. It was just weird.
Butter and coffee.
You know what it is when you're on keto?
You're adding fat.
Yeah, when you're on keto, you eat like you're poor.
I just can't imagine.
Yeah, basically.
Like I'm not kidding. It's all butter, eggs, bacon.
Hamburgers with no buns, hot dogs with no buns. I mean,
all that shit I get. I just have never heard of putting.
But can you
butter
have
in coffee.
hamburgers on the hot dog bun? That's the question.
No bun. I was eating hamburgers on pieces of lettuce, I mean, come on, guys.
Sergeant.
Yes.
Say hamburger.
Hamburg. Oh, I figured this out the other day. Wait a minute. I figured this out the other day. This is where we're all wrong. So hang on. Let me put on my salesmanship hat. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Hamburger is the product you buy. Hamburger is the product you cook. And hamburgers is plural.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't convert. You purchase Hamburg. You don't purchase hamburger. You purchase Hamburg.
You make it sound like I'm buying Germany.
So I buy Hamburg and I make hamburgers.
Whatever works for you. So ground beef, right, Heather? Ground beef. There you go.
Ground sirloin.
Actually, Sarge, you can have hamburgers with the bun on the keto diet if you make the cloud bread.
Or if you buy the keto buns, which are forget it.
You gotta make it. It's so cheap. It's like egg whites and cream of tartar, and that shit tastes good as I don't know what.
Wow.
In a waffle maker. That was the other thing. We did that too, and we were making our own egg. Now, I will say this. I said this the other day. My sister, because she's on it too, and has been, my sister made keto lasagna, and I could have died over that. It was that good. And she used those egg wrap things I was showing you guys.
Yeah.
Those and like to use in a pasta dish like that was damn good. I'm telling you right now, and everything else in it, the ricotta cheese, mozzarella, provolone, whatever's in it, you can have it. In the ground beef, you can have it. The sauce is where you gotta play a game with the sauce to find the right kind of sauce, but that's all.
So then you're no longer really a true Dago if you've gone like that.
Again, another point that I was making, sir.
You're de-Italianizing yourself.
I mean, I'm terrible on the keto diet because I don't do anything all day but like eat Vienna sausage.
I can't handle those. They're too soft and smushed. I can't do those.
Italian sausage is the only sausage that matters.
Yes.
You don't like Vienna sausages?
I can't do it. They're too.
What is it with men? No men like. I love them little bastards. I'll eat them things all day.
It's like sucked bologna or some shit wrapped up in a ding dongs. I don't even know what to think about it. It's weird looking to me, but it's just too soft. It was the texture of it was weird.
Nothing in a can that has 6 wieners in it is ever man.
Take care, Kate. Have a good night, hon. I agree with you on that one, dude. But
You're being a brat.
I guess my problem is I'm like I said, I'm a crybaby. I like bread. I like buns with my burgers. I like, but again, I did it for a little while, and then I went hardcore the first few days until I hit the and that's the other problem is I kept coming out of ketosis. I mean, you can have one damn thing and you screw it all up.
Yeah.
And then you're like pissed because you're like, I just did all this work, but I was losing weight, guys. My wife lost a bunch, like I said, and she stuck to it though. You know, I couldn't. I didn't do it. I don't have that willpower. Because I'm a crybaby and I want what I want, and there's a problem. So the whole time
good on it until I want something sweet, and then I'm like, fuck it. I don't care about being skinny. Give me the fucking chocolate.
See, well, and see now Reese's everybody came out with sugar-free shit. Everybody and everything. Like the sugar, Coke Zero, Pepsi Zero, every soda makes a zero now. I think Reese cups, they came out with completely sugar-free Reese's, and candies and stuff like that. And I feel like there's still got to be something in that that's not good for you, or it just candy. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
What?
Yeah, you said I feel like there's something in that. There's got to be something in that that's not good for you. Do you remember Olestra?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that the stuff that would cause anal leakage or something?
Oh yeah, you eat the chips with. Oh, these are great for you guys. There's no cholesterol. There's no nothing. Eat them, and then you squirting water out of your ass for 3 days.
I mean, you would lose weight that way.
100%.
Do you guys know what? Do you know what fat is made out of?
Yes.
What's it made out of?
Fat.
Yeah. What's it stored as?
Fat.
Mm-hmm. It's a large part of it's water and carbon dioxide.
Oh yeah. I mean,
so that's why sweating and breathing, cardio and sweating. That's how you lose weight, because you're getting rid of water and carbon dioxide.
Oh, that sounds tiring.
But no, I agree with you. I was 187 pounds, and I'm down to, I should be like 160. I'm at 162. And all I did was cut out bread and snacks. That was it. And I lost.
You eat steak every damn night too, so you're basically on the damn keto diet.
Yeah, I eat steaks and chicken, and I like eggs and breakfast sausages. I've always had, but I've always ate a lot of bread with it, a lot of pasta, and a lot of snacks. So I cut all of that stuff way back. And like I like stovetop stuffing, some vegetables, corn, and stuff like that. I eat mashed potatoes, baked potatoes.
That's a bad one. Huh? That was hard. The mashed potato thing was hard. Any potatoes and any kind of form of potato is bad, and that was really hard to get rid of too.
That stuff without the carbs from bread and sweets, those carbs aren't bad for you. So if you cut out the bread, the white bread, and you cut out the sweets, then the potato carbs aren't going to hurt you at all.
Well, we went to like a no carb bread.
What's that taste like?
Sara Lee makes it. It actually isn't bad.
It's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. That one, it took us like 16,000 different kinds of breads to find it. A bunch of nasty shit to get to that, but that's good. The Sara Lee one.
Yeah, the Sara Lee is the only way to go if you're gonna eat that.
Right, and you can have whatever, because I like sandwiches too.
Me too.
You know, obviously lunch meats and cheeses.
What the fuck are you saying that?
Yeah, I used to want to scrubs.
Mayonnaise and stuff like that. But there's a sauce out there that they make if you like the pasta and you can handle the vegetable pasta or anything like that. I can't think of the name of the sauce. It's expensive, like everything else is. What the hell is it called? But anyway, it has no carbs in it, and there's no sugar in it either. But it still tastes really good. What was it called? I can't remember. But I just got tired of eggs and bacon. And guys, my house was a funky
How do
place.
you get tired of bacon?
What's that?
How do you get tired of bacon?
Because when you eat it, yes, it's Rouse. Thank you, Rachel. When you eat it every day for 6 months, believe it, I didn't think I could get tired of it either. I did. And like I said,
I eat ribs. I eat ham and ribs and chicken and steak.
Well, like I said, eating eggs almost every single day.
That I could see, but bacon's tough for me to get sick of.
I couldn't do it after a while. And the eggs, like I said, my house became a funky place to be sometimes because that's a lot of damn eggs and it's a lot of people eating eggs. So, I mean, it's got to come out somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is high maintenance. Is that
waste it, then burp and taste it is what he's saying.
I mean, yeah, and it's a very high maintenance diet for real.
When we get a minute, can I be a Debbie Downer and bring us back to Idaho 4 now that I finally have this figured out?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure, that's why we're here.
Okay. So, I've been following this case. Obviously, I've been following you guys, and there's just like so many things. But my biggest thing with this whole DNA bullshit, like unless they well, the whole secretiveness, first of all. Like, why are you hiding evidence if you're so certain that this is the guy? Show us this is the guy. So we stop, like, trying to figure shit out. It's not that hard. We just saw it in Texas. Like, that's not difficult. But the DNA is like, okay, so they surreptitiously got DNA from some other dude. They had him in his crosshair in their crosshairs before he left Moscow. They knew where he worked. They could have got DNA from his apartment, from his whatever in his office, from some students' grading papers. I mean, it was there to be had, but they followed him across the United States of America, literally, to go and get his dad's DNA to do this backwards IgG shit. Like, if that doesn't sound like we are trying to make the evidence fit the person, or the person fit the evidence, I think I said that backwards. Like, that is the definition of, like, there's something totally wrong with that. And now the latest thing I heard is that they buried the house. They buried the house. Like, instead of just bringing it to the landfill, now they buried it.
All right.
Landfills do bury garbage. Just so you know, that's what a landfill is. They backfill everything.
No. But they specifically made sure to, like, dig a hole in the ground, bury all these like, they brought it to the somewhere special that apparently people couldn't follow them to, because I was wondering why all these, well, there wasn't a lot, but some of these true crime people that were there were filming it. But it's like, I would be in my car following these freaking dump trucks trying to figure out where they're going. But it was like this big secret thing. And I don't know if it's true, because everything that we here is like, well, we don't know what the heck is going on. But that's the latest thing I heard.
Well, I'm just saying, I think the context is being made sensationalized, but that's what you do with garbage. You bring it to a landfill and you dump it into a hole and you cover it with dirt. That's what they do.
That's not what I do. I've worked in the I've done a lot of land. I've been to the landfill plenty of times, and I bring my shit out there, and we throw it on the pile of garbage that's there. Eventually, I'm sure that it does get buried. That's where it goes.
That gets spread and buried. They put down a liner, they spread the garbage over it, cover it with dirt, put down another liner, do it again.
Right,
so
but
they will dig the area out.
But if you go to a But if you go to a landfill, they have found dead bodies in landfills weeks after murders, because it is buried right away. It is not buried immediately.
No, they took exception on this and buried it right away, which I don't think is that unusual, to be honest with you.
Real quick, not to interrupt, but Clue and Cletus are going to be jumping down, and I wanted to thank them both very much for joining us tonight. It's always a good time, a blast, and I know everybody enjoys as much as I do. So I can't wait for the next time, whether I'm here or whether I'm there or you're here. It's always
Well, thank you guys. Everybody have a good night, and for those of you who are getting snow, I don't like you. I'm jealous. That's it.
Have a good night, guys. Thanks again, both of you guys.
And I just want to say, Cletus, you texted me but never explained yourself.
Oh, that was.
And I called, you never answered the phone.
That was me.
Well, okay, then both of you. What the hell?
Both of you. Both of you. What the hell? I'm gonna get your accent. I'm going to both of you. What the hell?
Forget about it. It's a fugazi.
Was that you?
I gotta jump off in a minute too.
Yeah, that was me. I got a little bit of the same accent as him.
I want to learn to talk like that.
Just grab it. It's you got to be a meatball. That's all. You got to be a meatball.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
It sounds so like intimidating. Like, I swear to God, like every time you talk, I'm just like, take my money.
You know what?
It's scary.
Damn, George.
Damn,
anyway,
that's what I'm saying.
You guys
Okay.
are great. You guys have a great night, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, bye.
Bye. Sorry about that, Sonny. Go ahead, man. What you're saying.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't know. This case just makes me so crazy. I'm like, I have to figure this out, but We're just never gonna. I don't know if we'll ever actually know what
let me
actually happened.
Let me be the first to welcome you to our club that
Oh,
we
thank
all
you.
belong to, because we're all in the same boat that you're in, and have been for a year now.
Yeah, me too.
It's insane, and we could ask. We've walked in circles. We've walked in complete circles around each other, trying to answer and figure out how, why, where, when, what, and who. And we've never been able to answer any of these questions, and we're not going to, unfortunately. And I don't think until that trial happens, and I don't. Then some of the questions won't be answered, I think.
Yeah, I'm worried that even when they go to trial, we're still not going to know the actual truth.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've said. That same thing. I don't know. They don't have to tell us anything out here, okay? And whatever we get is we're gonna have to be grateful for whatever we see, hear, and get, because that's what we're getting. Period. And if it's not the truth, we're never gonna know. And if it's not real, we're never gonna know. So we just have to take it for face value, and run with it. That's all.
They've removed truth from being a crucial, the crucial linchpin for justice.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah,
you go and commit a crime, and they'll convict you for jaywalking when in fact you hit some lady over the head with a brick and took her purse. But they plea bargain it, or maybe you did nothing and you're just scared. You don't have money, you don't want to get caught up in the system, and so you just plea bargain. And the system's been corrupted through and through across the board. And it is tragic. It is. It's very tragic.
Well, yeah, I mean, we tie that into the whole Epstein thing coming out now. It's like the higher ups are the higher ups, and they're the higher ups for a reason. And I keep thinking about, I'm a teacher, I'm an artist, I'm an advocate, I'm an alcoholic in recovery. There's a lot of things that I have to offer this world, but it's like, how do you create change? My favorite quote is, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." And we can make change very small, but the top of the top, like you just can't get in it. It just boggles my mind. I mean, I think I've been saying since COVID, like something needs, either we're gonna blow ourselves up and we're gonna completely destroy and burn ourselves to the ground as a human race, and then it will hopefully start over, or something big is going to happen. And I'm wondering if this whole Epstein thing might, shed some light and try to use sunshine as the antiseptic to all of the corruption. And so, I mean, I understand that we're never going to know the whole truth there, but at least we're starting to see something.
No, but we've been conditioned to, and I was trying to say this the other night, I'm not trying to be rude, but we've been conditioned to say and respond and act a certain way, and yet we still don't know it. So when the things that you're saying, believe it or not, have been trained for us to say and accept that we're not going to know the truth, that these people are the elite, these people are at the top. And in America, it was founded so that never were to be.
Right,
we're in a nation where this was not supposed to ever come to be true.
Right,
where these people could
then my
pedophile around the world like that,
But then my question to you is how? Because I don't think I'm conditioned. I am completely outside the box. I am like,
that's the difficulty.
I agree with you. I agree with all of the things that you guys say most of the time. So I'm on the same page. I'm very like-minded, but how do we be the change? My question to you is, I am not conditioned to say, well, this is just the way it is. I am conditioned to say, especially to my students, be the change. You don't want to continue the cycle. You have to do something about it. And we individually, as human beings, need to start coming together like these types of communities that are being created as like-minded people to open other people's eyes, because there's a lot of people that are just like you guys said, they're just like, oh, do you just accept it because the police said it? And there are a lot of people that think that, and it's like, you have to ask questions. I see it in my classroom. My students are conditioned to just to not ask questions anymore. I mean, it's like, you have to question. I tell my students, if you don't if you don't think that what I'm saying is true, or you don't, or you disagree, question me. You should not just do because authority figures or adults tell you to do or to think or to say. You need to think for yourself. You need to look at the situation. You need to say, does this make sense? It doesn't make sense to me. Please help me understand this. And that is how people start to open their eyes to a bigger picture, so that
Well, I'm not so sure that's a double-edged sword, because when you bring up the Epstein thing, rest assured that there's going to be no movement in this country to demand justice. That's what we need. That's the solution. What
Right.
there will be, listen, but there will be billions of conversations about it. But nothing will change, because talking about it and knowing about it is in fact the tool that they use to keep us in our seats. That's what I mean by we don't quite understand how well they've programmed us. We still think we're free, and we still think doing these things is the path to freedom. But knowledge is as much a chain around your neck as ignorance, and the way they've manipulated it. So,
I agree, but I still come back to the question: how do we be the change then? What is
how do
the
we be the
solution?
changes that people across the internet that have a tool like no other, a tool of communication like this, start up a stream or start up areas and start talking about things, that the actions we can do as a group to instill change.
That's exactly what I just said.
But there's no leader out there doing it. There's no groups. You got guys with 20 million followers like Joe Rogan, and all they're doing is talking about what we're talking about, and nothing changes. Somebody in a position of authority that has that kind of outreach could start suggesting solutions we could all do that are nonviolent. And yet,
Right.
it's, that's where change comes in, is when we actively do something.
Right,
You know?
but how? Yeah, I agree. I don't understand how we can't collectively, as like-minded people, obviously we are starting to get these groups online, and Joe Rogan, I don't know, I guess I don't listen to
I
him.
use him as an
Whoever, but-
example. He's an example of somebody with a lot of followers. That's all that means.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
okay,
on either. Okay.
but what
Pick
do they?
anybody
But
with that
what?
kind of followers.
But what do they like? What is the solution? Let's say I'm Joe Rogan, or I'm some person in a higher position. What do I do? Because I have seen, politics are corrupt. I stay away from politics. I don't listen to politics. I don't vote. You can think of me as an asshole for that, but I have no business voting because I can't. I don't know. I'm not informed, and
I'll answer your
everybody's corrupt.
question.
The
I'll
whole
answer
thing
your
is corrupt.
What it is, Sonny, is somebody just has to not be afraid to just start it. Just basically is what it is what he's saying is somebody just has to have the gumption, the balls, however you want to put it, for lack of better terms, and just stand up and do it. And nobody does. And everybody seems to be afraid to do it, as I stated the other night. Some is because a lot of people, for one, think I'm just one person. What the hell good am I going to do? So nobody's going to listen to me, so they don't do it for that reason. Or people are afraid of consequence, so they don't do it for that reason. Or it's just they're afraid of what they're going to lose, so they don't do it for that reason. Standing up against the establishment, per se, for lack of better terms, people either it's the fear of doing it itself, the fear of what, like I said, what you're going to lose because you're doing this.
Right. But why does it have to be somebody in power? Why can't it be America as a whole, as we start to shed light and build communities like this that start to take a stand and start doing whatever, picketing, doing school events, or wherever we can do
No, you're right.
communication to the larger population to help open people's eyes, to help them start thinking for themselves.
You're absolutely correct, but nobody will do it because they're afraid to be the one.
Why don't we do it?
Well, no, most of the people that stream and do this stuff think that they are informing others. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that information itself is useless. It's another way to get people to argue and debate and discuss and agree and disagree and divide and combine. But there's no real solution from doing that. We can agree on decent things, but there's nobody out there pointing these things out or harping on them or going, like I said the other night, go after user agreements. I think it's just unconstitutional for you to take my information and market it to make money. I think that defies the constitutional limits. Government can't do that, and government's supposed to protect me from people that try to do that to me.
Right. Well, that's been going on forever, and I agree with you. We're not free, but this is just so philosophical. It can go
It's
so
not
deep.
if people keep saying I should start a stream, and I'm going to end up having to do that. I bought the green screen, I bought the camera. I'm going to do that, but if you take somebody with a user agreement that you can't have their service unless you allow them to take your stuff and sell it, then target that individual company and make an issue out of it and get followers to all on one particular day. On a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're going to all take our savings out of Bank of America and shift them to another bank. You don't have to destroy Bank of America, but you might be, at this point, groups of people, if you can get a stream going or following going. And I had over 20,000 followers on Twitter and then got banned.
Yeah,
but
so
you get a followership going, and then you guys do things that make a statement, but you're not out to hurt nobody.
Right,
And you
but
can
see,
start to
okay.
affect change.
So let's say, and I don't necessarily agree with all this, but let's look at the Turtle Boy Karen Reed situation. That was somebody taking a stand. And just disregarding all of his personal life shit, because that's none of our business. And quite frankly, I have no idea if any of that is true.
And he got arrested.
Right. And he got arrested and they silenced him. And look at what happened to the following today's hearing or yesterday's hearing or whatever that was. Yes, there were still people there, but it sure wasn't what it was when he was leading the charge.
I don't know anything about Turtle Boy. I don't know what happened. I don't
Oh,
even
well,
know
I'm just saying that's an example of a citizen taking a stand against the establishment and making and opening people's eyes. It's the first time in America that people have backed somebody who is accused of killing a police officer. You don't ever hear of that. And I don't know what the truth is, but I'm just saying that's an example of somebody going against the establishment, creating a following, starting to take a stand. He has tons of people out there, and now he's in jail with like 19 felonies. So,
Yeah,
Listen,
and
I don't know the circumstances around that,
but they
but
will
that shouldn't-
silence us.
basically, in a nutshell, Sarge, is what it is what, he made a stand, did exactly what we're talking about, and was arrested and charged with all this crazy shit. And therefore, that's what people see, which is why they do it. And they run the other direction immediately.
What
Because
is this about him killing a cop? I don't
he
understand.
did. It was the Karen Reed case is that case I touched on just a little bit.
It's a different case. Well, who's
Yeah.
Turtle Boy?
So in a nutshell, Karen Reed was accused of killing her boyfriend, who is a police officer. They were at a party.
I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
Turtle Boy is the one that advocated for her and stood up for her and states that she is not guilty of the crime and this and that and everything else. And because of that, he was arrested, basically.
And he had a huge following. He had all of these picketers, thousands of people that were saying, "Free Karen Reed. She is accused of killing a police officer." That is something I don't think we've ever seen in America, where people are defending somebody accused of killing a police officer. Turtle Boy is saying there is corruption within this police department, within this government establishment. Open your eyes. Open up the light. Let's look at this. And he had thousands of people taking a stand to help this woman who's accused of killing a cop. And now he's in jail with 19 plus felony charges. And that's my point, is that like we can take a stand, but they will always silence us. They had thousands of people following this.
Okay, but can I ask you a question before? Listen, I'm trying to get information from you. I'm informed enough. What did they arrest him for?
They were saying that he's a journalist. We can all say we're journalists. They say that he was harassing
witness intimidation type things and stuff like that. Those were some of the charges that I remember. John said that too. Yeah.
So ultimately, those were his first charges. He got out on bail. Then something happened with his girlfriend. I don't even really
Yeah,
want to
okay. So
share
he's got
all
all
the
kinds of
details.
personal baggage in there that's crossing over into.
But but I think it very well could have been a setup. They were trying to silence him, which is why they charged him with, I think it was originally like 9 or 10 felony charges of witness intimidation, put him in jail. His lawyer got him out, which we weren't sure he was going to get out. Well, as soon as he gets out, he gets, I think, probably set up, and now he's back in jail because now
For
he's
what?
not getting a bond. So because of
What's
his
the-
personal crap, which I don't know if that's even true. It could have been a setup. That's what I'm saying. Like they will find a way to make it
So
look a certain way.
has anybody in his following continued his work?
Very few people. There were still people there today, but it was like, I mean, in comparison to when he was there, it was like a 25th of the, I don't even know. It was like minuscule compared to what it was.
A lot, Sarge, a whole lot. The people that are visual, I should say. There's a lot of people in the background that are still supporting him, but they're afraid to.
Yeah, on YouTube and everything.
He
It's still
made the
being
recording.
discussed
Wait
and
a second.
supported, but
Wait a second. What recording did he make?
he recorded a fight with his girlfriend about she was, and in his recording she was being the abusive one in the recording. Now I don't know what the hell was really going on and how he ended up in jail, because if that's the what he brought to the court, we don't know what her evidence was. Listen, I was a victim of abuse, and I know how shit like that goes. If I charge my boyfriend or I make a statement against my boyfriend, he's out on bond in 2 minutes. Like they don't, and then if it never went to trial, it never, because there was like, they took pictures of my bloodied, bruised body, and I go to court thinking and I'm like, where's the court? And they're like, it's dismissed. So as far as women, being abused or in an abusive relationship, that's a whole nother story. But that's what the contention was that he was in some way abusing her. But his actual tape that he brought to court, he recorded it on his phone of the fight, and she was screaming and yelling and accusing him of all this, that, and the other. And so that was his evidence. They wouldn't reveal her evidence. But for him to be locked up for that, in my experience, is like never happens. Like never. To not be able to get out on bond.
So, yeah, I'd like to see the evidence against him. I mean, it sounds like a lot of his personal shit, his
But again,
personal life overflowed into his, right? It's just like the people that started Black Lives Matter got nailed for buying mansions with the money they were getting.
Yeah, we don't know if they were forcing though from 3021. We heard a portion of his tape of what, apparently there was an abortion tablet taken. According to her, she said that he was gonna stay with her.
So
he was trying to leave. But that's a whole, but for him to be in jail and not be able to get out on bond from that, how many, and I know there are a lot of women listening to this that have been in abusive relationships that know damn well that if you, after 964 times that you're beaten up and you finally go to the cops and you finally think you're going to take a stand, either you end up dead, or because maybe they go arrest him, but he's out on bail in like within the 24-hour period. They don't lock guys up for that shit. So they're hiding the evidence that you have no idea. They won't tell us what the evidence is against him.
So until we know that, I mean, it sounds like someone's baggage crossed over into what was obviously a good cause.
Right, but abusive relationships, just as a general rule, people do not get put into jail and not get out on bond.
Well, I live in a state where there's no bail. There's no bail for people in my state because it adversely affects the poor, according to the government.
Well, in whatever state he's in, they do, because he got out on bond for all these other felonies. He had like 9 felony charges, and then he got out on bond, and then this happened with his girlfriend, and now he has like 19 felony charges. And
I think this is this the recording we're talking about here, the Jennifer McCabe 911 call?
I don't think so. I don't know if I've even heard that, but Turtle Boy made a recording of the fight between, I think it's on Turtle Boy's channel. It was
This is from his channel from a month ago. Shows her being emotionless and making incriminating statements while Karen Reed is screaming. And oh no, this is the other recording. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, but like, here's what I'm saying though. Listen, that doesn't. He gave an example, and he had malfunctions he brought in, so he brought confusion. But the point I'm making is still valid, in that there's someone that did something and was starting to provide results. Unfortunately, his personal baggage got caught up in this, right?
No, and I completely agree with you. He was making a difference. But my rebuttal to that is, because he was making a difference, they shut him up. And I don't give a shit what kind of personal baggage he's got going on. That should not be part of that. The whole situation with this personal baggage should not put him in jail without a bond. He got out on bond with 9 charges of witness intimidation.
Right, but then he got arrested while he was on bond, and now they're not going to let you bond out. If you're on bond and you get arrested again, the party's over.
Which, tell me if you think that this man who has fought for this cause is going to go do something stupid like that, record the situation, and then still, like, in court, they played his side of the story, but we never got her side of the story. And then he got put in jail. So again, it's all these secrets.
Yeah, but there still shouldn't be any reason for us to sit in our seats and not still try to do something.
No, that's true. That's my point, though. Like, because he was the leader of it, which people were scared. Like, okay, well, now what? Is this all going to go to shit? Well, there were still supporters, but not as many, which there needs to be. We all, I mean, we can't all just up and go to wherever. I don't even remember what state this is in. Like, let's just say Idaho, since I know that case. Like, I can't just up and go to Idaho and picket shit, because I just don't have that ability. And 100 million other people in this world don't have that ability either. So it's like, I don't know. It's like you said, it's a double-edged sword. Like, we're trying, we stand up for shit. We teach people to start thinking for themselves. Some people, I don't know how Turtle Boy was able to, I suppose he's making his living off of his podcast, but like, people that has jobs can't just go picket every day and go do the work of that type of activist and support him in that way. But there were thousands of people there when he was there, and when he went to jail, it decreased.
I'm sorry. I think I found this, you guys. Hold on a second here. Let me play this real quick. Let me know if you can hear it okay, too, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, I do. Do what? I do it. I'll be with my dad. I called it. You stood there and you lied to my face. Lied to my face.
How was this?
It's just really quiet. It was playing, but
it's being, there's a lot of movement going on, so that's why it's so hard. You have to listen in and carefully for a minute. It's hard. Hold on.
Yeah, playing this, I don't think anybody's going to hear anything.
just give it a sec. Just give it a sec. It might get clearer. It's the beginning. It might be in his pocket at this point. He told her straight up that he was recording this, though.
I didn't even fucking say a word yet because you fucking did to me for weeks. Are you kidding me? Oh, really? Let's play the videos. Let's play the videos of what you didn't do to me. Let's play them. Shall we? Fucking shall we? Let's play them. Come on. Here we go. Hold on, let me just get to them.
What videos? You talking about?
You know, leaving me after I took these pills after you lied to my babes just now. To try to walk out now. You realize I'm mandated recorded, right? You want to fuck with me with my help and make me sit here just alone? What all you have to do for 3 hours is sit here? Fuck you! I'll fucking play your game, Aiden.
I think you have it on like 1.5 too, so it's hard to hear what she's saying because she's talking really fast. If you put it on normal.
Hang on a minute.
You'll protect me. You won't put my shit out there while you're blackmailing me. Nice try. Nice try. Nice try. Now you're blackmailing me.
All right, so this guy knows he's recording this conversation, so he's going to behave in a way that beneficial to himself, right?
Right, like you can spin it.
He eggs her on.
You can spin it either way. He's not saying anything. He's just saying, I'm recording this. And he's barely talking. There's some paper that he's trying to get from her, which I have no idea what that is. He said, he was trying to leave the situation. She was being verbally abusive. He tried to leave. She said, fine, I'm going to wait. She has 4 children. I'm going to wake up I think it was like 3:00 in the morning. I'm going to wake up all my 4 children. We're going to go sit in your driveway and I'm going to let this abortion pill take place with my children in the car in your driveway. Like she is not, and I've been that woman who is emotionally just completely fucked up because I've been, just like, blasted by an abusive person that just makes me crazy. I'm not blaming her. She has lost her mind, but I'm sure that he has had a huge part in her losing her mind at this point. Like she is at her limit and she doesn't give a fuck. But my point is this is the only recording that we hear and it doesn't have any, and you're right, like yes, he is recording it but he also told her, I am recording this. So yes,
I slowed it down so it might be a little easier to hear. Let me see if this is any better.
It doesn't have to be a direct blackmail either, or a direct threat. Do you not realize that by now? You fucking blackmailed me. You said me that shit about my kids. You blackmailed me and you threatened me. And guess what? Guess fucking what? All you have to fucking do was you lied to me. All you had to do was sit there. But for some reason, you have to fucking get going at 3 a.m. I wonder why. Because you're a fucking liar and a user.
No, because I have.
No, you're a liar and a user. You just stood there and said, okay, I'll stay. And then as soon as I put them in my mouth, you fucking do this shit. You're a fucking psychopath. You're deranged. There's something wrong with you. You weren't built right. You were born with something with your wiring fucking off that makes you a fucking psycho. You're psychotic. No fucking man acts this way. No man thinks his whole life is an online world with fucking online fucking people that talk shit. Like you literally think like that's the whole world. Like because you're a dweeb. Because no girl ever fucking wanted you.
No girl.
And guess what? The only fucking reason anyone pays any attention to you is because you're.
So, Diego, can you pause this? So, where are we going? Listen to these two people battle it out. What's the point? What ends up happening?
This is the video, or this is what everybody is saying that got him in trouble, basically. And
that was the evidence that put him in jail.
There's more evidence than this, and I'm sure that he's probably himself not going to tell you what it is.
Well, no, but like this is what we didn't get to hear that. That's the whole point. They're hiding that, just like they're hiding shit in Idaho, which is like, okay, why are you hiding one side of the story? Because in my experience, and like I've said, I've been in her situation. I know exactly where she's at mentally. I know like she's just like she's losing her mind. I don't think that I like Turtle Boy as a human being, but I think that he was doing something that is exactly what we're talking about taking a stand against the establishment. And the point is that she took this abortion pill. He told her that he was going to stay with her, according to her. And then after she took it, he was going to leave. She's now, emotionally manipulating him and telling him that he needs to stay with her. There's lots of other options she could do. She could call 911. She could go to the hospital. She could have a friend come over, all these different things. But she wants him to be there. And for whatever reason, this put him in jail. And I get it. I didn't think about that. He broke bond. But there could be, and again, I know this is a conspiracy theory, but this whole situation, she could have been part of the establishment, and this could have been a setup to get him to do whatever the hell was going on over there, so that he broke his bond and could get arrested, and the establishment could then shut him up. Because guys,
it can be looked at both ways. I mean, it could have just been. Here's the thing. Personally, it shouldn't be involved in what he was doing, but this is, you can see it on the way you're saying it, or you could just see it that he just made a mistake, and that was that. You know what I mean? It just happened to coincide with the scenario. That's all.
Clearly, he's having a problem in his relationship. Something carried over to this to get him arrested.
I mean, for him to be involved in that situation at
right,
all,
wrong, or indifferent, the fact of the matter is these two people have deep-rooted issue that they're battling about.
Right.
And it got out of hand, and that's, you know, that's the risk you run when two people engage in that kind of argument and fighting over something.
Truth be told, honestly, truth be told, if you're going to get involved in what he's been doing, the advocation and stuff like that, you better be about as clean cut as an altar boy can be. Maybe that was a bad example, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I
not
agree.
have any kind of personal baggage or anything else going on in your life if you're going to put yourself in that situation, because you know, I know, Sarge knows, and everybody else in here knows that when we do things like this, somebody's going to come looking for it. Just YouTubers, for instance, okay? I've been through this personally. That's why I'm using this as an example. Everybody knows this that's in here and why, okay? But I came out here, I did something that I believe in, that I'm standing up for, that I'm trying to do something good with. There's always going to be somebody who disagrees or does not like me, and there's a specific person that we know that came at me specifically because they don't like how I'm doing it. So therefore, in turn, what these people do is they go looking to find something about me that's going to make other people not like me.
Exactly.
And it doesn't,
exactly the situation.
which has gone on in my life for real because of this, okay? And it just happens no matter what. So you better make sure that you are squeaky clean, bleach free, and all. Okay.
Who is? We are all human. God or whatever higher power you believe in is the only entity that's perfect. We all have shit, and people are gonna. Some people are gonna hate us, and if everybody likes us, then guess what? We're not making a difference in the world.
You're right though, and that's where the problem lies. Is a lot of people don't have the strength, the want, the power to deal with it, to handle it, because you got to take it head on and deal with it. I've taken it head on and ran with it the best I can. It still hurts and it still is hard, and some people won't push through that. Some people just they piss on it, it ain't worth it, and they walk away, and that's where we end up back in the same position. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I've been that way too. And as a teacher, I was in a school that was just totally corrupt, and I was trying to make a change, and there were other teachers trying to make the change, and it was a brand new school, and I stuck it out for 5 years, and I ended up with serious health consequences, and because of that, I had to walk away.
And I get it. God bless you. And I'm sorry that you had to, deal with that. It's just, this is what life throws at us. And we take what we can with it and do what we can with that. Okay. It's hard. There's somebody that's going to do this one day that will make a difference. I can guarantee you. And once somebody, this is my opinion, of course, not a fact, but somebody is going to get through that barricade one of these days. And when that person does, I guarantee you that the floodgates are going to open up wide, and somebody's going to come rushing behind everybody's going to come behind that person saying, thank God somebody finally did this, if it's not too late at that point. You know what I mean?
That's why I said we're either going to completely destroy ourselves as a human race, or we're going to build ourselves up. And bring up that last comment, because that's exactly what I was trying to say. I think it was from Joanne.
This one. That one there.
Hold on, I can't read it.
From not until that Friday night, right after Turtle Boy won this case on Friday, and this happened on the next day on Saturday. He didn't know. Is that right? No.
Well, I think it was from her too, but it said the prosecuting attorney contacted that woman.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me find it. I saw
And
that.
that's where it's like, okay, so this is where we think that, you know, this woman was
So
involved.
did this woman ever call the police, or did he put stuff like this up on YouTube? How did the public become aware of this stuff?
I think that I don't honestly know if the police came, but that's what I'm saying. Like, there's behind the shit. The prosecuting attorney went to the woman's house the night after Turtle Boy won in court. Okay, if this is true, which I don't know, but if this person is saying that he went to the girlfriend's house, Turtle Boy's girlfriend's house, or whatever this woman is in. No,
Joanne
never
says
called the
he never
cops.
called the police, but then 3021 says that he didn't win any case on Friday. I'm not arguing. I know a lot of people only get the news from.
All right, but away from arguing the Turtle Boy case, that you guys did get onto the point where I was trying to go, and the idea that they can destroy you, it probably is something I should do, because I'm perfectly willing to be destroyed and for people to see every single secret and iota thing I've ever did or have done. And
Right, and so am I, and so is
knows.
Turtle Boy. But now he's in jail and he can't continue
There's
his
nothing
work.
I did that could put me in jail, though.
What's that?
I said, there's nothing I did that could put me in jail. I don't have any significant other that I would argue with like that and be put in jail. I don't have any of those issues. I don't have.
You gotta kind of like dump your baggage if you're gonna do something like this and just go forth with it.
No, I won't do that. I would want my baggage to be discovered and people out me so that then I could destroy them.
Right. So, but the thing is, though, is like with everything we're talking about with the corruption, you say you don't have anything that can put you in jail, and I don't either. But guess what? I bet they could invent something. I bet they could. I bet they could make it look like I murdered somebody or I beat somebody up, or like this is the point. Is that?
And I think right there, Sarge and Sonny, honestly, I think that is where everyone's fears to do anything like this.
This is why I'm trying to say this is the point, goes all the way back a long time ago in the conversation. We've been programmed and they keep hitting certain buttons to keep us programmed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll stop talking about it. And
No. I know what you're saying.
Set up a stream and I'm not I've got, I don't give a fuck. I don't know, man. I'm not worried about losing anything. I got nothing to lose.
Right.
No, I feel the same way. So let's do it. Let's do it. I'm with you. I wanna expose this shit. I wanna bring this shit to light. I want to help this world be better.
Well,
let's do it.
It is a complicated scenario. I mean, everybody's been saying for a year now, Sarge, if not longer, that you need to be doing something.
Yeah, I did political streaming. I mean, I had 20-some thousand followers on Twitter and a private stream with 2,451 followers on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I kept it private because I didn't want to hash out what everybody was hashing out and get into their minutia and arguments, because that's how propaganda works. And I just wasn't going to be a part of that. The same thing, but like I say about nonviolent reaction, nonviolent acts that could be taken through the use of the same communication tools they use to program us. You could deprogram us, right?
Right.
As easy it is to say Kohlberger's guilty based on the information they released, you can make the same argument using their same equipment and put out a different message, right?
Exactly.
And there's nobody out here doing it. You don't know the good things that happen every day in this country, and there's millions of them.
That's what I say. I say that on a regular basis. I watch my. I refuse to watch the national news anymore because I have not seen. I can't remember when I've seen anything positive that comes off of that at all. It's everything negative, and it just keeps pushing us down and down and down.
I stopped watching the news when I was a teenager. I mean, that's how long I've been trying to expose this to the world, is that I mean, as a teenager, I said, I want to make a news station called Sunny Side Up, where it is just, I'm going to communities and I'm exposing, like, look at these good acts that people do. Look at what this student did. Look at, like, nobody asked them to do this. They just did this, you know, and we have people doing things like that, and it is starting to get exposed. So I think that, you know, it's getting there, but
exposure would never be my goal, unless exposure meant action is going to be taken. If something's going to be exposed, and that's why I keep using a simple thing like user agreements that force your confidential information to be released to them. If people don't start taking action against small things like that, that's the key, and get small victories, and work your way up,
right?
And make so. It's one thing to know who was on Epstein Island, but that's not acceptable. I don't care if these people aren't going to be held to account. My personal opinion
exactly.
Let me finish. I'm American. If there's going to be no accountability for what these people did or didn't do, or you're not going to look, I don't want to know who they are. It's none of my business.
Exactly.
You have information I don't. If that information incriminates people that should be then charged, do it. If you're not going to do it, don't release the list.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, Bill Gates, in all fairness, could have been to that island 38 times and not done anything wrong. That's true. People don't have to accept that, but that's we don't know. They do know, right?
Yeah, and that's why they always say, you know, you got to get into it to make the change from within. But then to get into it, they corrupt you in the process.
I disagree. You don't need to be. This is the point I'm trying to make. We don't need to be in it. We the people are it. We don't seem to realize that. I mean, imagine if Paul Revere had the internet. Do you think anybody would have woke up surprised that the British are coming? Hell no. Paul Revere had a horse and changed the world. Right? Imagine what we could do with the power of the internet.
Absolutely.
Right? Give this internet to Jesus Christ. If you're a believer in Christ, give him this internet back in his day and see what the world would be like now.
But but that's my point, Sarge, is we are doing this. It's you know, people are taking action.
On what?
And I just get stuck. I'm like, okay, so where do we go from here? Because I can't go, you know, take a stand in other states and picket this and do this and stand on podiums.
You don't need to. That's what the internet's all about.
Right. So, but that's my point, is that's what we're all doing right now. It's not changing anything, and everything that we're getting told, you know, in PCAs and in courts and all of this shit, like, we don't know.
I said on this stream, and I said it on many streams, that even if it costs me a few dollars, if people want to do something in these cases, let's get a list, have it put together properly, and send it to the defense and send it to the prosecution of issues we've discovered through our viewing of videos and information that's been released. And questions we have. We could get actively, groups of people could get actively involved. You don't need to even know each other.
Right.
But if you got a right, and yet there's no call for action for anything, anywhere.
I'm saying let's do it.
Let's donate me money to do something. But it'll never work because too many people are still asleep or too scared. And that's what I'm saying, Candy. That's the program that we don't realize, and we will never accept. When someone like me says you've been programmed to think that, you'll never understand that or accept it.
I don't think
really
too many
sit down and work about it.
I don't think that way. I think that there's a lot of, like, I think that when you think a certain way, you attract those types of people into your life.
Well,
and
even discussing Turtle Boy as being destroyed is putting up the examples of people that get taken down. In other words, we've got enough reason we've got more reasons not to do something than do something. And what I'm saying to you is that those responses that we think are our own are not. Those are responses they've helped form in our minds for us to see the world that way.
But I don't think that. I don't think that we have more reasons to not do something than to do it. I want to do it. I just am stuck. I feel stuck. Like I've been trying to make a difference since I was a young girl, but I'm one girl and I'm a small boy.
One of the biggest problems, I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sonny, but it goes back to, and the first thing I said about this, I do agree. I feel the same way. Okay. There are so many people that have like a fear of losing their job, and it's the programming. I get it, Sarge. I agree with you. I know you're right. I've said that. I'm part of that. Okay, but there's people that are afraid to lose their jobs, their life.
Right.
You know, going to jail. The
Right.
things
Getting murdered.
what everybody's afraid of in that. Like, is it worth it to them? Is how they think about it. Like, if I do this, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. This could happen. That could happen. This and that. It's fear. It's just fear.
You know, real last question. Here's what I'm struggling with, just so you know.
Yeah.
This is why I haven't put up a stream yet. They can have my job. I own a business. I don't need to work anymore. I'm perfectly fine financially. I own my home. I have no bills, no debt. I own lots of things. And I don't care if I own it when I die. So I'm not worried about losing any of it.
Right. And so
I can sustain myself for years without leaving my home. Okay. So that's not here's my question. This is what I've been thinking about. Is what we're seeing so drastically different than what our elders saw when they became elders? In other words, our generational issues, although different, is the level of the threat as high as we perceive, or is what we're perceiving the same level of threat our elders perceived, and yet we still continued forward? Do you understand what I'm saying, Dago and Sonny?
I do. I know what you mean. Yeah, I get it.
Your grandparents saw the world changing before their eyes. You can't even imagine the change that was taking place. Well, we can over the last 130 years. Every generation that's gotten older, change was crazy, from horses to cars to steam to gas, right? To white to blacks. Was their understanding of it is ours? And our understanding the same of our situation is their view the same as ours is now, but for their circumstances.
Right. Was it the same? Different, same situation. Different
I think there are enlightened people. I think there are enlightened people that see things for what they are. I think that the truth that the world is fed is not the truth. That's the establishment.
But there's nothing different. It's no different now than it's ever been, is my point.
But there are people that choose to, like, I grew up on a farm and I love my parents dearly. They were very closed-minded. They didn't want to think openly. They didn't want to, like, learn new ways of doing things.
That still exists today.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Those people still exist, but we exist. You and I and Dago and Kluamati and all of these people that want to take a stand. And I'm seeing other comments.
You're not following me. You're not really following me. You're not following me.
There's two. I think that there's well, let's say 3 segments of society. There are people that are sheep. There are people.
You're still not following me with that. Where you're going with that isn't really what I'm trying to say at all. What I'm trying to say is what we perceive today, the circumstances which are unique to our time, and the threat and chaos that we see that it poses, is that level of interest and anxiety and concern any different than what our grandfather saw before he was gone, when he saw the world changing around him? Which was even worse when you think about it, with all the riots and all the blacks and all the segregation and all. So my point is yeah, they do destroy people. Yeah, there's uniquely some people like me that it's not going to change me at all anyway. I don't give a fuck. But my question is it worth me throwing all that away or risking it all for a concern that may not be something of any consequence over the long haul?
I think that my concern is the human race. That's my concern. Like you were talking about all the minutia, we get caught up in LGBTQ rights and black and white rights and rights. How about let's talk human race? We are all brothers and sisters, and we all need to come together and decide what we want in this world to live, to think, to act upon, what brings us joy, what makes us happy, what can we do to bring that to the world, the human race. And let's not get caught up in all the minutia of all the bullshit. Let's let's, if people want to bring that shit up, we have to think bigger picture, human race. So let's take a stand. I agree. We could all get together and write the FBI and write the CIA and do all this shit and have billions of people, but for whatever reason that there are cover-ups, and like that, it may make a difference, but I know people have done that in the past. I know for a fact people have done that in the past, and nothing's done. So that's where I get stuck, is like, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What the fuck do we do? I'm stuck on what the fuck do we do, because I will do it. I will write the FBI. I will sit and make calls to the CIA. I will dig and dig and dig and dig and dig. I will do the work. I will be the change. But how do we be the change other than like what we're trying to do right now? Like, you start a stream, we have these conversations, we hopefully enlighten people. There are always going to be, I believe in reincarnation, and I believe in like I wouldn't consider myself a Buddhist, but I believe in the whole enlightenment thing. And we come to this earth and we have karma, and talking about that baby may have died for somebody else's karma, and they made a contract to come into this world as a human being to help somebody else's karma. Like, that's a whole different subject. But there are going to be enlightened people, and there are going to be unenlightened people who are at different levels of enlightenment. And that's just when the goal is to eventually have a human race that we're all enlightened. I don't know. Can we do that? Can we all? I don't know if that's possible, but for me, in my mind, that's my goal: enlightenment for the entire human race. Love is the answer. You can't fight hate with hate. You can't fight war with war. Love is the answer, period. Any problem that this world has, love. How do you fix that? Love. How do you fix that? Love. People do shit because they don't feel loved, they don't feel heard, they don't feel seen, and then they have all these mental health issues and they do all this crazy shit, and that's what causes our world to just, all of us, like the people in government want to divide us. That's why they put shit out there in the news to make us divide on certain issues of this and that.
Again, that goes back to that's the point I was making was, what you're describing has been like that. It's been like this for centuries, right?
Yeah. Right. How do we
and man has continued forward, and we've becoming a little bit more understanding of what's going on around us. Is it so bad now that it's worth somebody risking everything they have to try to make a change? Or is this going to just kind of pan itself out as time goes on? Is it just going to pan itself out to a solution, which is...
It can't be one person. It does need to be something like this, like what we're trying to do within the like-minded community. Like you were saying, we all need to come together. We need to get everybody that sees what we see and feels what we feel, and we all need to take a stand. One person isn't going to be able to do it. They're just not.
I will say this towards this. I'm going to add this real quick. I do think one for sure, at least, that, I guess the terminology for people being woke per se, I think there are a lot more people like going a little bit back to what you said, Sarge, about, the same situation, different circumstances. Okay. With, my grandparents and parents and stuff like that. Same situations, obviously back then, but just different circumstances. And I think though that nowadays there's so many more people like you and Sunny and Candy and a lot of other people, me, that see these things for being the problems that they are at this point. So there's enough of us now that are starting to see these things. There's a lot of people that are opening their eyes and going, "What the hell is going on and why?" But
well, I'm going to say that there's only one thing that leans me to the direction of going and doing this, and that is there's never been the ability to communicate the way we have it today individually.
The internet is the tool. It is the utmost.
That's the one thing that's different than any other time in previous history of man. That
We
we're
have
aware of, right?
There's a tool that we can use for this now. They didn't have it. You're right. You're right.
The tool is a magnificent tool.
Right.
And it's used like many things that man comes across for things that are just nefarious.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean,
I can tell you this. I know this for a fact, and I'll say I don't have any issue with the word love, but I think the biggest thing the world needs is just honesty.
Well,
we've really never been taught that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example.
LGBTQ
has been part of man's history forever.
Yep.
And so why do these people have to hide in the shadows? I don't understand. I never understood that.
You're right.
I really don't think I think that's insanity. When a
It is
transgender
insanity.
gets up for Bud Light, why can't you drink Bud Light because she did? Really? I mean, you're not going to, science is going to advance. People are going to be able to put chips in their head and be instant supercomputers. What are you going to do with those people? Throw them in the garbage? This person wants to change their sexual identity. What do you care? So what? My point is, there's so many things around us that you would think more of us would just take in stride, because this is America, a place where you could do whatever you want, right? And yet they can control us with these simple little triggers, and people then will run to that.
See,
I argue that it's just, to me. So my point is, the communication shows that you can change the world, but does the world does it need it, or will it do it on its own over time?
I think it needs people like us. It needs communities to continue to advocate and groups of people, because I agree with you, and I don't know if you are understanding that I agree with you, but I am agreeing with you that people are programmed, and but I think that, like what Dago just said, is that more people are starting to open their eyes. And I actually, it's funny that
on the solution front, there's very little solutions being offered for the issues we're aware of. I could say this from experience, that I don't care what side of the political aisle you're from, I guarantee you there's a middle ground you could all agree on.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is, there's just simply none of that being offered or discussed. It's all or nothing. Everything has to be a windmill or a solar panel, and nothing of anything else. And our side is, it's got to be all coal, gas, and blah, 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 and nothing of anything else. And the answer is really in the middle. We're all right. That's the funny thing. In a lot of these arguments, both sides are accurate. Okay. Now you can look at a lot of different things that they throw in our face to keep us separate. And yet the truth is, there's common things that we would agree on. Pedophilia, unacceptable. Murder, unacceptable.
Have a great night, Ricky. Thank you for joining us tonight.
And that's what I mean. I think with this kind of megaphone, that kind of information is not really being shared. Nobody's being told that your middle ground is where both of you really live.
That's
and if
the
you didn't
goal.
live in the middle ground, the whole world
That's
would be
enlightenment. When you can see both sides.
I don't want to get into the spiritual aspect of it. It drives
No, I don't mean enlightenment in a spiritual aspect. I mean as like wisdom, as we go through life, we have experiences that make us wise, and it's just another way to bring you to that. Like, you can see both sides.
Let me say this. I'll give you an example. Some people want electric cars because they're saving the planet. Great. Perfect. Good. Other people don't want electric cars, and they'll argue because there isn't enough electrical production. The grid won't handle it. And they're right. Good. Great. That's perfect. I agree with that. Okay. So my point is, your reasons for seeing what you see don't matter. You know what matters is you're both right. First of all, an electric car requires no transmission fluid, no oil changes, no air filters, no maintenance. The brakes last 150,000 miles. No brakes. The electric car is by leaps and bounds way better than a gasoline-powered car. There's thousands of moving parts in a gasoline car, literally thousands upon thousands. There's 13 of them in an electric motor. So my point is the argument really you're saving the planet, or you can't produce enough electricity? Or is the argument really, if you can offer me a product that provides all of those benefits, then I want to promote building a better grid, right? Now, the guy with the grid argument, he's satisfied. And the guy, for whatever reason, wanted an electric car because he thinks he's going to save some flower in some unknown land, he's happy too. You see, there's an answer for everything. Reasonable answers.
Right, and that's my
what we're
point.
not
The
hearing.
human
Nobody's giving
race.
that.
The human race. That's what I'm saying, because there's right and left and liberal and da 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 da, whatever. And then people like my parents voted just because they were that. They didn't give a shit about who
No, and
those
listen,
people were. But so
from the 2021, ask the question.
2021.
Someone from the room from 3020. Listen, I'm going to answer that question now. Where's the middle ground for pushing transgender in our children's faces? The middle ground is that sexual education should happen at an appropriate age, and that appropriate age should be just prior to puberty or when they're heading to puberty, right?
Sexual
and that should not be that. Listen, that should not include only school people. It should include the parents' involvement as well. And
Yes.
that these people exist should be included in sexual education.
Yes.
It should be. So should be in gay. So should be in straight. So should be in anything. That should be a part of that education, folks. So we don't disagree. See, that's what I'm trying to say. They're trying to show it to preschoolers. And I agree with you. That is not the time to talk about sex. That's the time to talk about rocket ships and spacemen and flying, okay? To build the imagination. So there's a stageable growth. There's a stageable development of humanity. And so I think we can all agree that all of those gender issues can be addressed at the appropriate time and age. And none of us would have an issue with that.
Right. So as an educator, first of all, I completely agree with you. And we don't think about boys and girls when we're in preschool. We don't think think about sex. So why would we introduce it? So you're right.
So
I
I
agree
think
with
that
you.
we're
They need to
from
have
the
it at
30
at the appropriate stage. But do you want to know what? In the state that I live in, at the schools that I've worked at, they don't have sex education. I have students coming to me that didn't understand that wearing a condom doesn't prevent STDs, that you can still get herpes and chlamydia and these things. And like, they don't know.
So we
these
agree.
things.
But here's the
There's
point
no
I was
sex
making.
education. And to your other point, as an educator, it is my biggest, like, parents and teachers and students, they all need to be a part of the community. The problem that I see as a teacher is that teachers are bitching at, or parents are bitching at teachers because based on what their child comes home and says, but they're not talking to the teacher, they're just emailing them and bitching and accusing. And so I say, please come to my office with your child. Let's talk. We all need to be involved in this conversation together to find a solution, because your child is going to tell you their side of the story. I'm going to tell you my side of the story, and you're going to do whatever you're going to do. The problem is that parents are either helicopter parents and completely just can't believe their child would ever do anything wrong, and it's always the teacher's fault, and they don't give any credit to the professional that's been educated to handle these things, or they're just not involved at all. And then these kids just fly off the radar. So
Lately,
again, it's
public
about
educators have
community.
earned with some of the stuff they're doing in schools with these young kids that would drag shows. You can't have Jesus in the church, in the school, and church shouldn't be in the school. Okay, well, neither should all of this stuff at a young age when it comes to sexual education. And I don't think any fair-minded person would disagree with that. I think a lot of people would struggle with saying all of this stuff should be included when the proper age is met.
But to
You're
see
still
all
gonna
right
put- but
there,
the point is that's reasonable. And what I'm saying is that middle ground would be accepted by more people than none at all. Okay, which is what a lot of people argue. That stuff shouldn't be in schools at all. Well, no,
Yeah.
I don't think that that's completely fair.
I don't either, because what happens when my parents never had a sex talk with me ever.
Well, no, but what I'm saying, if we're gonna, but there should be rules and responsibilities that these educators must stick to. That's the thing. There's the
Exactly. There
common
needs to
ground
be
should
accountability. And
Right,
that's why most schools do have checks and balances in places, you know. Most schools keep their standards. There are so many teachers that are so awful, though. There are so many teachers that don't give a shit. about anything. They don't see like, oh, this child is acting up, so he's just an asshole. There is always a reason a child is acting up, and that is why it needs to be community. It needs to be the parent, the teacher, and the student having a conversation, because there is something going on in that child's life that is making that child act out. And if the parent and the teacher and the student can't talk, then nothing gets solved. And again, so it brings me back to the human race. It's about community. It's about, like we're saying, communication. We all need to be able to communicate, respect each other, respect our differences, because if we all agreed on everything, that would be awful too. But that's how we become enlightened. We become wiser.
We're
because
absolutely
listen to both sides of the story. I have my beliefs. You want to challenge my beliefs? I welcome it. I may change my mind based on the facts that you show me, and I'm open to that. I may change it a little. I may change it completely. It may just make my belief stronger. But if we don't challenge each other, then how do you, that's why I tell my kids too, like you go to church because I don't know, I'm using that as an example, or politics or whatever. Like you do this because your parents do it, because that's, you're just programmed to do it. You go to school, you go to college, you get married, you have kids. Like this is what the world does. Well, that's not what you have to do. And you don't have to do that because that's what your parents tell you, or that's what society tells you, or that's what the cool thing to do is. And without community and without communication, these kids don't understand that. And then they grow up to be adults, and now they're kids having kids because they were never taught these things. And how are they supposed to teach their child things that they were never taught? But when you have educators and you have coaches and you have other adult members, like these children need all kinds of adult influences in their lives, as well as peer influences. There are a lot of peer influences that are positive. All of these things contribute to their makeup, but they all need to be able to communicate, and the child needs to be exposed to all of these different things so that they can make up their own mind, and they need to be programmed to ask questions. I'd rather have my students be disruptive and question me than just sit there and not like communicate at all during class. That's awful.
Right. And listen. Amazing stuff, Sonny. Thank you so much for that, and Sarge always. But guys, I have to go to bed.
Yes.
3:30. This has been an amazing conversation all night long. All the different angles, aspects of everything that we talked about. It's been great, guys. We've been live for 7 hours and 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh!
I was only here for a few of them.
Right, but you guys are amazing. Sarge, thank you so much. I know you got to jump out too.
Yeah, both of you. Thank you. I appreciate both of you very much.
You're always welcome. It's wonderful to meet you. You please feel free to be in here. Come back at any time. I love it. I love the conversations. And I'm going to be doing more of these open discussions, range of conversations like this too. So please feel free to come back anytime, Sonny. Thank you as always.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Take care, Sarge. Have a great night, everybody in chat. I wanted to say, amazing is all I can say. It's been a wonderful conversation all night long. All the different things we talked about. I want to thank Clue and Cletus, Sarge, Sonny, Willie. Oh Lord. Dan Jackson, anybody else that joined us up here tonight, the callers that called in, the live calls, thank you so much for that. Just is amazing, guys. And everybody in chat, you guys know I absolutely adore each and every single one of you guys. We had a great crowd in here all night long. Like I said, 7 hours, guys. AR Hayes was here too. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm forgetting things. I'm getting old. Absolutely, Heather. Heather, your input tonight was amazing all the way through, up and down in chat. Got to be proud. Another Ohioan in the house with me. God bless. And guys, please, I will be in here sometime tomorrow. Even though it's Saturday, I gotta do it. It's been great lately. Everybody that's been responding and reading the community page, thank you so much for that. Also, anybody that has donated to support the channel in any way, fashion, or form, God bless and thank you so much. It's nowhere near expected, but definitely appreciated, guys. You're amazing. Moderators, every one of you guys, thank you so much for everything you do. God knows I love and need you so very much. You guys are great. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other, because that's what we got to do, folks. And don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. And I will see each and every one of you guys so very soon. Have a great, great night. Bye-bye now.